All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're having a wonderful morning. It is the day of the CPI today, February 12th, 2025, and this one is going to be a very, very interesting one. I gave a breakdown on the watch list yesterday, and we were talking about how we were talking about how a lot of people really had the same expectation for today. Now, let me just put it this way. I have two different sets from JP Morgan as well as Goldman Sachs. We could go over both of them, but simply, even though the option market is pricing in about 0.7, we are really expecting right now a move anywhere from 0.7 all the way up to 1.3. So it's going to get very interesting. And on top of that, if you're not aware, January, this is that January effect we keep talking about. A lot of people expect the January number to be high because they do a seasonal adjustment and all of this other stuff. So fact of the matter is most people are expecting slightly hotter, even though there is a level of consensus. We might actually have a big day in store. So head on a swivel. Be ready for all of it. We're going to be dealing with the CPI first. Then you're going to get Jerome Powell. And then you're going to start hearing more again about tariffs and then India before you know it. And I believe there's about $70 billion of a 10-year bond auction. So we have all of that. Like I'm saying, I do think it's going to be, everybody is expecting a hotter print. But again, there's a little bit different of a dynamic coming into this morning. So maybe we'll get disappointed or maybe we'll get a gift, but either way, we'll see where it takes us all. But now, Chattadonia, good morning. Before I get into any good mornings, we're going to have to get over the data because it is going to be coming out here in 7 minutes. So, again, core is expected to be 0.3. Let's see what we have. Yeah, so a monthly gain of 0.3 on the headline and then 0.3 on core. Year-on-year headline is seen up to 2.9, and core is expected to land anywhere from 3.1 to 3.2, depending on if we're going to get a good day or not. The forecast for core could take the rate down to the lowest since the cost of living first started surging in spring of 2021. So, again, if we do actually end up, I believe, below 3.0, that's it, man. That would be your lowest core CPI in a while. But, again, just remember, it is a very limited, I think it's been a limited amount of times that we've had inflation drop 2 months in a row. So it either stay pinned or not. Remember, last month, that came in a little bit lower than expected. So we'll see how it is. The core CPI for January surprised to the strong side. The culprit will likely be residual seasonality, a typical acceleration to start the year as firms reset prices which isn't adequately accounted for by the seasonal adjustments. Our baseline for January will be only mildly faster than December as updated seasonal factors incorporate the data. Past inflation data could be revised down as well. We expect the revisions to show that inflation was moderating more quickly than we thought in the second half of 2024. Remember, it was a year ago that inflation readings once again had disappointed. We ended 2023 with widespread expectations that 24 would bring a sustained Fed rate cut cycle beginning in the first quarter. And then the January CPI came in like a snow shovel, and the treasuries tumbled as traders rolled back rate cuts. Then February disappointed, and March in the end. It took until September for the first rate cut. What will the first quarter of 2025 look like? Let's see. One good thing, those high price levels from last year are now theoretically out to flatter the year-on-year readings for a bit. Bureau of Labor Statistics will be updating seasonal factor adjustment mechanism today, which says that it could change the contours of what the past looks like. Still, the crew doesn't anticipate that those will be particularly dramatic, and projections of the monthly rise in CPI match the median estimates. We're likely to see a rise in the price of eggs. Oh, yeah, avian flu will lift prices on headlines. The eggs! Oh, the most important thing in the world. In core CPI, housing inflation measures have cooled in some recent months. We'll see whether that continues. We should also keep an eye out for the so-called super core service prices, which strip out housing costs. This was the focus for Fed Chair Jerome Powell and fellow policymakers during the period of particularly elevated inflation when a super tight jobs market was adding pressure. Labor costs are a big part of the service prices other than categories. Powell has been saying that the job market isn't boosting inflation now, but wages and other things are picking up. Larry Summers warned about another inflation breakout. Effectively, Supposedly, the final CPI report for Biden is today, which of course handed over the reins to Donald on January 20th. The rate peaked at 1.9 and kicked off at 1.7 under Joe Biden, and the forecast is to end here at 2.9. Now, Trump's immigration and tariff policies are expected by many economists to cause a pickup in inflation. Time will tell. Early indicators suggest the public may be reacting to some of the trade announcements a little too prematurely. Donald Trump has put a lot of political stock in bringing down inflation as the central plank of economic policies. While he got a lot of pass for today's numbers, there's little doubt that over the coming months, consumers will want to be confident that inflation is under control. A good reading today would offer the president a good start, but a hotter print than expected would be a reminder that disinflation has a process to go. Rates and break-evens have built up more protection for sticky inflation. Jim Reed, Deutsche Bank, shows that surprises to CPI over the last 25 years or so have been more likely to be biased to the upside. In fact, the first half of the year, the second half has more releases. January has the largest number of beats, 50%, and the lowest number of downside misses, 15. So literally, January has only came in below expectations 15% of the time. So a low number would be awesome. But again, most people are thinking we're going to get a tick up with seasonality. Even though all the economists have a tight range, it's kind of weird. So get ready. I think we're going to have a lot of fun. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Today, if it came in hot, it would risk the inversion of inflation swap curve. Over the cash rates, Treasury 2 yields are stuck near the effective rate. BMO Ian Ligon says CPI reaffirms that inflation is on a sustainable path towards 2. Gradual rate cuts will remain on the table for 25. Conversely, a significant upside surprise will call into question the Fed's ability and willingness to counter policy rates this year. Recent inflation prints, coupled with a strong market, will allow the Fed to be patient. There are 4 times as many data points skewing towards higher prices than lower ones in January. If realized, any consequent rise in yields will play well for bond investors to absorb the $42 billion of supply later today. So yeah, again, remember, you had ISM, you had manufacturing, you had business activity, you even had GDP. Every other economic indicator has been hot. So keep it in mind, but we got about 1 minute, Chattadoni. Are you guys ready? You got the news wire, right? We locked it loaded. Big Mike, baby. Let's go. I did see that picture, bro. Sorry, I was reading a lot. Fucking, you got Jamar, baby. That's what I'm talking about, for real. Thank you, my friend. Honestly, I love Jamar. He's been an awesome chat. I love Big Mike, bro. You have no idea Big Mike's journey, bro. So to see both of y'all come together and helping out. He got a house, and then you helped him, and you did your job too, bro. Are you kidding me? That's cheers to CPI, baby. Let's go. Shout out KCMO, Big Mike. We out here. 30 seconds, baby. Let's go. Good morning. This is it. Again, Baba is double day 2. Literally, all of these are old news, but get ready for it. Again, watch out for that hot print. I'm going to pull my data up. We got 10 seconds, 5 seconds. Remember, 0.3 on core is the number. Higher, poo-poo. Lower, yay, rejoice. And we're off. Yeah, the VIX it's already came in hot. It has to. 0.5? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, 0.5. That's hot. What the fuck? Core came in at 0.4. I think we might move 1.5 today. So get ready. 1.5% is now on the table. I don't even care. Core just shot up by 0.4. Like I told you, everybody was tight. They all had the same range, but that is surprisingly very hot. Yeah, so now everyone's going to tweak off the tariff shit. So that's it. I mean, right now, where are we down? Yeah, you're already down by 0.8. First candle, you've already moved more than what was priced in from the close yesterday. Yeah, that's not good at all. Let me get you a little bit more info. I could read through it, but generally, headline hot, core hot. I think everything was that's an ugly print. Honestly, even headline is terrible. That's 5 months in a row of headline. That is not going to be good for all of the inflation deniers like myself. So again, yeah, I mean, actually, that's fucking weird that core is actually only up by 0.1. I guess core was a beat by 0.1. That's decent, but yeah, generally, it's a hotter print. I mean, I wouldn't rule out a crackhead bounce, but I think that one's decisively going to be, that feeds into too many negative narratives. The core is a little weird. People might get excited about that, but other than that, I mean, you're pricing in less rate cuts. I told you guys yesterday, we were only about like at 1.5 rate cuts for the end of the year. That might take you down to 1. They did change how they gathered the data. Remember, we were just talking about how this was expected to be hotter. Let me check the revisions. But yeah, it's still, even though it was expected to be hotter, most people had like I'm saying, we had a pretty tight expectation. It might even be 0.39. So that would be better, believe it or not. Because most of the estimates are like 0.30, 0.32, 0.31, 0.34. But let me check. Inflation and prices. I'm going to read the BLS. I want to see the other ones. But yeah, stock futures dropped almost 1. Kind of crazy. Yeah, isn't good for the Fed. It may stoke speculation from Summers. The next move may be higher, not lower. Yeah, so remember what I told you guys. Risk on till rate hikes. To that move right there just got you one step closer. I know it probably sounded weird when I said it at the beginning of the week. Even if it is just one data point, just for now until pretty much, end of February or beginning of March. So the next SCP, you're going to get another one. But like I'm saying, rate cut odds are going down now. I don't believe that inflation is that bad. Remember, you guys have heard me for the last couple of weeks here, but like I'm telling you, this print doesn't support any of my narratives. It doesn't support anything where I'm like, okay, at the end of the day, now you have to worry about tariffs with your late 5 months of headline data going up, right? Now you have to respond to tariffs or be worried about it, and now this kind of backs up that story again. The consumer sentiment was a little manipulated. I would assume there's some here, but either way, for the next couple of days, you're going to have to kind of let the market work the bonds through this. Again, the real culprit is going to just come down to it's all going to just come down to whether or not we have higher or lower rate cut odds when it's all said and done. So, yeah, bonds are down a lot. Bonds were actually going green there. Trump even said we need to lower rates, but bonds just fell 1% on that. TLT, again, futures have dropped more than what was priced in, but quite simply, it was just a hot print. Even though it was expected to be a little hotter, this came in ultimately the hottest. Everything letting I know when it's hot. All right, we'll give it like 15 minutes at a time. Let's see. I want to see the revisions. So aisle items rose 12%. We could read what they changed, but again, last year was a high benchmark. Yeah, that's the part. This is terrible. Do you guys not see it? So yeah, this is the part people, again, I can't believe I said 0.5. You haven't seen 0.5 all year. So at any time last year, you have not had a month-over-month change. Now, granted, it's headline, but also granted, you haven't had oil go up a lot, nor food as much. Yeah, traders are now shifting Fed rate cut to December from September. So the next move, bro, that's it. You're at December now. So just get ready. That means the next bearish thing for rate cut odds, that's it. Once you go past December, bro, they're going to push that shit into 2026. And then again, now you're talking about no rate cuts or, again, the alternative. But that's the bad part. Month over month. Food increased by 0.4. Food at home went up by 0.5. Poultry 1.9. Eggs went up 15.2. So not only this is a very rare moment, Chad. You know why? Because not only have you heard everybody talk about the price of eggs, it's actually showing a major increase on the data. No, for real though, because like how many times have you seen over the last couple of years where you would watch something go up or down, and then CPI would be like, nah, we didn't have an effect. I don't know if it's correct data, but at the end of the day, I mean, the last time I heard people crying about eggs, it was like 2% on the CPI. And then when they stopped crying about it, it went up to 30% on the CPI. And then now it's there. Are we dropping still? Low ticker? Yeah. So get ready. I do think this was a more so negative event than not. Again, we're just going to have a big day. I would get prepared to move around 1.5%. You're already down 1%. So even if we go back up to open, that's another 1% move. If we drop, you probably have 0.5%, maybe more, and that's it. I just think we're going to move a lot. I do think there will be a bounce in store, but generally, this is a W for all the inflation fearmongers. You get what I'm saying? I don't really believe in other narratives, but they win today. That's it. If you were worried about inflation, if you want to shit talk Donald Trump, If you think that all of it, you get a W on today. This is, again, like I'm telling you, the finest or the first high month over month in a while. Even the core is a little sticky, but it's, again, sticky. I would rather have it down than sticky. You know what I'm saying? And this more aligns with the consumer sentiment of the Democrats rather than aligning with the consumer sentiment of an independent or a Republican. So point is, inflation fears just got evidence today, whether or not it gets faded or whether or not that changes. But for now, I mean, it is something that just undoubtedly that was a pretty hot print, even though we expected it. Might say the data is fake. I mean, even if it is, it doesn't, I still think the reaction is there. I mean, we've reacted to this data. I believe a lot of it's manipulated, but it doesn't change that this is the data set we use, if that makes any sense. So I know it's insane, but I know I have to use it. It could be delayed, but for now, at the end of the day, that was your final Joe Biden print. And again, I just think for today, this is going to be a W for the people who, again, who are prepared for a little bit higher inflation than not, even if that changes quickly. Miss to the upside. All right, what else do we have? I want to see the revisions, what they did. Medical 0.2. Drugs went up 2.5. That's a lot. Motor vehicle went up 2. Insurance, that's not bad at all. Oh, I don't want to even... I'll get mad if I read this. If I read the math on how they figured out this dumb shit, I'll get pissed. It's not worth it. Let me see. Do you guys want to call him? Remember I called him last time? But I have no questions. I just want to be like, yo, man, good job. Yeah, dude, it's just hot. No other way. Again, this might be raking in the chips today. We don't import eggs, bro. Yeah. I mean, we have weird practices, but I don't think we do. Again, the only little silver lining, I'm just saying, bro, I think a lot of us, especially, this was like one of your first, like, lessons in economics. Like, usually the data doesn't always show what you're going through in real life. So, again, I think it's pretty interesting that, like, eggs are up 15% on the CPI while all the news mentions are like, oh, my gosh, eggs. So, usually there's a fat delay, but this time around, I mean, I think that one's interesting. But and then motor insurance went down. I don't know. Where's Supercore? I actually didn't look for real estate, to be honest. So, Ira Jersey, the underperformance of the belly of the Treasury is the market beginning to price possibility of the Fed's next move could be a rate hike. While we think it's premature, this is a distinct possibility. Yeah, again, bonds are going to die too. So I'd get ready, prepare, hedge, or get out of them. But yeah, no. Because again, bro, I've been telling you guys all week, you don't think it was weird that every watch list, I was telling you, it's going to be risk on till a rate hike? So yeah, this data, whatever, even if we bounce, we just got one step closer to that theory. I don't care any way you put it, because now the odds are at December. Even if we bounce, people are still thinking about this now. And then when it's all said and done, just, again, if inflation does go up, if the next move was supposed to be a cut, and we're like, no cuts, then the next move is they're going to raise rates. And then we go back into that dynamic again. So literally, the market is going to be good. I don't think we actually die until that happens, but again, I mean, I told you this idea was floating around Wall Street over the weekend, and now coming into it, that's why I said it's just a broad view on this whole Trump stuff. You could get into the nitty-gritty, Donald Trump this, Donald Trump that, but just simple. The market has handled a lot of stuff. We're not going to go down until we get a rate hike. It's risk on until rate hikes, but now if the data starts moving in this direction, we're actually, fucking running towards that. Rather than, kind of this now until summer idea. So we'll see, but I think that was very pertinent information, and I think it's the heart of today. I think the heart of today, when it's all said and done, we're still high, you've done a lot, but you got to think about it now. if this data starts coming in hotter, whether you agree mainstream media or you agree with Josh, at the end of the day, though, the next step, the ball, it's rolling towards either rate hikes or not. Do you guys get that? So I want you to just think about that to look ahead. Obviously, we're going to deal with stuff between now and June, though. Like, imagine you're on like a slightly leaning slope. We are rolling towards rate hikes or not. Again, there'll be a fork in the road, but essentially every single time as we're trying to figure this out, the tariffs are either going to lead to rate hikes or not, and that's now kind of where you're going to have to deal with that. Very interesting, man. Unemployment goes up. Do we do a rate hike? No, not a rate hike, but because again, I think other things will be lower, but at the end of the day, whether that employment data or CPI, depending on how that moves, I mean, we're just going to start barreling towards this idea, though. That's just the point is, I put it on the watch list. Wall Street's talking about it. I don't think a lot of other people are talking about it. And that's where it's something you got to start thinking about in a short-term plan between now, June to summer, is that all this data and all the tariffs and all the Trump stuff is fun and all, but when it's all said and done, just remember Powell and Fed policy and all the things we've gone through over the last couple of years. I mean, that's it. Rate hikes or not, the market's a crackhead. We want the Fed policy. We want that liquidity or not, the tighter or looser financial conditions. So depending on how that plays with all of this, I mean, if we start moving towards a decisively hawkish Powell versus dovish, I think that's going to have a big effect. So 5-10-year yields rise. Defense Secretary Hegseth, President Trump intends to end war through diplomacy. Our message is clear. The war in Ukraine must end. TLT to 50. Do you know what that implies? TLT is going to get smashed, though. I don't think this is good. Like I'm saying, I don't think today's data lines up with my ideas in the midterm to long term, but make no mistake. I mean, I'm telling you, this is a win for the bond bears. This is a win for anybody who, got an aneurysm over tariffs, because you have evidence of this. And again, it's not, even if it's fake or not, just like we're talking 5 months of headline going up, 4 months practically a sticky core. Even if it was the revision or not, this is now the data you have to go from. Because do you remember what I was telling you guys the last couple of weeks? I could pull up any data, and all of that stuff is literally at lows. That's why I was saying, why are you worried about prices when you don't really have spot prices nor past data highlighting that? So this is your first little glimpse of that. Yeah, we have Powell. We're going to have Jerome Powell here in about an hour and 20, maybe a little longer. So, yeah, we're going to see. This isn't including tariffs. I don't think this is a bad number. It's just now leading in to the tariffs and everything else. It's not going to be a good one. I think you could have easily you don't want to defend tariffs and try to deal with that with 5 months head start of inflation going up. See what I'm saying? Versus it kind of leveling out or not. So the stream, I don't know, Braden. I think you should cancel the stream alerts, man. You've asked me a lot of questions on them. I think you're looking for a service, and I don't provide good service. You know what I'm saying? So I think it'll be better for both of us if you just listen to the stream instead. But that being said, 15 minutes, 1% down on futures, pricing in 1.7. We got 1.5 on the table, so let's see. Hegseth, Ukraine, NATO is not a realistic goal. Boop. All right, what do we got?
Because I
Absolutely not. It's impossible to make that case.
Because it's...
Of course they're going to do it. But like I said, look at the bumpers that are in our...
So all right, let me get your news ready.
The Fed has a problem. But you would hope that when you would look around and companies look around about in this uncertain world, that they at least think that there's one bit that provides the anchor. And the Fed is not doing that. So whatever volatility is in the system right now, the Fed will amplify it. And that's not what it should be doing. And that's not what forward policy guidance is all about. But if you are excessively data dependent, you will amplify it.
Mohammed, Adam Posen, the Peterson Institute, thinks the next move is a hike. Torsten Slok, Apollo, has made the argument on this programme a number of times, thinks potentially the next move is a hike. When you think about the next move, and you know what the next question's going to be, is the next move still a cut, or is it a hike?
If they believe in that 2% inflation target, the next move would be a hike. I think they will tolerate high inflation without telling us they're doing so. They're just going to keep on promising us that everything's going to be fine. And I think that we are going to be...
Bro, listen to this.
Pausing.
Again, bro, everybody is starting to bring this up now. This data is going to unleash the floodgates for that narrative.
Of day 2 on Capitol Hill.
Yeah, bro. I mean, again, I put this out on Sunday.
Is this committee tacitly accepting a higher inflation rate?
It's just, this is the data to do it on. You see what I'm saying? I thought that was going to be way broader. But this is the data you start talking that shit.
Monetary policy, and it should be talking about the different scenarios that are facing the economy right now, and what is the role of monetary policy. That is what it should do. But depending on your sports. Chair Powell is in the game of either sidelining difficult question or punting on difficult questions or ducking and weaving on difficult questions. He doesn't want to make news. He already made some news yesterday that I don't think he was comfortable making.
Anything else?
So even if you get the questions, you're not going to get the answers.
Mohammed, putting together what you're saying, if this Fed does want to tolerate a higher inflation rate, is this neutral? Not necessarily any distance at all from neutral.
So you've heard me say this again, and that's because I focus on the structural element of this economy. We are very near neutral. We may be at neutral already. The economy has fundamentally changed from what it was in the last decade. And that's because the supply side has fundamentally changed. So yes, I've been saying this for a while. Okay, we are very close, if not at neutral. And I heard Chair Powell yesterday say that, for the first time he said this, that the neutral rate has moved up meaningfully since in the last few years.
So, Mohammed, just a final question then, with that in mind, and that has implications for the front end of the curve. What would this mean from your perspective for the bond market going forward from here? The shape of the curve, how things look compared to how they looked a decade ago?
So the front end and up to about 4 or 5 years is easier for me than the long end. And it's easier for me because I think the market is gonna move to the expectation that we're not gonna get a cut for quite a while. The long end, John, is really hard.
You'll be good, bro.
You have a massive tug of war right now in the big five.
I flipped the house when rates were at 9.
Fiscal.
You'll be fine, bro. As long as you make your money off the buy.
Trade, immigration, and what's the fifth? And I'm missing a fifth one. I'll think of it in a minute. So those big 5, John, are not clear how they're going to net out yet. And that's going to impact the long end in a meaningful fashion.
Mohammed, this was a clinic. It always is. We appreciate your time, sir. Thank you. Mohammed Al-Erin there of Queen's College, Cambridge, on the latest inflation print. If you are just joining us, it came in hotter than expected, both on core and on headline. It's driving bond yields higher at the front end of the curve and through the belly of the curve as well. I'm looking at a 5-year right now, up by 10 basis points. Lisa, that's driving some strength into the US dollar and some weakness into US equities.
I'm just thinking about that question about what it does to the curve. What we have seen so far is that it flattens it.
Russia, Putin spoke to interim Syria leader.
Are getting that turned on its head with the idea that short term, that means rates are going to remain a lot higher, but that could compress growth over the longer term, especially given the deficit, some of the other of those 5 points that Mohammed was making.
The last 20 minutes, certainly not boring. Let's give you an update on stories worldwide with your Bloomberg Brief. It's Danny Berger. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. Just to recap that data, U.S. CPI, as you said, coming in hotter than expected for January. It was its biggest increase since August of 2023. The figure itself, core CPI, increased 0.4% in January, a figure only 5 of the 73 forecasters in Bloomberg's survey had called for. On the heels of the report, traders have now shifted bets that the next Fed rate cut will be in December. It was previously penciled in for September. President Donald Trump and Elon Musk appeared together in the Oval Office yesterday, where Trump signed an executive order providing new guidance for federal agencies to implement Musk's DOGE initiatives. Speaking to reporters with Musk at his side, Trump said DOGE has already resulted in the discovery of billions and billions of dollars in waste, fraud, and abuse. Goldman Sachs ending its policy of not taking companies public that have all white male boards. The bank previously would only IPO a U.S. or Western Europe company if it included 2 diverse board members, including 1 woman. Goldman, just the latest of many companies recently rethinking DEI policies after Trump's election victory. And that's your brief, John.
Danny, thank you. Thanks for this morning. Inflation
you got bad
Israel
news still,
the
too.
S&P down by 1 full percentage point. The main event takes place in about an hour and 10 minutes from now. Chairman Powell, day 2 on Capitol Hill.
Does the narrative by the rate hike come back? No. No. I forgot about that. So we do have Jerome Powell next. I am almost done here. I'm getting everything set up. Yeah, I guess like the video. I mean, I might take the wire away eventually. I figured I'd let you all in here today because, like, listen, a lazy-ass B-word don't wake up early anyway. So I think some of you should get the reward for being here bright and early. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, I ain't never dated a girl who woke up earlier than me. You know what I'm saying? So that's it. Like, only a baby back B-word be sleeping in. I'm just saying. So, you know, I might as well give it to you. But like the video, you know what I'm saying? Don't hurt, it don't cost you anything, shit. That's all. That's you on the East Coast, that's good, man, still. All right, let me see.
Accomplish
all right, give me one more minute.
Banner was put up too soon?
Yeah, you know, I actually thought that I mean, in hindsight, but the 50 basis point cut was actually a mistake. You know, it came after they thought they made a mistake when they didn't cut, and in fact, the numbers came in a little weaker than they expected. But the bottom line is that the mission is not accomplished. The inflation has fallen, but on the other hand, it's sort of stalled at a level which is above the Fed's 2% inflation target. The job market, if anything, the labor market is still slightly on the tight side. And the Fed's maybe a little bit restrictive in terms of its numbers, but not that restrictive. And then, you know, we have a lot of uncertainty about what's going to happen, particularly in terms of tariffs. And that's like a self-inflicted supply shock, a negative supply shock. It's going to hurt the U.S. economy, but also raise inflation. And it's being done, you know, usually we get those because something bad happens. But in this case, it's something that the Trump administration is pushing very hard.
Right. And with what's maybe still in the pipeline, combined with, you know, these proposed tariffs, which, you know, some are coming even sooner maybe than March 1st. The president saying that interest rates should be lowered. I mean, maybe interest rates should be actually, if you got tariffs coming and you've got residual inflation from whatever caused it, you know, to get to 40-year highs, it's not a time you're going to be cutting rates. You might be raising rates.
Well, yeah, I don't think the Fed has to think about raising rates at this point. There's still.
What about if tariffs come? What if there's tariffs? What if there's another couple hot prints?
Yeah, the tariffs are complicated, but they are a supply shock, and typically the Fed looks through those supply shocks. It doesn't try to react to them too much. But on the other hand, you know, look, that these policies are not particularly helpful, that Trump is a low interest rate man. You know, he said he's a tariff man. He loves tariffs. He also loves low interest.
Bro, I don't even know. We haven't got anything on the reciprocal tariffs. We're still waiting on that. You had comments out from Japan last night. You had a couple of other people make some comments this morning too. I'm blanking on it, but we're still kind of on ice, but we should hear about it. Otherwise, whenever it does come out, it's already Wednesday, so maybe we start to hear rumors tomorrow, and then he probably does it by Monday, even though he was supposed to do it today. Supposed to hear from Paul. Which Paul? We have today we're going to hear from Jerome just here in a little bit. But before I get anywhere, good morning, Chad. How we living, baby? How we living? And listen, I'll go unmembers only on the Chad once we hit the likes. Since you have the wire, you know what I'm saying? I'll leave that up to you guys. What up, Arrow? What up, Mark? What up, Gay Bar? Laker J. Good morning, baby. How we living, Rose? What up, Jason? What up, Dan? Tyree in the house, baby. Jerry Wood, y'all. Good morning, baby. Misa, Mr. Baron Ray, Mr. Orman, Ali, Patty, Brown Tom Cruise, baby. Dino, Mayhem, El Trapato, Dystopian, Daniel, Hamid, Most Dope, Andy, baby, NRJ, Chris Tate, baby. Oh, those nacho. Good morning, baby. I think this is where I usually clap my voice, just screaming my good mornings, man. Y'all get me hyped sometimes. What up, Part 6? What up, Exodius? What up, Cassius? Oh, what up, Ghost? What up, On Brain? What up, John? Lost on the Narrow, baby. Kurt McGurr. What's going on? What up, Brian Hahn? Oh, man, the myth, the legend. What up, Crystal? Good morning, B. Good morning, Jacob. Good morning, So Deep. What about the Twitch, Sock, Sasquatch, Captivator, Payday Devil, X-Samrat, Rocky Bow, Blowout, The Mercator, Roach Vince, Piggy, Dev Patel, Feed Me Seymour, Specialist, Real Fried Rice, Lizen, Torch Soldier, Jaden, Hakuna Marax, and Jamie XO, and Robo Handtag, baby. Oh, and Rosero. Good morning. Good morning. So, Chattadonia, I hope y'all feeling blessed, man. I hope y'all ready for a good day. I hope y'all ready for a good day. Good morning, baby. Good morning, Adita. What a day. What a morning. Happy Wednesday. But that being said, here is Josh AI with the news, baby.
U.S. stock futures muted before high-stakes CPI data. U.S. equity futures contracts kept to narrow ranges as traders looked forward to a key U.S. inflation print later for clues on the outlook for interest rate cuts. S&P 500 futures slipped 0.1%. European stocks were supported by positive earnings news. An index of Asian shares advanced. Treasury yields edged higher with the 10-year adding a basis point to 4.55%. Yields have been elevated since data late last week showed a healthy U.S. labor market and supported the Federal Reserve's patient stance on any further rate reductions. An index of dollar strength edged higher. The stakes for markets are high going into Wednesday's consumer price index numbers. Economists expect so-called core CPI, excluding food and energy, to rise 0.3% from the previous month in January, picking up from an increase of 0.2% in December. And we have to watch 10-year Treasury yields very carefully, said Kenneth Bruce, a strategist at Societe Generale in London. Hotter than expected inflation could easily push the yield to 4.60%, and the whole risk-on trade will be back on hold, he said. The trading desk at J.P. Morgan Chase & Company Market Intelligence estimates the S&P 500 will fall as much as 2% should the January Consumer Price Index reading show an increase of 0.4% or more from the previous month. Expect the bond market to react violently as it shifts its view to Fed funds not being restrictive and the most likely next action of the Fed to be a hike rather than a cut. The team led by Andrew Tyler wrote in a note, the move in bond yields would pull the USD higher, further pressuring stocks. The figures are due shortly before the second half of a two-day testimony marathon for Fed Chair Jerome Powell, who yesterday told lawmakers the central bank is in no rush to adjust rates again until we get greater clarity on the medium-term inflation trends. Bond yields are likely to remain sticky, said Daniel Murray, Zurich-based chief executive officer of EFG Asset Management. It is also clearly impacting equity investor sentiment, in particular in the U.S., where the combination of more hawkish rate expectations alongside tariff uncertainty has contributed to a range-bound market. Elsewhere in currencies, the yen weakened for a third day, the worst performer among its group of 10 peers, on concerns over U.S. President Donald Trump's trade tariff measures. The Japanese government asked Trump on Wednesday to exempt the nation's companies from his fresh tariffs. Corporate highlights, Heineken NV shares surged 13% after the brewer announced a buyback and reported strong beer sales, including in Brazil and Mexico, helping the company gain ground on rivals in more than half of its key markets. ABN AMRO Bank NV shares soared as much as 8.9% after the Dutch lender's net interest income and fees grew by double digits in the fourth quarter. CVS Health Corp issued profit guidance for the year just just below Wall Street's expectations as high healthcare costs and limited government payments continue to beset the insurance business. Lyft Inc. fell in pre-market trading after giving a disappointing outlook for first quarter gross bookings, warning that cold weather has hurt demand for ride hails and bike rentals. Supermicro Computer Inc. rose in pre-market trading after giving an aggressive long-term revenue outlook and saying it believes it will meet a NASDAQ Inc. deadline to file audited financial results. DoorDash Inc., and the largest food delivery service in the U.S., issued an outlook for orders in the first quarter that surpassed Wall Street's expectations, serving as yet another sign that consumer demand remains resilient. Yen underperforms major peers on Trump tariff uncertainties. The yen is on track for its longest losing streak in more than a month amid heightened concerns Japan may be included in Donald Trump's tariff plan. Japan's currency dropped as much as 0.9% to 153.89 against the dollar on Wednesday, its weakest level in a week and lagging all major peers. That's in contrast from last week when the currency had its fourth straight gain for the period as traders bet that the Bank of Japan will raise rates again, and the yen showed haven appeal. The yen slid as Trump announced that he plans to impose 25% tariffs on all U.S. imports of steel and aluminum. The Japanese government asked Trump on Wednesday to exempt the nation's companies from his fresh tariffs. Trade Minister Yoji Muto told reporters, "Yen underperformance is likely due to reciprocal tariff uncertainty," said Christopher Wong, a strategist at Overseas Chinese Banking Corp in Singapore. There is a genuine risk that Japan may be hit, and this can complicate the near-term outlook for yen. China mulls $6.80 billion funding to help Vanke repay debt. Chinese authorities are working on a proposal to help China Vanke Company plug a funding gap of about 50 billion yuan, $6.8 billion this year, according to people familiar with the matter, highlighting the government's support for the distressed developer. And under the plan, regulators would allocate 20 billion yuan of special local government bond quota for the purchase of unsold properties and vacant land from Vanke, said the people, asking not to be identified, discussing private information. The money would enable the Shenzhen-based developer to pay public and private debt due this year. The people added, Spirit rejects yet another advance from discount rival Frontier. Spirit Airlines Inc. said it has rejected a refreshed takeover offer from rival Frontier Group Holdings Inc. and will instead press on with its own recapitalization plans. U.S. budget carrier Frontier submitted the new proposal on Feb 4. Spirit said in a statement, under the terms of the new proposal from Frontier, Spirit stakeholders could have received $400 million in second lien debt issued by Frontier and 19% of Frontier stock. And the proposal also wouldn't have required Spirit to complete its previously announced $350 million rights offering. It did, however, require a waiver of the bankruptcy court approved $35 million termination fee that would otherwise have been owed. Top overnight news, President Trump's team is working to impose as soon as this week reciprocal tariffs on nations that have slapped levies on U.S. exports, using executive action to bring to life a far-reaching proposal from his first term that never came to fruition. That's AJ. U.S. President Trump's advisors reportedly eye bank regulator consolidation and are said to discuss consolidating bank regulators OCC and FDIC, according to WSJ. Trump administration officials are discussing plans to curtail and combine the power of banking regulators after closing and halting the CFPB. The White House is now looking at whether other bank regulators can be consolidated: Fed, OCC, FDIC, Treasury. WSJ. The White House plans to nominate Jonathan McKernan to lead the CFPB full-time and Jonathan Gould to lead the OCC, according to Punchbowl. U.S. President Trump is lined up to attend a Saudi-backed conference in Miami this month. Reuters. Fed's Williams, vice chair, said monetary policy is well positioned to achieve Fed goals and the U.S. economy is in a good place, while inflation expectations are well anchored and the U.S. unemployment rate should stay between 4% to 4.25%. Williams also stated that the U.S. is to grow by around 2% this year and next, while inflation is to hang around 2.5% this year and 2% in the coming years. Furthermore, Williams said it is hard to determine if uncertainty is weighing on the economy, as well as noted that monetary policy is where it should be and monetary policy remains appropriately restrictive. China's purchases of chip-making equipment are set to decline this year after 3 years of growth as the industry grapples with overcapacity and faces greater constraints from U.S. sanctions, a consultancy said on Wednesday. RTRS Australia is killing the U.S. aluminum market, a Trump advisor said, in a potential blow to its efforts to secure an exemption. Japan asked Trump to exclude its firms from levies. BBG, Eurozone considers imposing a temporary cap on local gas prices amid a record gap compared to the U.S. European natural gas prices traded at the highest in more than 2 years this week, in part due to low temperatures and a lack of wind that has stalled renewable energy production. FTT, Chancellor Rachel Reeves and the UK government are coming under pressure to either cut spending or raise taxes as growth undershoots expectations. The UK economy may have shrunk in the fourth quarter, with economists expecting GDP fell 0.1% following a stagnant third quarter. The BOE estimates there is a 40% chance that Britain is already in a technical recession. BBG, U.S. crude inventories jumped by 9 million barrels last week. The API is said to have reported that would be the biggest increase in a year if confirmed by the EIA today. The market will be watching official figures to see if inflows from Canada climb further. BBG. There's a more. Like the video unless you don't want to free them. If you don't, I feel you. It's up to you. It's up to you, baby. S&P futures, they are down by 1.1 on Wednesday morning. Comes after U.S. equities put in a mixed performance on Tuesday, with energy, chemicals, steel, aluminum, banks, beverages, and China tech the standout, while medical devices, copper, asset management, payments, hotels, airlines, cruise, auto, and dollar stores lagged. Treasuries notably weaker across the curve after yields backed up again on Tuesday. Dollar is up by 0.5. Yen weakness, the story in Forex. Gold is up by 1.1. Bitcoin is up by 1.5, and WTI is up by 1.1. Sell-off driven by hotter January CPI, which adds more support for the Fed pause and sparking the latest rate and dollar headwinds. Also continues to work for more color on Trump's reciprocal tariffs. Big issue. Markets may revolve around whether Trump also focuses on non-tariff barriers like VAT. Looming shift to January quarter earnings where tech and retail will dominate. Another area of focus, a lot of moving pieces overall. Recent focus has been spillover of Trump 2.0 policy uncertainty to economy and corporates, lack of GOP consensus on reconciliation bill, Q4 earnings upside, broadening earnings growth, softer guidance trends, divergent inflation expectation readings, divergent Mag 7, and DAX China outperformance. January CPI is up by 0.4 month over month. Headline at 0.5. Annualized core up to 3.3, up 0.1. Shelters up by 0.4, up 0.2 month over month, and accounting for 30% of the total headline increase. While used vehicles again adding to the good acceleration. Following the report, the policy sensitive jumped while market pricing in next December cut up from September. Just before the print, more Fed speak with the second day of monetary policy in Washington from Powell, and comments from Fed Bostic, and a $42 billion 10-year bond auction. Hot dog. Guild beat and guided above with HIV franchise a standout. EW, TMTT, and TAVR beat. CVS up big on Q4 beat. Watt Q4 solid but Q1 guide light. Biogen guide miss. THC beat and guided in line. STAA down big with company calling out China softness. KHC organic growth guide softer. QSR comps and EPS beat. Dash government ahead. Is that Dash? I think. ZG Q1 guide below with more challenging housing market. SMCI helped by upbeat 26 outlook. Upstart up on big strong volumes and much better outlook. Confluent up on big and expanded Databricks partnership. Lyft weak with market pricing a drag on bookings. TDC pressured by cloud AAR. BL down big on deal slippage. VRT
Orders flat. MLM noted continued softness in residential construction demand. SW, EBITDA missed. WAB missed in guided light. ALSN hit by softer guide. LAD helped by cost control. SAH core franchise better. CAR took big non-cash charge. And then MCY beat and upgraded amid California fire concerns. Wow. There's more. I know. U.S. core inflation forecast to have held above 3, reinforcing Fed patience on rate cuts. Trump trade advisor finalizing plans for reciprocal tariffs. The president has vowed to impose. EU and Canada and Mexico criticized Trump metal tariffs, but stopped short of threatening direct retaliation. U.S. corporate executives scramble to offset cost of Trump's move to slap 25% on key tariffs or key metals. Trump tariff will flow through to car buyers, beer drinkers, home builders, oil drillers, and other users of metal goods. Japan says it asks U.S. to exclude it from 25 steel and aluminum tariff. As Trump weighs exemption, White House trade advisor Navarro criticizes Australia for killing U.S. aluminum industry. EU and U.S. tensions ease as President von der Leyen and VP Vance signal openness to trade negotiation. White House plans to consolidate banking regulators without congressional approval. Trump signs executive order directing agencies to work with Musk in downsizing the government workforce. Trump and Musk lash out at federal judges who have blocked the president's biggest initiatives since he has sworn in. In a bid to save food aid, GOP proposes moving oversight of the USAID $1.8 billion program to Agriculture Department. Traders piling in wages for higher U.S. yields ever since last week's jobs report to be tested by inflation. Trump trades start to crack as investors take more bearish view on Trump admin tariff policy. Wednesday has become the day which delivers strong dip buying opportunities for the S&P index thus far in 2025. U.S. companies may be beating Q4 profit estimates, but investors more worried about tariffs and high interest rates. China tech stocks enter bull market after DeepSeek AI breakthrough. Strategists see AI tailwinds. Powell defends Fed's authority over U.S. monetary policy, vows to be data-focused rather than political debates. New York Fed Williams says economic outlook clouded by policy uncertainty. Governor Ueda, Bank of Japan, warns of upside risk to inflation from elevated food. ECB hawk Holzman says central bank has to be careful on rate cuts due to inflation risk. China property developer under increasing stress as policy support efforts fail to gain traction. Analysts see merit in China's plan for state-funded stock revival, but skeptical it will stimulate a recovery. SMCI long-term revenue guidance well ahead of expectation. Sources say OpenAI board has not received must-takeover bid. Altman says he will reject offer to maintain mission focus. ChatGPT may not be as power-hungry as initially assumed. PGA interconnection, biggest U.S. grid, gets okay to fast-track power plants amid AI boom. Lyft guidance underwhelms as cold weather weighs on demand. Foxconn said AIM is cooperation with Nissan, not takeover. Nissan future clouded after Honda merger talks end. SoftBank books $2.4 billion quarterly loss, hit by a decline in value of e-commerce platform and other tech companies. Trump reiterates or refuses to budge on Gaza ownership plan as Jordanian king reiterates opposition to Gaza displacement. Israel PM Netanyahu gives Hamas Saturday deadline to return hostages or intense fighting will resume. House of Representatives China Committee chair says legislation curbing American investment in China to be reintroduced. And Zelensky offers territory swap deal with Russia to help Ukraine end the war. Wow. So that's a lot. It's a lot. Yeah, CPI was hot. CPI was really hot, actually. It was kind of expected and surprising at the same time, but 1%, we may even move more on the day, but you are going to have a pretty wild range. Should be a lot of fun. Oh, yeah, we're mad early. Okay, hold on. I'm trying to load up the plays. We got a little bit, baby. So let's see. Let's see. Wait for it. Plays out. Please, good morning, though. Like the video. What's up? There it is. There it is, my friends. So a decent amount of pre-market movers. Again, the CPI caused a lot of reaction as well. But SMCI, they're up by 13.7. Earnings, preliminary earnings, expects to complete filings by February 25th. CVS is up by 10.6 off of earnings. PUK 8.1 evaluating listing of Prudential Asset Management. Dash up 5.9 off earnings. EW up 4.9 off earnings. Guild 4.3 off earnings. NXPI 4.3. Morgan Stanley upgrade. GFS up 3.6. Needham upgrade. QSR up 3 off of earnings. Tesla 1-1 benchmark initiates buy. CME up by 0.6 off earnings. Upstart 25 off earnings. CLMT up 23. Trump admin approves disbursement of DOE guaranteed loan facility. MCY up 20 earnings. Wildfire update. CFLT up 13. Fresh up 7.8 off earnings. LAD up 7.3 off earnings. PBI up 6.4 off earnings. TMHC 5.4 off earnings. RDW 5.3. Contract to lead study of European Space Agency's next dark matter mission. SWTX up 5.3. Press release. FDA approval of Gomekli. CRISPR up 5.1 off earnings. MIR is up 4 off earnings. PX 4.2 off earnings. PAX up 3.8. Genrac up 3.6. BBAI no earnings up 3.1. Chef 3.2 earnings. ALKS 3.1 off of earnings. Coop up 2.5 off earnings. XLO up 116. Collaboration and option agreement with Abivi. No way. XLO? Abivi keep doing this with people. I'm going to write that one down. ANAB is up by 26 to announce top-line data phase 2 of rheumatoid arthritis trial on February 12th. AIFF up 21. That was from yesterday. GNS up 18. Share buyback cancels right offering. RPID up 12. KeyBank overweight. BZAI up 10. DA Davidson initiates buy. Redfin up 9.3. Rental contract license in partnership with Zillow. Segment restructuring. CMP up 7.9. JP Morgan upgrade. RDCM 6.9 earnings. PRQR 5.9. Jones Research initiates buy. THRD 4.6. Morgan Stanley upgrade. MXCT 2.7. Strategic platform with TG Therapeutics. Quantum stocks higher. Crypto higher. Chinese stocks higher. VRT down 7.6 off earnings. WAB down 7.5. Zillow down 6. Watt down 6. KHC down 5. SW down 4. ANET down 3.9. These are all earnings. Ball down 3.2. Coca-Cola comments on switching to plastic from aluminum to combat tariffs. TEM down 2.6. William Blair downgrade. MLM down 2.1 off earnings. ET 1.8 down off earnings. ONON down 1.8. Goldman downgrade. FIS down 1.3. Susquehanna downgrade. STAA down 38 off earnings. SMWB 27 off earnings. OS 20 off earnings. TDC down 17 off earnings. Spur down 62, failed to consummate closing. Atom down 40 off earnings. And then Boom down 4.8, rejects non-binding proposal. Wow. Wow, that's a lot. So again, a lot of earnings, and then now you got to factor in the CPI effect. Again, a little bit more tweak out from tariffs with this type of data. We got Jerome Powell 30 minutes after the bell. And, yeah, that's it. Yeah, 40 off earnings. It was a small cap. But, yeah, and there's a couple that moved like 10, 20 already. I mean, we have seen decent beats or misses, but a lot of the ones that move big, they were pricing in a lot. So it's like both surprising but not really. So we will see. But Chattadonia, I don't know, man. We got a lot of time. So I'm going to go to the bathroom. And then when we get back, I'm going to give you guys a lesson on why you're here today. Because you're here for a really big reason. Yeah, so we'll talk about it, man. We'll talk about it, but I need a commercial break. If you could like the video in the meantime, thank you for being here.
Discussions.
I hope you have a good Wednesday.
All right, I'll be right back. Held with deadlines. We are committed to finding a solution that's good both for Mali and its people, and also for us to be able to continue to invest in a mine that's been around since 2005 and is a very important contributor to the economy of Mali.
Importantly, also, to go back to Katie's initial question, do you have a timeline that you could provide investors, particularly because this is impacting your production schedule?
So no, because I think when you negotiate things like this, you don't want to put a deadline on it. So we are engaged, and we are absolutely committed to finding a solution, and I think that's the ultimate objective right now, rather than trying to say if we can't get this done, then that's the timeline. Yeah.
Mark, what are the mechanics of gold producer stocks versus the underlying asset? Because if I look at gold, okay, it's pulling back a little today, but we're at pretty much a record high, $2,900 an ounce. And your stock over the last 5 years, if you don't include reinvested dividends, is down. So how does that work?
So, Matt, it's been a big challenge across the industry, the broader mining industry. and in particularly the gold industry is in that what we're seeing in the equities is a lot of traders, so short-term traders. The driver of the gold price is a different set of investors, driven one by the continued de-dollarization of the world's central bank balance sheets, and also it's a measure of the complexity of the global economy, and people are definitely moved to the ultimate safe currency, which is gold. The challenge for the equity markets now is for us to continue to demonstrate to investors.
Mexico president, we are going to send message to White House on steel and aluminum tariffs.
Very good to invest in, today Barrick announces some big investments that it doesn't need to raise money in the market. It will grow our production on a gold equivalent basis by over 30% before the end of this decade.
All right, Chad Adonia, how you feeling, baby? Y'all feeling? Oh, excuse me, I burped. Good morning. You guys feeling good? Again, Wednesday, we got Powell. We've already got the data. I think the data has already opened up the door for at least a decent move. We'll see what other news surprises that we get. But, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I'm glad there's a lot of you getting to hear this because this is big, man. Every single day. And I'm glad, I mean, in a weird way, members only, a lot of y'all share the same feeling. And I hope y'all see it, man. Look around. You share this space with a lot of people who have not only served this country, but they have family members who have served as well. And at the end of the day, man, there's so many people who are appreciative of this. I don't know why this isn't even more common, but every day here, bro, we shout out the veterans for a very simple reason. All of us are sitting here doing nothing, okay? I get it. I could get you info. I could do it. We can you could change your life, bro, and you could do a lot investing. But at the end of the day, bro, the freedom that we have, this, I don't know, I call it arrogance, whatever you want, but it's like, bro, we just live our lives every single day, but there was people who made that sacrifice, and there's people who gave up everything, literally, so that we could have this freedom that we take for granted. So I think the very least we should do, not only in the morning, but throughout the day, man, we should honor the veterans and show our love and support at the very least. And I'm glad a lot of you are hearing this because I don't know if things make you mad when you see news, but one thing, I don't know if you could get behind this, but $6.9 billion is what it would take to give homes to the homeless veterans for 4 years, and that's overestimating. So point is, bro, we should show love and appreciation. The least we should do is honor and give our respect and shout-outs every morning. But if you want to do more, I encourage you to, and if you agree with what I'm saying, I mean, maybe it's time to be annoying, but at the very least, veterans, thank you guys for everything. Thank you for all of your work, effort. Thank you for even taking all the comments, even all the people who ignored you and didn't support you, everything, bro. We would not be here without y'all. Y'all gave up so much, and I really hope you know it's one of the most honorable things, and nobody could ever take that away from you. That's why the very least we should do is honor it. So veterans, thank you for fighting for my freedom and the freedom of my family and making this country what it is. And big shout out to the families as well and anybody else out there giving back to their local communities, doctors, teachers, nurses, firefighters, police officers, anybody giving back, making things run, baby. That's what makes this country great, baby. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise up. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Son of the Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Oh, no, let's go. Oh, God bless America. God bless America. Shout out that vet. Shout out that Chad. Oh, yeah, we got a lot of time. We're early. We're early, boys. So get ready. You got the news wire. You actually got a lot of likes. Holy shit. So that's good. But you get 1,500, maybe 2,000 will free everybody else. Y'all, that's why I say y'all did good, though. But I'll leave it up to them now. Now you guys could decide how you want to play this. But either way, if you have any questions, now is the time. Again, I'd say I'll keep the wire up. Why not? They can't chat, I guess. So you got to like the video. You know, we traded out the wire for the chat today. You know, I'm trying to work with you. Trying to work, baby. Try to work. But either way, if you have any questions, let me know. But otherwise, we're going to have a big range today. Jerome Powell in about 30 minutes. And then after that, again, you got a 10-year bond auction with like $40 billion. So we will see. Ad Humana. I talked about it on the watch list yesterday. If you watched, I went over it, but it's on my list. I could entertain it, but for now, I do want to build up a little cash, but that's like a personal decision, not necessarily like just because it's a good deal or not a good deal. You know, I need a lot of cash. I don't have a lot of cash. So we'll see, baby. All right, you guys ready or what? 3 minutes. I already went. Did I go over my place? I don't know. I sent them out. I'm going to be watching TLT to the downside. SMCI, Intel. Again, dude, Intel and Baba, you guys realize it's the same news from yesterday. So, like, Baba and Apple is up another 3% on the same one. And then Intel is just everybody coming to the conclusion that that is an American chip maker, even though they already knew it. But the JD Vance comments and then the China AI stuff, but that's all there. CLSK, I don't know. When did he buy them? We're going to get a Warren Buffett, what's it called, in a couple days, the 13F. But if ClearSpark is a Bitcoin miner, I'm not interested. I do not like any mining. Gold mining, I don't like. Bitcoin mining, I don't like. I like the assets. I like gold, physical gold. I like physical Bitcoin, even though it's not physical. But I think that's the best way to get exposure. Otherwise, I have no idea what Warren Buffett is doing. I have no idea. Silver is probably going to go next, but, you know, it is, again, gold is wild, you guys. I said this on the watch list. It's down today, but whoever has ears to hear, and if you're smart, let me know, because, dude, gold hasn't had this happen in a while, and I'm not talking about the price move. I'm talking about the inventory levels and the borrowing costs. So there's something very, very weird about it, because it doesn't make any sense. It's like the last time this happened was COVID or like other just like one-off events. So, yeah, I keep an eye out for it. You are up with the new board. Yeah, CPI was really hot. That's the simple recap. And then we're going to get Powell, and then we're going to get the other one. But we were pricing in about 0.7. You already moved 1. We could move as much as 1.5%, 2% today. But quite simply, core and headline came in hotter, and that wasn't a good sign for inflation, tariffs. And now everybody is talking about potentially rate hikes, as we discussed on the watch list from Monday. Trump nominates former Apple exec Jonathan Morrison to head National Highway Traffic Safety Admin. Senate filing. And then sources close to Russia negotiating freeing of Fogel said Saudi Crown Prince bin Salman and Russia Wealth Fund Chief Kirill Dmitriev were involved. So yeah, we had a Russian prisoner released, an American, yesterday. And they're saying the Saudis and Russian worked on that with America. I mean, you could buy UWMC in real estate, but remember, the bonds are not really stable. You know what I'm saying? So if you go now, you'll get rewarded if bonds stabilize. But just like today, if any inflation comes back, any of that problems, those real estate stocks are going to get clapped again. So they're good for now, but bond stability is the answer in my opinion. But I could be wrong. If you want to take the risk, you go ahead. But you got 20 seconds, baby. Like that video, call out any plays. You got the news wire. You need anything, you let me know. Buy more. So listen, look at your portfolio, but I will notify everybody when I buy something. But for now, I'm waiting till I get a good deal or more cash. Otherwise, if your portfolio needs something, do it. Round 1. Fight. All right. Let me see. Baba. We got Intel up already 4.5. My goodness. And then, I don't know. We had NVIDIA puts and then the calls from the other day. The puts did go up. Oh, I had the Tesla call. I don't know what happened to that one. Oh, that one's actually up. So we'll see how that plays. Because, again, I might hold the NVIDIA one for a little bit. Again, we're going to move around, but you're like 50-50. If you bounce, it's 1% up. If you go down, you maybe have 0.5% of downside unless there's more bad news to add to it. Alrighty. Is the Baba option chain not open? Again, watch any of those China ones. Even watch Futu. Oh my gosh, they're all up. Even K-Web's up 3. Intel's up. I did not get the job, but everybody is, again, just starting to realize that there may be more potential with Intel and the government than previously thought. Microsoft, again, watch Big Tech. NASDAQ's down 1-1. SPY is down 1-2, bro. My goodness. And Intel. Yeah, so Tesla's going up. Honestly, the Tesla up, NVIDIA down is working for now. And then the Intel contracts are getting a little bit more premium than yesterday. No, those don't hit. Oh, Micron. Yeah, they were down earlier. VRT off earnings. There's Tesla still. Let me throw up a view. But again, watch bonds too. Again, they are going through that little sell the rip. But now you can see they're already filling one of those gaps. So again, watch it. Those yields climb and rate cut odds. Pinterest and Rivian on the high. I mean, you got a couple of names still moving. Palantir. CVS shares jumped 12%, most since November. Kraft Heinz down, and then Zillow too. They are on the low. All right, Baba options have opened. Let's see some more China. Where is Baba? Is wild. Baba, I mean, the Chinese, even the K-Web ones, bro, the spread is sometimes 100%. So be careful. There's Tesla again after that little bounce. Watch it, that goes red. The call is green, but you got to be mindful. Yeah, dude, Intel sold off 3 already. And then watch Baba at 116. Hood on the high. NVO back down. Yeah, I saw that. I don't know if they had any news, but they were moving around. And then there's Intel again on the low. Baba's starting to break out. And then again, Dow and Russell or SPY, everything's down 1%. Russell's down 1.5%. Costco, Ehang. Watch any of the China ones. I'm watching the Babas right now. They were up a lot more there in the morning. They're kind of tweaking, but still not bad. The Intel contracts widening spread still up. The Teslas went negative. NVIDIA's are up 40. Nike on the high? Hey, man, I'll take it. Okay, there you go. Nike flipped. It was trying to go up. Yeah, our members only. We'll get the likes. I'll free them. I mean, if they want it, it's up to them. And you guys, too, technically. Now everybody has a voice. Hi, why won't this load? My E-Trade is lagging like crazy right now. JPM on the high. I can't do anything. My order windows are freezing. Cool. Intel, dude, Intel just sold off 4 from the morning there. Let's see. Yeah, bro, I can't buy or sell anything right now. It doesn't even matter. Yeah, I have some plays, but that's it. It's not. I can't do anything right now. None of my option chains, my orders will not load up. Intel sold off. Tesla. Lyft was bad earlier. See if they are able to flip. So is Robinhood. I don't know. And then bonds moving around. I can't do anything. I can't even get out or into any other play right now. So might have to wait a second. And then Nvidia's coming up. Baba again. Tesla. WHO chief urges U.S. to consider resuming aid fund till solutions can be found in press conference. And then bonds coming down. SPY still holding. This is terrible. I wanted to play. Oh, wow. Those are gapped. What's going on? I mean, we're going now. Remember, the CPI was bad. I'm trying to grab some things right now, but literally my my orders will not load. Let me see. Reset connection. AMD going up. See where the chips take us here. Again, looks like chips have kind of already bounced off the low. TM, they got a downgrade today. Who else was the other earnings? I think Guild. Guild was a really good earnings. Cool. I can't do anything right now. I don't know what the hell's happening. I think it's just me, but some of you are saying it too, but I'm assuming this is just an individual issue on my end. Baba's funny. That was a good long-term pickup. Intel went red after gapping up 5. Yeah, we're going to go to Powell here in like 20 minutes. So get ready. You can't get orders to fill on Robinhood. Fidelity works. Bitcoin. Pay the plug. I mean, if you could actually make a transaction right now. Yeah, look at my E-Trade. I even try to reconnect it. It won't even open up again. Oh, please. Oh, I gotta restart everything. Bro, it won't even close. Yeah, I could go on Schwab, but I need to sell shit. That's kind of the problem. 2 billion block on SPY, up or down? I mean, bro, you just bounced up from the low there. You're now down 0.8, which is what? About 0.3 from the low of the day. All right, come on, E-Trade. What do you got? They're filling orders on Robinhood. I think some people have some issues. I just think this is all me right now. I don't know. I've usually never have issues. All right, let's try it. Okay, yeah, that worked. All right, yeah, that worked. I lowballed it, but I sold 8 out of 10 of those Babas. Oh, I don't know why I told you. You guys didn't like the video. But, yeah, I took probably, that's like 600%. And then we got 2 free ones. And then the K-Web. Alrighty. Well, that sucks. My Teslas and other things moved around a little bit more. The Tesla's still up 10%. I think the NVIDIA flipped red, maybe. But now, again, the SPY has just gone straight up from the open. Wow. Meanwhile, the bonds are still dying here. Again, we're down by like 0.7, 0.8 on the SPY, 0.7 on the NASDAQ. And then Google going up. We got Airbnb. Some names are actually doing pretty well. Watch nuclear, too. Again, India and J.D. Vance were talking nuclear yesterday. And then Intel still low. I mean, still green, but way lower from the AM. Oh, shit. Where was that other level? All right. Intel has the lowest microprocessor share since 2002. City. Fitch Ratings U.S. banks' direct exposure to private client credit growing poses limited risk for now. Palantir's still going up. Again, CRISPR, a lot more names are bouncing from the AM. So, again, you had the gap down, you had the bad CPI, but... yeah, they're burning some premium, but then you have a lot of names just auto cash open buy. So, like, literally, look at the high ticker. Again, Baba is starting to chill out a little bit, but watch the bonds, dude. The bonds are getting destroyed. And I think the currencies are pretty terrible, so be mindful. Okay, I made another play. Okay, and then we got what? Powell in 17 minutes? Yeah, Rob, bro, it was weird this. I had to restart my E-Trade just to be able to sell something, so. And then you guys were saying Robinhood, but I don't know. You made a play. How many of those did you buy? Pay the plug. Let's go, baby. My man. Right. I mean, that's kind of good, though. If all the brokerages are down, that could be why everything is just cash open running right now. And then AIFF, that was the hype one from yesterday. Okay, we got the BABA. Those came down a little bit. Oh, the NVIDIAs are still green, but that's it. We were up 50% on those in the morning. Now you're not, but then you're up like 20% on the Tesla. Remember, Powell yesterday didn't do much. We're not really expecting him to go like crazy today, but if he does, we'll be there. You just got to, someone made the joke yesterday. It's like we're waiting for them to mess things up, but not really. We're just sitting there and we're going to watch and listen. But if they do say something, then we're good. X-ray, vague activist takeover chatter. Hold on, I'm looking for some of the Powell stuff, but check out X-ray. And then TX, there's NVIDIA now breaking out. At least on the day, it's still red, and the SPY too. Or straight talk. No, he's just gonna dodge. That's it. He's not gonna answer anything really meaningful, give you vague answers, and then, generally keep the ball the same, or keep the game the same that we've been playing. Especially after today's data. Sorry, I'm looking for that. Yeah, so Powell's going to be up in 15 minutes, but we will see. But DraftKings on the high. CRISPR again. I've seen that all day. Again, whatever that X-ray stock is, smaller cap, it's up only 1%. But see if that leads anywhere. SMCI still going from the earnings. They dropped a little bit. Now they're running. Again, NVIDIA bonds are getting destroyed still. Google on the high. Interestingly enough, they're in the red. Amazon still down 1.6. I can't see the chat now. SMCI still again. All right. Let's see. Dude, the premiums are even weird, though. Some of the premiums are still holding up very well despite some of these moves. And then there's Tesla. NVIDIA's still going, though. Yeah, SPY's still going up. But in a weird way, the premiums are still kind of elevated, both sides. Where's Intel? Intel's starting to climb back to 3. And then you got Boeing, Netflix, again, what was it, Mondelez, or was it Kraft bad? Yeah, Intel, bro. I mean, Intel either does nothing, but, I mean, it's up 5, back to break even, and now it's up. What play did I make? I wouldn't worry about it. I wouldn't. That's, we'll talk about it later. I'm not going to flex it anyway, so don't worry. But, yeah, just we don't have the likes or anything. Your energy is used better for the long term. Putting the high school seniors on. All right, big. Better get them long terms. They got to save 10% to play, bro. Lunar on the high. Then again, Redfin, they're still running off the Zillow partnership, even though Zillow's down. And then Apple, remember, Apple did good. Yes, I thought they were going to do good off the China news today. And then Baidu held up a little. AIFF, again, I think they had a partnership with NVIDIA, but this was the stock that went crazy yesterday. I mean, we saw it much lower, but it's kind of doing it again. But remember, it's still very early, so any trend could flip. Intel premiums are coming back up. And bonds got Merck, PM on the high. Where are we at now? So now this is where the market was pricing in today. So we should have moved 0.7. Data came in a little hotter. We shoot down like 1.3 at max. And then now you open down 1 and already 18 minutes, you are back to the 0.7. They're hammering the Intel car leaps with size. $26.08 expires tomorrow. Just one. Good luck. Way to post a play. Is this really considered a little hotter? No, I think it's like a lot hotter on some metrics. I mean, core, not really, but I do think today was bad. I didn't think that was I don't think it supports any of my narratives, but you might, if you were coming in late, though, and missing some of my other comments, let's not waste each other's time, though. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Texas Stock Exchange. I thought that got confirmed a while ago. Yeah, Nike's coming back up, though. Again, they've been the real loser on the week. Emergency rate hike. That's a foolish idea. Again, only the idiots pulled that out in 2021 or 2022, but I don't think that's ever happened before in history, so I wouldn't entertain that. Guild going up. That one, dude, Guild was on fire. They had a really good report. Who's the other one? Was it Upwork or Upstart? I think Upstart. Yeah, they do 32%. That was a banger. Mexico president says Pemex crude salinization problem is temporary. There is a way to solve it. Firefly was partnership with NVIDIA. EU scrap draft rules on tech. Yeah, that was the news yesterday with J.D. Vance in the EU. David Starr, baby. They gotta pay the plug for the barber. That was a good one, man. Amen. I appreciate you. David Starr. I look forward to the first comment he makes. He just be throwing in 10 gifts at a time. He ain't saying nothing. That's it. It's very mysterious. I'm interested. All right, there's your first little move now. Again, it's been a full melt-up from the cash open after the data that we have just received earlier. Get a long term! Woo! That's how you come out, baby. So I'm talking about. He said, get a long term. What? That's how you open after all of that. Oh, my goodness. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate you, bro, for real. I don't know why you threw in all of those. You know what I'm saying, bro? You showed a lot of love. You gifted a lot of philo, man. So I appreciate you, for real. And get a long term. Woo! I hope they know. I hope they know. There's Tesla. And again, that little red, though, that's not materializing. Still cash open run. Oklo on the high now. Palantir, GitLab, a lot of software and tech, and now even like bigger tech, Netflix, even down to damn energy. Is there a headline with Oxy and Buffett? Again, I think the full 10Q or whatever comes out in a little bit. So, or the 13F comes out tomorrow or Friday, I believe. I mean, Powell isn't, again, like even Timmerhouse. Dude, Powell was a dud yesterday. I really don't think I love Jerome Powell. Like I said, we're gonna wait and listen, and we'll be there if anything happens, but I have a low bar. I'm not really expecting Powell to I'm not expecting him to really shake up anything. Especially after yesterday. It might be the diversity questions and all of that. I mean, people like comments about neutral rate. Market will react, but remember this morning their data, they're talking rate hikes, and we're talking about some of the other things going on. So it's we're talking about policy, and we want to see like bigger changes, and he didn't really let us onto that yesterday. I don't think he will today, but if he does, we will be ready to strike. Snap on the high again. Like I said, random software companies running up. Oh, Abivai. Who is that person that partnered with Abivai? What was it? XLO. Yeah, they're still up 91. Crazy. Exilio. Lulu on the high again. Now you're starting to get retail and other stuff into it. Retail kind of red. Bro, is it Meta's been up, I think, 20 days in a row? It's kind of nuts. Boeing. Again, they had delivery numbers. Just banks again on the high. JP Morgan kind of breaking out there. There's Nike too. I think Meta's at 18 days in a row of green. And then Robinhood going up. I think they're right off their 52-week high. And then Uber, they were down a little bit with Lyft. They're starting to turn up. And then again, we have Powell in 5 minutes. Powell in 5 minutes. So get ready for that. Mexico President Scheinbaum. Agreement with Grupo Carso is being reviewed. Again, Mexico president's talking now. We had that steel comment earlier. Didn't really have a reaction. Tech stocks, some of them like it. I mean, but at the end of the day, I really don't think Hassett says we will fix inflation with or without the Fed. Hassett, more energy supply, less rules. That's an energy director. Check oil right now. Homeboy's going off. Remember, we heard him yesterday. I'm pretty sure he's the guy who looks like Sam Altman's dad. But he's saying, watch oil if it moves. It's really not, though. But he's saying we'll fix it without the Fed. That's coming out now. Oil is down. It's still down. KDLY. And then Uber's coming up. Yeah, so Uber just recovered a lot of that loss. There's SPY coming down. It's weird, bro. This is a melt, but premiums are roughly the same. You're down less than 10, a little bit more than 10% on premiums from here to here. And then even the call. Now Meta's going up. The Teslas. No, the Teslas are coming up, but not even crazy. They even chilled out. And then you got Apple. Archite is probably drilling off of interest rates being terrible. Again, that data today wasn't good for that. Well, the bonds, again, they're getting murdered off of, again, hotter inflation. I think the market's down pretty bad right now, 0.6. It's a lot better from 20 minutes ago, but, you know, the general reaction, we didn't want to see a high inflation print. Powell is going to be in about 3 minutes, yes. So get ready for that. Is this something the market could brush off? Oh, yeah, eventually. 100%. It's just not going to be good for the narrative and then what follows. But, like, this is what I'm even saying. Even if you're like, oh, market doesn't like this. Like, you guys, I cannot stress this enough. We have not gone anywhere. You know, the market is literally, it's a wide range, but, like, do you guys realize what we have dealt with in the last, 3 months? It has not been a minor amount. You know what I'm saying? So even today adds to it, and it's like, damn, another hot inflation report. Now we're talking rate hikes and all of that, you know. But, like, dude, you have gone through a lot of things. So it's like, it's hard to say the market likes this or likes that or doesn't, because generally, I mean, it's still within the same pricing. I mean, nothing has really moved us out of anything. Even though there's been some rotations, there's been nothing definite to where you're like, yeah, that's it. If anything, Europe and China are outperforming the market right now, the United States, even though they shouldn't have been, right? And we talked about humiliation trades and exuberance and all of that, but generally, it's just like we're playing this back and forth and we're getting all this stuff, but it's what's telling is that we're generally the same position as 3 months ago. So although price doesn't necessarily equate that, I think it's fair to say that, you know, we've handled the first part of tariffs, we've handled the front run of Trump and a lot of other things, and it just seems like, you know, we're at one stage for now, but we're going to kind of, again, it's either we get more escalation or not, but generally the market is the same as it was a couple months ago. And that just like the same situation, economy hot, it could get hotter, but we're not at the point where we're freaking out about recession. But now it's like if it gets too hot, we have to ask other questions. So, you know, that's why we're waiting. Either major escalation or we're waiting for a shift in Fed policy or an external event. Those are really going to be the only things that get you out of it. I don't know. You could call it absorbing it, the news. I mean, I think the market has handled it very well, but also, I mean, you guys might have to watch yesterday's watch list. There's a big point kind of about what just occurred, but I don't really want to repeat it. So I think you guys got it. Because, again, I've been saying this for a couple of weeks now, even talking about the whole rate hike thing. So I wouldn't overreact is my simple answer to all of this, but we've held and dealt with the small stuff for now in the last couple of months, even though it felt big, and now get ready for the other stuff. And that other stuff could be either better or worse. So yalla. Inflation survey, markets tank, actual inflation, no biggie. Yeah, but this is, I mean, again, we're going to have a wide range. Like I told you, in the morning, be prepared for a lot. We're already down 1%. I told you, even if it bounced, that's 1% up. And then if it goes down lower, now you're going to have another 0.5%, 1% on the table. So like that little red candle is bringing this. The premiums are jacked right now, no matter what. White House economic advisor has it. More energy supply, less rules. We already had that. It's being reiterated again. Jerome Powell. Okay, I got one feed. I'll move it when we get a faster one. IBKR on the high again. SPY came down a little bit. Bank of England MPC member Green. Evidence suggests this weakness is a question of constrained supply. I think it's going to start in a couple minutes. No pre-written statement yet, but yeah, be prepared. I mean, welcome, baby. Hey, hey. All right, you're coming, bro. The premiums are fucking weird. Bro, premiums are higher here than here. So, again, even on the upside, too, the premiums are not. There's a lot holding here. It's been a really weird start given the bad data, but I just think it's the wide range. So you can move a lot even with velocity, but remember, you opened up down 1%. Yeah, Boeing had delivery numbers yesterday. All right, dude, software. I keep seeing Encino and a bunch of random ass software names on the high. And then SPY now back down to VWAP. Your puts are up more than the more. I'm very surprised. The premiums are higher. Some of them. Some put premium is higher than in the AM. It's kind of a little scammy there, but yeah, that is the reality. Meta, huge red. NVO on the high now. Yeah, Meta a little bit. Watch if all the tech, remember Google, Amazon, Meta, Microsoft, you start to see any one-off big moves, that could be indicative of news sometimes. So I don't think that one is, but just be on the lookout. U.S. to release Russian Alexander Vinnik as part of exchange that freed Fogel. Okay, premiums are going down now, so maybe that move is just going to balance it out. These guys need to start, bro. Yeah, look, now it's going lower. The premiums won't go up as much. I think there's just a lot going on. I don't think it's scammy yet, but wait till where you end up. And it also depends on the date. Again, short-term versus even a couple days will make a big difference. And then Intel coming back up again, I believe. And then there's NVIDIA down. Watch if that Meta starts to sell a little more. Intel's just holding. Be on the lookout, too, for any written statement. I haven't seen any yet. But, again, that might – so watch the wire because, again, Powell's not out yet, but by the time we get closer to it, you literally might watch that come in across the wire. And Tesla's still holding. The video's coming down now. We're in members only all day until we get the 2,000 likes, but I probably will keep it members during Powell. I mean, yesterday people just complain or really just throw out very odd political theories. So it's kind of a lot more focused on members only, which I prefer. So I'm down to open it up, but I will close it right away once people lose track of what really matters. All right, little bounce there. Let's see. Meta's still going down. No, just members only on the chat, so non-members can listen, but you have to be a member to chat right now. Peter on which Peter?
Kind of news here.
Oh, Navarro.
The reciprocal issue.
That
really
Peter.
goes
That's good,
back,
Peter. Listen to
first
this.
Term.
Good call on that.
The president
again.
had the reciprocal
This guy's
trade
even
act up
he's
in
talking
front of
reciprocals.
Congress.
He can
He's
say
been talking
stuff
about how governments and nations around the world like stick it to this country. The central idea here is that you have the U.S. with the lowest tariffs in the world, and importantly, the lowest non-tariff barriers, or what the president likes to call non-monetary barriers. And that's not fair. And the notion here is that if, in the first term, was that if they won't lower their tariffs to ours and non-tariff barriers, we're going to raise ours to theirs, or vice versa. It's the most common sense thing in the world. And if you just go around the world, you have India, the Maharaja tariffs. They have some of the highest tariffs in the world.
So again, all of this, that chart I showed you guys yesterday,
particularly
you should be aware of this info.
A VAT tax, a value-added tax, and it's not well understood that acts. It's like a two-punch. When they're sending us stuff,
you would have been up if you got the meta put.
When we're sending
that's how they get you, man.
Stuff, it acts
I almost won the lottery. I was
and
like a couple numbers off.
We don't sell any cars there. And then, of course, you got the problems with all the other countries around the world. So reciprocity, President Trump has embraced that. Yeah. Going back to the first term is his philosophy.
I get the issue of fairness, especially on places that haven't been fair to us on trade, Peter. The question is, though, if it's going to have a damaging effect on business confidence, business spending.
House Republicans release proposed budget text.
That they've been doing
Watch
business
bonds
this
in the
way
market.
for a long time, and
the
now
text
there's great
has been released.
About
Algos may react later,
potentially
or see if there's more
imports
info
that they
on
would
it.
have to pay, changing their cost structure, and also potential more reciprocal or retaliatory tariff.
Yeah, and they're saying House Republicans propose $4 trillion debt limit increase. So keep that's another one on the side, and I believe this is beginning.
In my view, the Federal Reserve fighting the last war. In August 2020, only 7 months before inflation began its 4-decade steep march upward in March of 2021. In hindsight, the adoption of the so-called flexible average inflation targeting appears ill-timed and ill-fitted for a post-pandemic world.
He's already ripping him.
As the Fed undertakes
$4
a review
trillion,
of its monetary policy framework, you must account for the lessons of the last 4 years and think about what's ahead over the horizon,
statement,
not what has been. The Fed has made progress on inflation, but as the last mile seems the hardest. As Bank of America economist Stephen Juneau said yesterday, inflation is stuck above target with risks to the upside. In August 2022, with inflation raging, you gave a speech that echoed some of your predecessors as chair. You vowed to keep at it till we're confident the job is done. It's a vow you should fulfill. With this morning's confirmation that inflation is well above it's the 2% target at 3% and making move upwards, other economic indicators are positive. As you reported yesterday, a low inflation rate, solid GDP growth, and financial conditions continue to support expansion and investment. This is not a time to say that there are no risks, but some perhaps unseen. However, these risks in comparison to the risk of a resurgence of inflation are modest. Given the already high prices due to President Biden's inflation, Americans simply cannot afford further price increases at the grocery store and gas pump. Such a resurgence would likely force the Fed to begin another tightening cycle, making mortgages, credit cards, and small business loans unattainable for many.
You're even hearing rate hikes in the damn
the
Powell
Fed
hearing?
To forge ahead with its monetary policy duties until you're confident the mission is economic prosperity.
They're like, cut him off.
Will be led by Chair Frank Lucas. The task force purpose is to ensure that the monetary policy actions of the Fed are put under a magnifying glass and prioritized for this committee. And I look forward to our first hearing.
A new low on bonds.
Force. I now want to turn to some of the other Fed responsibilities: bank regulation and supervision. The Fed was created by Congress to be an independent agency. The intent is to insulate the Federal Reserve's monetary
Procter and
policy
Gamble on the
from
high
political
again. They led yesterday.
Unfortunately, in the
Again,
last
Dow
2.5
is
years of the Biden administration,
actually Nasdaq's
the
doing
Fed
the
took
best.
on serious liberties with its independence in the areas of supervision. In law, Federal Vice Chair for Supervision is to develop policy recommendations that then are been brought to the Board of Governors for consideration. In my estimation, over the years, you and the board have been too deferential to the statutory Vice Chairman for Supervision. Vice Chair Barr turned the Basel III endgame rulemaking into a partisan attempt to propose a massive hike on capital on American banks, making them less competitive. The Fed has a chance right now to get back on the right
airlines
track
running
and preserve its independence for the long-term benefit
and
of the
SPY below
American
VWAP, first time in the last
with
like 30
that,
minutes.
I yield back.
All right, you're
Chair
getting close to the
recognizes,
opening candle.
Mr. Lucas,
the top
the
end
chair
of
the
it.
Monetary Policy, Treasury Market Resilience, and Economic Prosperity Task Force for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While there are differences of approach in this room, a bipartisan guiding principle is that maximizing economic growth is the path to economic prosperity. It is the single greatest factor in delivering opportunity and improving the quality of life for the folks back home. The actions of the Federal Reserve and the machinery of monetary policy play an important role in economic stability. With the 5-year review of the monetary policy framework underway, I hope this will be an opportunity to evaluate the effectiveness of the Fed's toolkit and its vast influence on the lives of every American. The creation of the new monetary policy, Treasury Market Resilience, and Economic Prosperity Task Force will afford us the opportunity to dive deeper into this topic. Chairman Powell, thank you for being here. There are real issues that deserve our attention, and I hope today will be productive. I look forward to hearing your testimony on the state of the economy, where we're at, and where we're headed. Yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes Mr. Vargas, the ranking member of the Monetary Policy, Treasury Market Resilience, and Economic Prosperity Task Force for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ranking Member. And thank you, Chairman Powell, both for your years of public service and for appearing before our committee today. As a ranking member of the newly formed Monetary Policy, Treasury Market Resilience, and Economic Prosperity Task Force, I look forward
terrible
to
name.
working
Why can't
with
y'all
Chairman
shorten
Lucas
it?
and the rest of my colleagues to address these important issues. The research is clear. Independent central banks perform better in carrying out their mandates than politically
Dwight
motivated
Schrute-ass
central
title.
banks. The independence of the Federal Reserve is crucial to achievement of this dual mandate goals to maintain both maximum employment and stable prices. And although this dual mandate has been criticized by some, it continues
Again,
to
Clorox
serve
on the high.
Americans
Staples
well.
are doing good right
It
now.
has not prevented the Fed from making substantial progress on driving down inflation, all the while avoiding a recession, which many saw as inevitable. I look forward to your testimony, Chairman Powell.
JD now on the low. First China name I've seen in a
Gentleman
minute.
yields back. I'd like to turn to the gentleman from Michigan and yield to him for a point of personal privilege. Mr. Heisinger.
Thank you, Chairman Hill. And as we all know, all good things must come to an end. And I want to take a minute to recognize
Apple is
someone who
exploring both
leaving the
humanoid
committee,
and non-humanoid
but has been
robots
an integral part
for
of the
smart
oversight
home
work Republicans have done
ecosystem.
over the last 5 years.
Check iRobot,
Although,
see if they
Nicole
move, and then
Vo
watch
is,
Apple.
all of 29 years old.
No reaction yet.
Something that we tease her
Oh,
about
now
on a
Apple's
fairly
moving
regular
around.
Basis. I quickly
Check even
realized that
quantum
despite her physical
robotic
stature,
stocks.
She was a force to be reckoned with. Her dedication to my team, this committee, her colleagues, and this institution are something that we all should aspire to achieve. And Nicole has effectively served in various roles, from a professional staff member right out of law school to now Deputy General Counsel in this particular Congress.
Yeah, it's a Ming-Chi
Her
Ho
time with the
tweet.
committee, Nicole has worked on or
That
led
one
in
analyst, he gets things
investigations into
moving,
Sam
but I don't know how long
Bankman-Fried,
it'll last.
the bank collapses of 2023, terrorist financing, culture and corruption at the FDIC, and the SEC's climate disclosure rule, just to name a few. And I've sat through her questioning, and it's fierce and tenacious and directed. Myself, my team, and frankly, the whole Financial Services Committee team can't thank Nicole enough for her work and what she has done on behalf of this organization. And like all good
Tessa
staffers,
kind of reacted.
She has become a confidant, a sounding
And then Meta's
board,
already bouncing back up.
Has the ability to say no in a very nice way, but in a very tough way as well. And although Nicole will be leaving the committee, her contributions will not be forgotten and are deeply cherished. So thank you, Nicole. We deeply appreciate all your work, and I yield back.
Thank you. Yeah, that wasn't. They just wanted to say thank you to that lady. That's why I said it was like yielding for honorary.
Chairman, we welcome your testimony. Chairman Powell, you'll be recognized for 5 minutes to go to an oral presentation.
Yes, Meta, I got volume.
Without objection, your written statement will be made part of the record.
Good news.
You're now recognized for 5 minutes.
EU nations push to relax gas storage target amid price rally. That's good for nat gas, but
opportunity to present
sounded a little better.
Semi-annual monetary policy report.
Woo!
The Federal Reserve remains squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and price stability for the benefit of the American people. The economy is strong overall and has made significant progress toward our goals over the past 2 years. Labor market conditions have cooled from their formerly overheated state and remain solid. Inflation has moved much closer to our 2% longer run goal, though it remains somewhat elevated. We are attentive to the risks on both sides of our mandate. I will review the current economic situation before turning to monetary policy.
Okay.
Recent indicators suggest that economic activity has continued to expand at a solid pace. GDP rose 2.5% in 2000.
Mr. Chairman, can we ask you to pull your mic a little closer, please? Thank you so much.
I was like, wait, why are they interrupting you?
Recent indicators suggest that economic activity has continued to expand at a solid pace. GDP rose 2.5% in 2024, bolstered by resilient consumer spending. Investment in equipment and intangibles appears to have declined in the fourth quarter, but was solid for the year overall.
Southern Copper says all Peru mines have been signed. Polish PM to meet Google CEO on Thursday.
In the labor market, conditions remain solid and appear to have stabilized. Payroll job gains averaged.
So Google CEO is going to meet Polish Prime Minister tomorrow. I don't know why.
Increases, the unemployment rate has been steady since the middle of last year and at 4% in January remains low. Nominal wage growth has eased over the past year and the jobs to workers gap has narrowed. Overall, a wide set of indicators suggests that conditions in the labor market are broadly in balance. The labor market is not a source of significant inflationary pressures. The strong labor market conditions in recent years have helped narrow long-standing disparities in employment and earnings across demographic groups. Inflation has eased significantly over the past 2 years, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer run goal. Total PCE prices rose 2.6% over the 12 months ending in December, and excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.8%.
Yeah, that just killed all the premiums.
Longer-term inflation expectations
literally just him talking with nothing bad. Yeah, that move right there. Remember, the premiums are more expensive here than the morning. That just slashed them right there.
Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate.
Again, bonds hit a new low.
Employment and stable prices for the American
He is repeat. This is all opening statement from yesterday.
September, the FOMC lowered the policy rate by a full percentage point from its peak. After having
and then SPY getting back up to the high, still down about 0.5%, a little more.
5.25% to 5.5% for 14 months. That recalibration of our policy stance was appropriate in light of progress on inflation and the cooling in the labor market. Meanwhile, we've continued to reduce our securities holdings. With our policy stance now significantly less restrictive than it had been and the economy remaining strong, we do not need to be in a hurry to adjust our policy stance. We know that reducing policy restraint too fast or too much could hinder
Qualcomm now too, or TCOM.
At the same time, reducing policy restraint too slowly or too little could unduly weaken economic activity and employment. In considering the extent and timing of additional adjustments to the target range for the federal funds rate, the FOMC will assess incoming data.
No one's going to call him out. No, this is normal for him to repeat it. Yesterday he did it before Senate. Today is before the House.
In a manner that
best
no, he's
promotes
not expected
our
to have a new
maximum
song
employment
every
and
day,
price
you know?
stability goals. If the economy remains strong and inflation does not continue to move sustainably toward 2%, we can maintain policy restraint for longer.
I am not adding any gold.
As the labor
I've
market
held
were to
physical
weaken
gold and
unexpectedly,
silver
or if
for over a
inflation were to
decade.
fall more quickly
So
than
I have a
anticipated,
lot.
we
I
can ease
literally
policy
have
accordingly.
silver and gold just laying
We are attentive
around.
to the risks
It's
to
terrible.
both sides of our dual mandate, and policy is well positioned to deal with the risks and uncertainties that we face. This year, we're conducting our second periodic review of our monetary policy strategy, tools, and communications, the framework used to pursue our congressionally assigned goals. The focus of this review is on the FOMC's Statement on Longer Run Goals and Monetary Policy Strategy, which
Is that
articulates
safe?
the committee's
Yeah, I got a
approach to
gun.
monetary policy and on the committee's policy communications tools. The committee's 2% longer run inflation goal will be retained and will not be a focus of the review. Our review will include outreach and public events involving a wide range of parties, including Fed Listens events around the country and a research conference in May. We will take on board the lessons of the last 5 years and adapt our approach where appropriate to best serve the American people to whom we are accountable. We intend to wrap up the review by late summer.
All right, about to hit a new
Let me
high.
conclude by emphasizing that at the Fed, we'll do
premiums are
everything we
holding
can
now,
to
but that
achieve
little move from
dual
here to
mandate
here
goals
slashed
Congress set for
they're not
monetary
depreciating here.
We remain
See
committed
if,
to supporting maximum
actually,
employment, bringing inflation
no, the call
sustainably
premium
to
is
a
not
2%
breaking out
goal
though yet.
and keeping longer-term inflation
Once that call
expectations
premium
well
starts to get aggressive, then people are going
Our success in
to try to
delivering
push
on
it
these
up
goals
more.
matters to all
You're
Americans.
there. It's at the
We
breakout, but
understand that our actions
essentially
affect
SPY's
communities,
breaking
families,
out.
and
Premiums are
businesses
lagging.
across
There's
the
Tessie.
country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. Thank you, and I look forward to our questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The chairman yields back. I want to recognize the ranking member of the full committee, Mrs. Waters from California, for a 4-minute opening statement.
FTX. FT. Oh, I
Chair
meant.
Powell, to our country is on the precipice of an economic disaster unlike anything we've seen in recent memory. While Trump promised lower prices for working class families, we're seeing the exact opposite. In fact, grocery prices
It's been
are
20
rising.
days.
According to the Labor Department, eggs are up 40%, more expensive than they have.
Bro, we
were
sat
even
there
a
for
year
2
ago.
years with inflation
In my home
running
state
up
of
to
California,
9.
we've seen
You
eggs
know
as
that
high
house
as
prices
$9
doubled.
and more for a dozen.
And they're like,
Inflation
Trump
is
promised
rising,
a lot,
and it is up to
and all we
3%
see
for the
is
first time since June.
It's been 2 weeks.
Other
Trump
staples are
asked
about to get
Abdullah
more
to
expensive
ensure Hamas
as
and
Trump
regional leaders
levies
understand
new taxes
severity of the
on
situation.
Steel and aluminum. America's consumers and businesses are facing uncertainty and chaos. This is all because Trump and his unelected billionaire co-president Elon Musk are taking a sledgehammer to our economy and democracy. In recent days, they attempted to illegally kill the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, the same agency created after the financial crisis of 2008. Since its inception, CFPB has successfully fought on behalf of working class families against abusive big banks and predatory lenders, and not to mention returned $21 billion back to families who were swindled. Chair Powell, you explained yesterday that with the CFPB shutdown, there is no agency to supervise big banks to ensure they follow consumer finance law. In the face of these illegal, cruel, and relentless attacks, Chair Hill, it is both urgent and critical that you immediately convene a long overdue hearing with CFPB Acting Director Vaught, members of Congress, and importantly, the American public deserves answers as to why Musk and his Doge minions are in possession of sensitive consumer information and what they are doing with it. Additionally, Trump is simultaneously threatening import taxes on U.S. companies that will increase the cost of groceries and other basic supplies for all. Trump is freezing funds for housing assistance and community development and whittling down the federal workforce so that his billionaire boys club can suck any of these workers' salaries into their own pockets. This is all part of Trump's Project 25 playbook. You know what else he's taken from Project 2025, Chair Powell? their plan to eliminate the Fed. We're watching this play out as Trump doubles down on his efforts.
Broke out finally. You got one little pop out. Premiums are 10% higher than the other peak, which is good considering you've burned time.
This co-president Musk attacked Fed independence in a tweet earlier this year.
That's like the narrative. Co-president Musk. They think Donald's going to get mad at it.
And have thus far resisted pressure from Trump. But after your decision to eliminate DEI initiatives following Trump's illegal order, I'm concerned that Trump has more influence over you than you let on. I speak for all of my colleagues on the Democratic side when I say that you must stand firm in defending the Fed's independence, reject any attempt by Elon Musk and his Doge minions to gain access to the Fed, its systems and data, and speak forcefully about what's at stake for our economy. The American public must hear from you, our central bank, today.
Gentlewoman yields back. I yield myself 5 minutes for questions. Thank you again, Chairman Powell, for being with us. Let me start with the Fed's bank regulation and supervisory function.
Which one? Is Maxine the one with the $40 million crib?
Over the past 2.5 years, the outgoing vice chair
I know she got a dope crib, but I don't know if it's that dope.
Regulations that would move the United States towards a one-size-fits-all approach to prudential regulation that disregards the
K-Web again. Now Baidu, too?
Quite clearly established for regulators to tailor bank regulation based on an institution's size.
Yeah, China is waking up again. This time Baidu.
Earlier this year, the Fed board announced that Michael Barr would be stepping down from his position as vice chair on February 28th, 2025, or earlier, should a successor be confirmed.
I don't think people know they're rich.
The board also announced at that time
I think a lot of people on the internet
intend to take up any
think I'm richer than most of these politicians. Some of them I am. I'm not going to lie to you. I've shit on some of them. But at the end of the day,
with you, I've got concerns about that.
The ones that are always pandering to you usually got $50 million cribs. I'm just saying, that's all. Like, I worked hard, you know, like I didn't say I was a public servant, you know. But nah, some of them, yeah, it's crazy.
I would also agree that we need to carry on with our regulatory and supervisory duties. we can't take a holiday, and we will proceed with the things that we should be proceeding with.
You testified in the Senate yesterday, and I know you enjoyed time with the senators, and you talked a little bit about Basel III Endgame. And again, in my opening statement, I talked about that the intent was to harmonize those rules, true, for the largest institutions in the world, but also do that in a way that's capital neutral. And many of us here in Congress on both sides of the aisle felt like Vice Chairman Barr's approach was gold plating already high standards for American banks. You testified yesterday that you think bank capital levels are about right for those large institutions. Would you tell the committee today that it's your intent to repropose a Basel III endgame approach, just
Watch
speaking
KRE.
on behalf of the Fed only, not the other supervisors?
Say no.
And that it be take into account the comments, and that it be generally capital neutral.
We do intend to repropose Basel III Endgame, and we intend to do that just as soon as we can get together with the new leadership at the two
100,000 of
banking
HE
agencies. And as I mentioned, I think we can do that pretty promptly once those people are in place. I look forward to doing that.
Again, China just woke up. Look, KRE down on that.
Many of these hearings is that capital in the banking system for the largest banks is it about right? And that would be my starting point on going into these discussions. But I do want to defer. I do want to leave it for my upcoming new leadership at those agencies to have their own views on that.
I think that's important. I think it needs to be coordinated and harmonized among our supervisory agencies. And I do want you to take into account how Basel III Endgame proposal interacts with other pending rules, whether they're on liquidity or the other things like operating risk in the companies. I think that was a lot of centrality of the comments that we saw on your Barr proposal. Turning to monetary policy, looking back at 2020 and 2021, I was looking at all the principal monetary policy rules that you report in your semi-annual report. And had you followed any of the monetary policy rules that you track, they would have had you tighten sooner in the cycle rather than waiting. And I think that could have reflected, maybe not seen us have a 40-year high in inflation, using the benefit of hindsight, do you think you should have looked at those rules more closely in the open market operations and tightened sooner?
I will say, and I've said before, that hindsight suggests that it would have been good if we had tightened earlier. I don't know how much difference that would have made, but I'd be very careful with those rules. Those rules, those rules in the middle of last year suggested that our policy rate was a couple hundred basis points too high. You know, so we need to. They're a starting point, not an ending point. Is
right. But we've had this conversation before. The point is that they do offer a roadmap, and you do mention them in writing in your monetary policy reports, except for one time during the pandemic. And I think, though, that you're adding that to your reference point and your forward guidance and in your communications, I think would be important. Can you tell us about the review of the inflation targeting and when you expect to complete that?
Expect to complete it by the late in the summer this year. We're just beginning it now, and we're going to look at all the decisions that we made, why we made them back in 2020. We're going to ask ourselves what's changed. We're going to be open to criticism and good ways of thinking about it, and I think we'll make appropriate, discrete adjustments.
I thank you for being with us today, and I turn to the ranking member of the full
committee,
bro,
China.
Waters, for
PPI can't move the market tomorrow.
Thank
yes.
you very much, Mr. Chairman. It is no secret that President Trump, what he wants to do away with the Federal Reserve altogether. He said he knows interest rates much better than you do. I want you to know that some of us here have been fighting to make sure.
Y'all realize that this chick is just me on Twitter, right? That's all, I'm just saying. This is what I do on Twitter. I just remind people what the other person said about. I'm just like, hey, Sam Altman. Did you hear what Elon said? Hey, Elon, did you hear what Sam said? You don't know shit about interest rates, bro.
On stablecoins.
Yeah, that's what he said.
You previously said that you would not resign if Trump asked you to do that. Do you stand by that commitment?
Starting with the resignation.
No changes to that.
I can't hear you.
Yes.
Thank you. Please.
I can't hear you. Say it loud. Say it like with your chest.
I appreciate that because you have a right to your position not to be interfered with by law, I believe.
You can't hear her? Go somewhere else. Trust me.
Comes knocking at the
you're here to listen to my annoying ass. Anything else? This is a government-produced publication that is displayed worldwide right now. So you could go anywhere to listen to it. If you don't want a random Egyptian talking over a random communist, then you might want to go somewhere else.
We've had no contact, and I don't really have
no contact.
I have nothing for you to report today on that.
Well, you know what happened at Treasury, and you know what happened over at the CFPB, and the people of this country are being violated because all of our privacy is being taken up by Elon Musk and Trump, and we don't know what all they have on us, our bank accounts, everything that in our lives. So I want to protect it in the Fed. Mr. Powell, the last time you testified before this committee, you said, and I quote, really successful institutions in the United States generally are those that do a really good job on diversity and get the best out of people and attract a broad, diverse range of talents to the table. That is the way we feel about it. And at the Fed, and that is what we've been doing.
You don't feel that way if you forgot what you were feeling middle sentence.
How will you ensure that the Fed continues to attract the best and most diverse employees?
We're institutions.
I don't fucking pause halfway and have to read my script when I tell y'all to get a long term. You know that, right? Where I'm telling you that we should lower the deficit and there's wrong thing. I really feel that. I'm not saying I feel. Wait, what do I feel again?
Places that we didn't do 25 years ago. And we'll just continue to do that. We're recruiting, as you know, at many, many, many universities and colleges, including historically black universities and colleges, and others. And that's what we find. And
she said, I feel.
That's our practice. We think that's the best way to go.
Wait, what do I feel?
Thank you very much. And that's what I've always felt about the Fed.
You don't feel anything, girl. I'm not going to lie. I think I'm more sensitive than she is, bro. I'm not going to lie.
People in your operation, no matter what they refer to it as, what they call it, whatever way they define it. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Chair Powell, Are you willing to provide my staff with an immediate briefing from your agency on the status of your OMWEs and equal employment offices?
Yes.
Thank you. I believe that you know that the OMWEs were created with the Dodd-Frank reforms. It's in law. And as I understand it, any attempt to dismantle OMWEs would have to come before the Congress of the United States of America. Is that your understanding?
Well, yes. Section 342 of Dodd-Frank, which is the OMWE section, is the law.
Thank you. Chair Powell, to what extent have you consulted with other board members in determining how your agency is complying with Section 342 of Dodd-Frank and as well as any other federal anti-discrimination law?
I think we've consulted with senior staff and board members quite a bit.
Chair Powell, days after his inauguration, President Trump issued an executive order on digital assets, which includes a prohibition on central bank digital currencies, or CBDCs.
Oh, no.
The executive order banned
By ripping
any,
off
quote,
that. Again,
form
premiums
of
washed
digital
now.
money or monetary value denominated in the national unit of account that is a direct liability of central bank, end quote. I'm concerned that this extremely broad definition could go far beyond CBDC.
Regional's bouncing off that, and SMCI Flushing.
My time is up.
So
And
it gave up
I
its
appreciate your
earnings
presence
move.
here today, and I appreciate your willingness to stand up.
And NVO.
Woman's
Be the
time
chair.
has expired.
And
But
I now yield back. Thank you.
But I do invite the
Sabzad.
chairman to respond to the gentlewoman's question on CBDCs in writing. And now we turn to the vice chair of the full committee, Bill Heisinger, the gentleman from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Chair Powell. Good to see you again. You had talked a little bit about your review. I'm going to start there. Obviously, a lot has changed in the last 5 years: pandemic, inflation, higher interest rates, name a few. However, I believe your dual mandate of maximum employment and stable prices should remain the ultimate objective. I assume you agree with that. I let the record reflect slight head nod on that, I guess. This committee is going to be very focused on monetary policy, and with my good friend from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, chairing a task force that I'm happy to be a part of. We're going to be addressing some of those issues. Chair Hill touched on some of the rules that have been discussed. I, for one, have always been particular to Taylor rule, but there's a number of rules. I know you go through those. At one point, I suggested that we could call it the Yellen rule with Chair Yellen, but there needed to be some sort of public declaration of what to benchmark against, and I still feel that that is of some importance. You outlined your timeline on this particular review, but I'm curious, do you believe that the last policy framework limited the Fed's response to raising inflation, something that you and I have talked about over the years?
No.
EU
I'll
trade
tell you why
chief
we
talks
didn't
to
raise
Trump
rates.
on
We
finding
thought the
tariff
inflation was
solution.
transitory. I can show you
30
forecasts
seconds
from the
ago.
end of 2021
So this
by us,
candle, we're already been
staff,
running
like
up
blue chip.
regionals. They liked what
Everybody
he
thought it was gonna
said
be transitory.
after the
That's why we
back
didn't
end of the
raise rates.
Basel,
I also distinctly
Basel.
remember,
But then now you got a
hearing
positive
where
EU
you
trade
and,
chief headline. I don't know how much legs it
Secretary
has,
Yellen
but
at the time
that came out
sitting
30
next to each
seconds
other,
ago.
and it looked like you visibly scooted away when I asked. you
Again,
both
watch at the
whether it
currencies.
was
If euro,
still
like look at euros,
transitory, and you
euros
had
already
for the first
recovered the
time
loss
ever a separate
on the
answer.
morning, so that's
Her
good.
answer was yes, it still was.
Euro's going
transitory.
green on that, or the
You
pound.
gave a very Fed.
I think the euro too.
Fed
Yeah,
speak
euro's already
answer of,
recovered.
we no longer believe the data shows that. So no. And to kind of go to Chair Hill's point, we think that might have been a little late on that. On back to the review, I'm curious, what sort of input are you looking for from the public and from Congress as you go into that review?
So from the public, we'll do a series of Fed Listens events, which were very successful the last time. And it involves us sitting down and meeting with people, some of whom know a lot about what the Fed does, some of whom just tell you what's going on in their communities. It was really, it was a very successful part of our outreach last time. In terms of Congress, you know, we'll keep you informed of our progress. We welcome anything you may offer. But you know, it's a public. We're open to the public on this. It's a public review, as distinct from what we were doing before, and so we're welcoming views from all over.
And not to get ahead of the chairman, but I look forward to us having more conversations about that with the working group. I want to switch topics and focus a bit back to the bank supervision. Michael Barr has stepped down from his position as vice chair for supervision effective at the end of the month. And whether, frankly, President Trump fills that position is entirely up to him. But in the absence of a vice chair for supervision, you're still working, I think, on it. I think your quote to the chairman was, "There's no time for a holiday." Now, this vice chair of supervision is a Fed governor that has, frankly, extraordinary powers and responsibilities. And ultimately, my question to you is, does the Fed really need a separate vice chair to complete
SMCI
its
is
work?
flushing, bro. It's
Now,
in the bottom right.
I got here after the 2010 election, 2011, shortly after
Southern Copper
Dodd-Frank
sees
was
output
passed.
of
I know this
900,000
vice
tons
chair
in
position
26.
was created by Dodd-Frank.
Yeah, bro. Baba 52-week
I've just
high.
been
That's
dealing with
nuts.
The echo effects now for
No,
the
no, no.
last
That's really
20 or
nuts.
15 years of
Because look,
Dodd-Frank.
that means
Do
you
we
broke
really
out
need to
from
have a
the
separate vice chair of
October
supervision?
high. That's
So
crazy.
For many years, as
so
you
again,
know,
China
we did
Tech
our
is literally in a
business
bull
without a vice chair
market
for
right now.
supervision. What that means is
That's
everything
it.
goes
Next
through the
level,
full board.
118 to 120.
I think it was, and also
If you
it
get
was-
above
it was less
126, we're going to
volatility.
have a multi-year breakout.
Explain that. Why was there less
God willing.
volatility?
Well, because you've got a group of 7 people on the board, and there will be some as appointments change. There'll be some.
Yeah,
changes
bro.
in
That
the approach to
Baba
regulation,
is very
but putting it
effective
all
in the
a
long
single
term, man.
person,
And we have size on
literally
it
just to
too.
recommend to the
So
board
I'm happy.
can lead to
And
it can
Baidu
lead
too,
to
a little bit on the
some
side. You got a
volatility
good
in
main
things,
course and
which is really
appetizer.
Larger swings
And you're
in policy.
diversified
swings
though.
and the kind of things, and that's not great for the institutions that we want to regulate. We want to have a good set of regulation that doesn't swing back and forth.
You have tariffs on aluminum
The
and
question of whether
steel
it's a
will cause
good,
job losses
thing to have in the law is
in
really-
Canada,
really one
says
for you.
Trudeau.
But I will tell you, we will once Vice Chair Barr completes his term in a few weeks, we will continue.
I mean,
on
Baba,
until
the
there's a
only
new Vice Chair
risk,
for supervision.
we'll talk about
We
it
can
when this
very
is
much get
done.
our work done.
Because I talked to
If
some
there is
Chinese
one.
people the other day
With that,
about
Mr.
it.
Chairman, my
And
time
then,
is
like,
expired.
even if you
Thank
go
you,
look
Vice
at
Chairman.
Baidu,
Mr. Heisler yields back. Recognize
Like-
the gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman.
fuck
4 or 5 minutes
California.
ago.
But at the end of the day, just like Baidu legitimately has more assets than liabilities and its market cap by a lot. Same thing with Baba. The problem is that there's a reason why everybody's discounting it. Again, the Chinese economy is bad, but also don't forget, like, the socialism is not hot. That's literally why the assets have a discount. So don't forget about that.
Washington that has support on both sides of the aisle. Mr. Huizenga mentions the importance of your dual mandate. Project 2025 calls for abolishing the dual mandate.
There was a headline this morning on limiting
eliminating
U.S.
a
investment,
mandate
yes.
that you focus on employment. If we were to give you just one mandate dealing with price stability and take away the mandate on
This dude's the worst.
employment,
I'm not going to lie to you, man.
over
Sometimes
the next 10 years,
negative
would our
comments.
GDP be,
I imagine
higher
some of
or
you
lower?
guys look like these congressmen.
Wouldn't be possible
I imagine
for me
I'm
to-
just talking to a
me to say.
congressman when I flame you. Yeah.
Does
so follow
the fact
the rules.
that you focus on
don't be Sherman.
employment as one of your dual mandates lead to lower unemployment, higher employment in our country?
It may do so. We do balance those things.
Thank you.
To some extent, that may be right.
Chair Hill spoke about how important it is that you maintain your independence.
Oh, no, I'm not talking about, like, how you look. I
noticed
mean,
that,
like,
in light of
the
the
vibe,
hiring
the aura.
freeze,
You know what I'm saying?
The Fed has removed
Like, I already know what
all
you're
its
about to
job
ask me.
postings. I'm hoping that your
You know what I'm
personnel
saying?
policy will be as independent as everything else at the Fed. But I'm more concerned with
like
the
the same
president's
vibe.
statement at 7:58 this morning, where he said interest rates should be lower.
He just rocketed.
He said it. Will that influence what the Fed actually does?
As a practice,
Come
never
on.
comment on anything the
I closed
president
the
says.
rental,
But I think
baby.
people
Thanks,
can,
Big Mike.
can be confident that we'll continue to keep our heads down, do our
Bro,
work.
I saw the
make
picture,
our
man. Y'all
decisions
made me
based on
smile.
What's happening in the economy?
I like the beard,
outlooks.
too, bro. You be looking like me,
Elected
Jamar.
officials are
You got a
not among
nicer
the
beard,
things
but
that,
still.
cause you to act one way or
Amen,
the
baby. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Another one.
He
Baba,
went on to
Baidu,
say, he
K-Web,
said
all
interest
running.
rates should be lowered, something which would go hand in hand with upcoming tariffs. Let's rock and roll America.
Listen
I
to
certainly
this.
agree with the rock and roll America, but the Peterson Institute says that the policies that the president ran on will raise the CPI by between 4 and 7.5 points. And I think the biggest element of that is the proposed tariffs. If we have higher tariffs across the board, say 10 to 25%, would that increase the cost of living?
Canada's clapping
And
back. He's the
would
only
an
one.
increase in the CPI
He's just making
or
comments.
related indexes
Canadian
of the
steel
cost
and
of living
aluminum tariffs will
lead to higher
compromise
interest
growth
rates?
and prosperity in the
there are
U.S.
many organizations,
says
public
Trudeau.
and private, whose role is to speculate
Thanks, everyone.
publicly
Nah,
about
bro,
what
good
this
shit,
might
bro.
be. What
Talking
we're
about a
doing
rental,
is
what are
we're
you
reserving
saying? A
judgment
long
until we
term, a
actually know
rental,
what the policies
living
are.
in, bro.
If
Keep
we
it up,
have
bro.
a higher cost of
Keep
living,
it
does
up.
that lead to
Hey,
higher
man,
interest
that
rates?
hunger, the harvest is plenty.
CPI goes up, or
Stop
CPE, excuse me.
Well, if inflation goes up in general,
yeah,
forget about tariffs.
Bradley
general,
Frizzle and the
first we will
peach,
use our
baby.
tools, which is the
You're not
interest
going to
rate
get the
to,
other
to
horn,
bring
but
it
you'll
back
get
down
this
to
one.
2% over time.
Okay.
Peach Nation.
Yesterday, you told the Senate we're going to release the stress test scenarios before we implement them. Will you
I did gasp.
take
That's
a
amazing.
holistic look at
What are you
large
talking
bank
about? It's
capital
Wednesday with the peach.
requirements,
Every day.
including
Stop
the
it.
risk-based capital ratios like Basel III Endgame stress testing, to make sure that you don't have a contraction in the ability of credit to Main Street businesses?
Yes.
Great. There's a proposal in Project 2025 that we abolish Fannie and Freddie. If there was no explicit or implicit federal guarantee for those who invest in mortgages, would that lead to higher mortgage interest rates?
Since you'd no longer be borrowing on the credit of the United States, in other words, so Fannie and Freddie would be privately funded, it could lead to that. I think privatizing Freddie and Fannie might have other virtues too, though, as has been considered many times by this committee and others.
Might have some virtues, but it would lead to higher mortgage rates.
It could.
The CFPB has been put on ice, but all the regulations remain in force. So if you're a bank that wants to comply with those regulations, there's nobody that can give you any clarification. So you don't know. And if you're a bank that doesn't want to comply, the next presidential election may put into practice a CFPB that enforces all the regulations that the Trump administration has tried to eliminate. Does that cause confusion for banks?
You're speculating about what the situation
Basel
might be.
III is just bank regulation stuff. They've been trying to do it for a while. I have an old video on it, but
Gentleman
quick
yields back.
Investopedia search will explain it.
5 minutes. Chair Powell, let's talk about the balance sheet. As we've discussed several times before, the consistent and
Canada
massive
will
growth
respond as
of the federal
appropriate
debt
and
creates
calibrated but
long,
extremely strong way.
Challenges for both the United States.
So hold on, you're getting Canada reciprocate. This is the most aggressive one so far. Canada says they'll respond to calibrated, extremely strong way regardless of what the U.S. moves forward as regards to tariffs. Asked about Hegseth comments on Ukraine, says Kyiv will decide what is acceptable. But yeah, Canada's saying they're going to hit strongly and extremely regardless of what the U.S. does moving forward.
Let me say that we intend to slow, and we have slowed, but then stop the process of shrinking our balance sheet at a time when we think that reserves
no, Mexico chilled. Mexico this morning, even Scheinbaugh said, we'll see what was good, and just said that's it. Everybody's been calm, but Canada is kind of now crashing out. They're the first one to say we're going to hit you back hard. Technically, no one responded like that with tariffs. Even the EU with the auto, we chilled. Even China hit us back, but it wasn't aggressive. But then again, we don't know what dollar amount he's talking. But yeah, they do want to play a little hardball, at least with a comment like that. We'll see if that changes.
As you know, in early 2021, the Fed stated that it would invite comments on the supplemental leverage ratio. That has not happened yet.
Instead, they invited
I made
commies.
the point that the growth of the U.S. Treasury market paired with a decreased willingness of banks to act as intermediaries is a major issue.
Canada,
on the
if
horizon.
need be, pause its
When
response
former
to any
Treasury
U.S.
Secretary
tariffs,
Yellen
says
was
Trudeau.
before this committee last year,
So
I
he's
asked her
willing to
about the
pause
resiliency
if
of
we
the Treasury
pause.
market, specifically about the wisdom
some
of
strong
permanently
talk.
modifying the SLR. She said it's something that the banking regulator should consider. Does the Fed plan to finally look at the SLR?
Yes, I believe we will. I have.
You got a rental, you want to sell some long-term for it?
Like others.
I mean, I would sell the ones that are like really dead that you would never buy, and then from there, CRM.
Has grown much faster.
CRM pop.
Remediation capacity has grown, And one obvious thing to do
literally,
is
it
to lower,
looks like news, but it's very small.
the effective
They just scan the high ticker.
supplemental leverage ratio.
Keep watch on that.
The bindingness of it. So that's
CRM.
something I do expect we will return to and work on with our new colleagues at the other agencies and get done.
Because I think my colleagues are aware that over the course of recent times, literally we have
I don't see anything on them yet.
Process.
That was an interesting move. No news.
Major market makers. The Federal Reserve is not immune to politics. You, like every Fed governor, go through a lengthy confirmation process in the Senate. And of course, you're required to answer to Congress in hearings like this. I can trace a major political turning point at the Fed to the passage of Dodd-Frank, which greatly expanded the Fed's regulation and supervision authority. Chairman Powell, do you worry that the independence of the Federal Reserve
What's this? CRH about to go red to green. I don't know if this is earnings. Uber too.
By its role as a bank regulator? Can you do both?
Well, we can and we do, and we'll continue to do that. Clearly, the regulatory and supervisory side is
Walmart too. Baba again.
Circles.
And then again, CRM just woke up. There could be news on it.
To do so in a non-political way as best we can.
And clearly that'll be a major
Russia ships Urals crude cargo to Cuba. Onboard vessel under U.S. sanctions, data shows.
Monetary policy. What are the categories of issues you think that will be helpful to receive feedback on?
So a good part of it will be looking at the changes we made in 2020, which were made in an environment where we had been stuck at the effective lower bound at 0 for 7 years. And the highest we got our rate really was sustainably was 1.5%, and that was the highest of any advanced economy.
Just don't sell till you're in escrow, though, Deb. That's it. Just don't make that mistake. Otherwise, this was just a plot to sell without walking away with the house.
To make up for that. So then the
so
question
you don't need to do anything till that property is in escrow.
Inflation out of the pandemic and the events related to it. Are we in a different place now? And I think the chances are pretty good that maybe that the effective lower bound is still a concern, but it's not the base case anymore. So we need to look at that and decide how what are the implications of that for our framework.
Thank you, Chairman, and I look forward.
Again, Margaret usually responds when he says anything about
topics. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time, and I
yeah,
recognize
Margaret didn't react on that, surprisingly.
Mr. Meeks for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chair Powell, thank you for being here today, and you've indicated in past hearings that geopolitical tensions pose important risks to global economic activity. In fact, around this time last year when you appeared before the committee, you and I discussed how conflicts around the world, specifically the war in Ukraine, had impacted the cost of things like groceries in the United States of America. At that time, you indicated that the war had caused commodity prices to move sharply back home. Does that sound correct to you, unfamiliar to you?
Yes, it does.
So just to reiterate, in this interconnected world that we live in, would it be safe to say that economic instability in other countries has the potential
Palantir CEOs doing an AMA in 1 hour? I didn't know. It's on Reddit?
Sometimes, yes.
That'll be interesting.
And so, given that fact,
you got Palestine and Israel headlines again.
Would it seem like a smart move for the United States government to remove one of our most effective strategic tools that, by mandate,
yeah, the Babas are at 700% now.
U.S. commercial interests by supporting developing countries' economic growth and building countries' capacity to participate in the world trade.
Boeing too, and Procter.
It's not for me to be the judge or to say on that.
Well, we do know that a number of, like USAID, they buy a lot of their agricultural products, etc., from American farmers. And in fact, it helps the U.S. economy when you look at the volume of agricultural products that are being bought so that we can continue to be a part of the rest of the world. Would that be correct?
As far as I know,
Would that be
yes.
something you'd be interested in?
So, today we find ourselves facing a situation where the president and his Dodge buddy Elon Musk seem
He has no idea what Dodge. He called it Dodge.
USAID.
That's just again. I have no idea what to tell you.
Consequences, even if they are dire. To me, the assault on this congressionally.
The other lady had to read how she felt.
Represents an attack on the.
I just don't think he knows what Doge really is.
And should outrage.
You know what I'm saying?
Every member of this body. Every member.
He think it has to do with auto tariffs, bro.
And I know that your interest is squarely within your dual mandate and not foreign policy. I sit on both committees. I'm here, but I'm also the ranking member on the foreign policy committee.
Be outraged, right? I don't know.
So I can't sit here today.
Boyle,
and pretend
that gas
what
coming
we're
down.
Doing won't impact employment and economic stability right here in the United States of America. Weakening USAID will fuel global crises.
Powell's like, why are you telling me this?
American security.
He's going to say, not my job.
Embolden other nations like China and Russia and leave us here in the Trump administration solely responsible for the fallout. So I have to take this opportunity to urge my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to also stand up for USAID. Anytime we travel, we go visit what they do. We go visit the good that they do. We go visit what their and how their economies improve.
Why do I feel like this is a coded message to take the money out the stash house?
So,
and we gonna visit every location
then because
that we didn't visit for the last 20 years.
And recognize that instability.
I'm getting suspicious, sir.
Threatens.
I get it. You're
stability.
outraged. You should have stopped there. You're giving way too much instructions.
It is extremely important in an interconnected world because the economy is interconnected around the world. We cannot isolate ourselves from the rest of the world. I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Sessions.
Yeah, that wasn't a question.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much, Chairman Powell. Welcome.
That's it. There just wasn't a question involved in that. He said, Powell, you agree in geopolitical events? Perfect. Okay, let me begin.
The time, even though you're expected here, we think you show up and we admire you. Mr. Chairman, you and I both know that way back when, and we assume 21, that there was a decision made by the Fed that gets close to quantitative easing and then the term tapering.
KDLY?
We know that it was sold as a monetary stimulus.
Small cap up 130.
I get that.
Breaking out.
About,
good luck.
In my opinion, $2.33 trillion.
JP Morgan layoffs.
And Chairman just spoke a minute ago about the term
I can't believe this thing's at 275.
Debt versus growth, about this amount of money that sits out there on the debt side. Could you please take a minute and discuss this issue?
Egypt unveils counter proposal.
Thank you.
Sorry.
That thing yesterday, they were
talking
playing.
about asset purchases that we made during the...
We are. We're talking about when the Fed went and sold treasuries.
No, we bought treasuries.
Bought treasuries.
Yeah, we bought treasuries. So, it was a situation... I'll tell you why we did it. We were just out of the worst part of the pandemic, and we didn't know frankly, how good things were going to be, how strong the economy. We were very concerned. COVID is still raging, and it actually, had a very strong wave right into 22. But we wanted to we didn't want to stop buying treasuries too soon because that has a stimulative effect on the economy because we didn't want to provoke an unwanted tightening in financial conditions at a time when we thought the economy was still vulnerable. You look back in hindsight, we probably could have done that earlier and halted purchase earlier. In any case, we turned right around and started shrinking the balance sheet, and we've done.
You moved it from about 120 a month to 110.
Well, we're down now. We've been tapering for 2 years now, and we're down
That's
more than $2 trillion. So, and we're still going. So that's why we did what we did.
Tell me what that looks like in the longer term aggregate versus with what the chairman said, debt versus growth. Because we believe the debt remains and the growth is not equaling that ability to pay it back.
So what happens is we borrow money to cover the spending that Congress has done. Our purchases don't affect that. We're basically issuing reserves, which is cash, and we're retiring Treasury securities. And the effect of that is to drive down long-term rates. That's the whole reason for QE.
And what are you paying for those long-term rates?
What are you paying for those?
We're paying exactly the market.
And what would that market be approximately a year ago or to now?
Well, the 10-year, we're not, of course, we're going in the other direction now, we're shrinking now, but
we
were
are.
Buying, the 10-year was yielding a very, very low yield on it was quite low during the pandemic, extremely low because, growth was slow. There was a lot of demand for treasuries. So we were pushing down rates to support economic activity. When you can't lower your policy rate anymore and you want to do more stimulus, that's really the main thing you can do. It's actually the forefather of that was Milton
But then why
Friedman.
weren't you guys worried about inflation?
With that thought way back
when it went to 9? You said it was
past.
transitory.
But that's what we
the
did.
rates
And then,
lower.
as I mentioned, we turned
you
around.
raised them
as
later.
soon as we lifted off and started
But,
raising
yeah.
rates, we immediately started shrinking the balance sheet, and we've shrunk it a lot, $2
Yeah,
trillion
you have.
and still counting.
You have shrunk it $2 trillion?
Yes, we have.
Wow.
And what do you believe remains, and you believe you're now stable for moving forward?
So I think we have a ways to go.
That was a nice way to ask
the level
about
of
QT.
reserves, which is the thing we're focused on, hasn't really changed. All of that has come out of what's called the overnight reverse repo facility. I'd be happy to spend some time with you on this. This stuff is very complicated. And
Yes, I've tried to find.
Bro, I don't know if he's like playing dumb, but he like low key
really
just
was the
snaked in a
CRS
quantitative tightening
22.
question.
So
And Powell like kind of answered
whatever,
it, or
very
was
big
going to.
27,
That's why he's
22.
telling you to.
And so the changes
Let's talk
that you
about this
spoke
after.
are important.
Yeah.
And so I would.
I can't
would
tell. I
appreciate
can't tell if
that
this guy
time.
knows what he's talking about, or if this
And-
is.
and great.
Yeah, if this is like
I
a
wanna thank
ploy.
you for being here. The
I don't know. I
confidence
can't
that
tell.
this- that the
But I just
American
know the
people have
content. Again,
will
it's
turn
this was going towards the
not just
QT and when you're going to end
economics
it and
of
all that.
Their lives, but of the country.
Lucky
is very
question.
Important. And I today spoke about the country, and I want to thank you for your service and time. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and welcome, Chair Powell. Chair Powell, I'm worried about these tariffs. And I want you to kind of share with us your thoughts on these tariffs. I'm worried about it. I think the president is wrong here. Tariffs can cause a terrible situation to the economy. I'm concerned about the inflationary impact.
Hey,
of
Marcus, can you sample this?
and where cost increases.
That
from
one,
the
I'm
tariffs.
worried that tariffs
There's a cost
will be terrible for
to
the
these
economy.
tariffs.
I want that on a
And we
intro.
need not move into this area blindly. And some of these costs will be absorbed by business companies, but there are other costs that will be borne by the American consumers. We don't even understand this.
I agree.
Yet you have the president just using these tariffs as a means of fight or like a war. And this is going to do it. Everybody is not going to be Mexico or Canada. And while we got a little time, I want your thoughts on the dangers of these tariffs. The stock market is anticipating rate cuts. What will these tariffs do about that? Does the Fed see financial market stability as a factor in its decision-making process when considering the rate cuts?
He just read all of that.
Here is specifically what I want you to get to. In
Very
light of
specifically?
the president, and politely I will say, his ill-crafted tariff strategy, do you foresee future rate cuts as a result of inflationary issues or due to a weaker labor market? And what do you consider to be promising?
I'm laughing because the content of the question,
that's our big
it starts off very like, you know,
and these tariffs
he's getting
are
his
gonna
intro
just
in, but then it
add
just
to
oddly
inflation.
very
Like a
specific,
rocket
but it doesn't. I don't think he would naturally ask this question.
So,
and share with us. Give us your opinion of the danger of
Man,
these-
give me your opinion. I
Come
want to
on,
hear
share.
your opinion on
Tell
this.
us
Fuck, I don't
what
care
you
about
think
Powell
about
right now. Hold on. I've heard him many
The president
times.
has certain authorities over tariffs. Congress has authorities over tariffs. The Commerce Department is involved in some ways, but the Fed has no role in setting tariffs. And you know, we don't comment on decisions made by those who do have that authority. We try to stick to
JP
our
Morgan. I
own
put it
knitting.
up there a second
In
ago.
this
That's why I still
particular
have it on.
case,
Now it's
we're-
starting to move.
It's possible that the economy would evolve in ways that, because of tariffs, or partly because of tariffs, that we would need to do something with our policy rate, but we can't know what that is until we actually know what policies are enacted. And remember, it's not just tariffs. There are significant changes to immigration policy, fiscal policy, and also regulatory policy. You put all four of those, and all four of those were things that the president was elected to do. We will then try to make an intelligent judgment about the overall effect on the economy of those, and conduct our policy accordingly. But it's not our role in any way to comment on the wisdom of the policies that are enacted by Congress or by the administration.
Will he have an effect on whether or not you will resume your plan to cut the interest rates this year or continue to hold?
So we'll
Which
make our
fucking
decisions
bank
as we
paid
go
him to
about
ask?
what
This
to
guy
do
don't
with
care
interest
about
rates
it.
based on the data that we see, the outlook, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks.
There's no way
we'll be considering
he's
all of
being
those
more
things.
questioning
We won't
about
be
rate cut
focusing
odds than
on
some
any
of y'all.
particular policy. I can't tell you, what we'll be doing, because it will really depend. It's fairly uncertain environment right now.
Yeah.
The underlying economy is very strong, but there's some uncertainty out there about new policies. We're just going to have to wait and see what the effects of those policies are before we think about what we can do.
Well, all I want to say, God bless you. I know your strength. We've worked together over the years on many things, and this nation is grateful that we have you, your wisdom and intellect at this time.
I agree, but the gentleman's time has expired. Chair now recognizes the gentleman.
I agree, but you ran out of time. Thank you.
I thank the chair, and it's good to see you again, Chairman Powell. Chair Powell, under the Biden administration, American families were hit with a huge stealth tax from, as we've spoken about, inflation that drove up grocery prices and led to high rates on things like mortgages and car loans. Since 2021, the average Missouri household is paying about $1,100 more per month due to inflation. To put that number into perspective, the median family income in Missouri is $69,000. These families have had to spend $13,000 more of their annual income on the exact same goods. What specifically is the Federal Reserve's plan for making life easier for everyday Americans?
So the best thing we can do for Americans is to
Fluorite, welcome.
vigorously pursue both stable prices and maximum employment. We're trying to get back to a long expansion where prices are stable around 2%.
Okay, bonds
You seem to be there
haven't
on
moved in
labor,
like
as
an
you
hour.
pointed out, so tell
I
me
guess like 30
what else?
minutes, but yeah, you're doing the little
You seem to
pin
be there
now.
on labor.
Back to the first
what
high of the
else?
day.
I would say we're close but not there on inflation. And you did see today's inflation
Close,
print,
but not there.
which says the same thing. I mean, we've made great progress toward 2%. Last year, inflation was 2.6%.
Appreciate you,
great
Eric. Thank you
progress,
for
but we're
those
not
kind
quite there
words.
yet. So
Shout
we wanna
out to
keep
long term.
policy restrictive for now so that we can see.
We're definitely not there for 30-year mortgages, upwards of 7%, Chair Powell. So let me switch topics. I continue to believe that as we've spoken about, and as was brought up prior colleagues here, that the federal banking agencies, including the Federal Reserve, should scrap the flawed Basel III endgame proposal and start over. You talked a little bit about how you plan to perhaps do that, and a timeline potentially. But how will the public, Chair Powell, be able to provide comments on any revised proposal as required by the Administrative Procedures Act?
So I fully expect, and I think it's a good idea for the United States to finish Basel III in a way that's, in keeping with.
So watch KRE again.
Also with what other jurisdictions.
That's where I had the little drop and pop.
The key there is endgame.
Yeah, no, it's already there.
Going on for
Endgame.
2 decades.
Where's the end?
SNES.
Right? So
Sensitech.
We'll put all
up
of that out.
5% in one candle, liquid as hell.
Welcome the comments.
First transaction is right now.
I should make sure we're following the Administrative Procedure Act.
Oh, yes.
As you move forward.
We will.
Chair Powell, I understand you are interested in making the stress test scenarios that assess how a bank will perform through a crisis more transparent. As things stand now, while the Fed may make some information public, it doesn't show its math, which makes it difficult to assess the robustness and analytical rigor of the stress test.
It's hitting the
Recently,
wire.
the
His
Federal
last
Reserve
comment,
announced that
we're
due
close,
to
but
the,
not there on
quote,
inflation.
evolving legal landscape, it would begin to take public comment on its stress test models and annual scenarios. Can you describe the changes in the legal landscape that have caused the Federal Reserve to suddenly seek public comment on its stress test regime, and why it did not seek public comment from the beginning?
So
we
we're an
hate you?
agency that's strongly committed to following the law as written by Congress and as interpreted by the Supreme Court. In the past few years, we've seen a string of administrative law cases from the Supreme
Okay, bro,
Court.
SPY dumping a little bit. You're just back down after. Again, these pops and drops are for no reason, but again, you have the comment there about inflation and mentioning CPI, but I think this is just natural movement. Bonds are finally coming up. But yeah, it's still in the same range as the last hour.
And that's
I wouldn't read too much into it. You got Euro close in 15.
We feel
So maybe we bounce after Euro close, otherwise, or we die. But this isn't really off of anything. You did have the tariff comments around here with Canada, so that's the other thing too.
Those agencies and rulemakers.
So because of those things, we are putting, as you went through it, we're putting the models and the everything else out for comment and taking similar steps.
Well, I'm glad to see that. I understand the Fed intends to complete a comprehensive review of its monetary policy strategy, tools, and communications practices. You mentioned that. What is the timeline?
We expect to complete our work and announce the results by the end of the summer.
End of the summer. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Chair Powell. Good to see you. Thank you for your good work. Chairman Powell, the Senate just filed a bill called the Genius Act.
Gosh.
I'm always worried about anything that comes over from the Senate with the title Genius in it. But it is an attempt to provide a regulatory framework for cryptocurrency. And in that proposal, which is similar in some respects,
we have one or two crypto comments yesterday.
It would allow individual states to oversee issuers, and there would be no.
Zelensky says productive, constructive discussion with Treasury Scott Bessent.
Responsibility from state to state. My concern, my overriding concern, is that with that spread of and expansion of crypto, and the president is 100% behind it. He just started his own meme coin. He's making a lot of money off of that, which is another issue.
Trump coin.
My concern is that the spread of
Zelensky says Ukraine now studying draft agreement, hopes to reach a deal at Munich conference.
Because it's a volatile,
so low key, I mean, more positive Ukraine headlines, but I don't think any market's taking it well or reacting to it at all.
With crypto, I'm just wondering: are there any backstops that we can use, any firewalls that we can put in place that might insulate the traditional banking system, because they have access to the discount window and they're FDIC insured. So there may be, second order impacts if we have a collapse of a major crypto issuer. Are there any extra things that we can do to protect the traditional banking system?
Yes. So first, I would say there are really two things that are happening. One is banks are serving crypto customers, and we don't want to get in the way of banks serving perfectly legal customers as long as they understand the risks and that sort of thing. We don't want to single out any particular.
Are you speaking to custody?
Well, custody is more. The second thing is undertaking.
I mean, if that's the case, why don't y'all let weed bank?
And in that case,
I'm just saying
it's appropriate to as usual, as bank supervisors, make sure that we understand and banks understand the risks that are involved in the activity that they're taking inside an insured depository. On the other hand, you don't want to go too far. I think there were a bunch of disasters, as we all remember, and we don't want to. And we were reacting to some extent to those. You don't want to go so far as to overplay your hand on that. So I think we need to be mindful that many of these activities can very well be done inside of banks, and custody may well be one of them. In fact, in Fed-regulated banks, there are lots of crypto activities happening now. They've just happened under a framework where we made sure that the bank understood and we understood exactly what they're doing.
Right. We also have the example of, Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank, First Republic Bank. One of the triggering events there. I mean, obviously the risk management was very poor in that respect, and they got on the wrong side of interest rates. But there were also some failures of issuers who had
ET on the high,
huge deposits.
Not like phone home, but like energy transfer.
I believe, or Signature, or maybe both of them. And the suddenness of their collapse caused a run for the exits, and luckily with a scramble, we were able to sort of save that situation, so it didn't create a greater contagion. But
all we did was enrich the fuck out of JP Morgan.
Take that might
shout out 270 JPM, baby.
To that type of collapse as well.
Yes, so in the wake of Silicon Valley Bank, we did work with many medium and sized banks.
Yeah, what did
any
you
of
do?
The characteristics that we saw, and you mentioned.
Long story short, the big banks got really rich. Elon Musk to meet with India Narendra Modi during U.S. trip. Talks could include Starlink and plans to launch satellite broadband in India.
Silicon Valley Bank, it was a lot of
Watch Nuclear again. There's comments with Narendra and Vance last night.
Fund companies where they all just pulled their money out at the same time. So it was a bank run, and bank runs are very destructive whenever they happen. So we looked for that pattern. We worked with companies who had any aspect of that pattern, and we were successful, I think, in not having that crisis spread very broadly, and that was a good
That's
thing.
a Reuters headline.
Forward,
so
though, we need to
keep that in mind.
Not forget that lesson and make sure that funding bases are stable and that we're focused on the basics of banking, which is credit risk, interest rate risk, liquidity risk.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr, for 5 minutes.
Chairman Powell, let me ask you a quick monetary policy question and then turn to bank regulation and treasury market structure. I know hindsight is 20/20, but it's important to learn from mistakes, as you know, and you've conceded that the Fed miscalculated on inflation and mischaracterized inflation as transitory in 2021-2022 time period.
Bro, Zillow, I think they're still down, but
above the Fed's 2%
came up
target.
a lot.
Will you commit
GME on
to
the low.
scrapping the flexible average inflation targeting framework? And,
that's a good
if
question.
not, why wouldn't you commit to returning just to a simple 2% target?
It's a great question.
So we're just beginning the review. It'll be done, as I mentioned, by the end of the summer, and that's the exact question we'll be asking. I can't commit to a particular outcome. I need to respect the process and the views of the other 18 participants on the FOMC.
Good answer,
I
Powell.
appreciate that, and I just hope that in that process that you and your colleagues recognize that that framework allowed rising inflation to persist and allowed the Fed to mislabel it as transitory. Let me turn to bank regulation.
He threw that in
October
there.
of last year, I led a bipartisan CODEL to Basel, Switzerland, met with the Basel Committee on Bank Supervision, and there the committee actually conceded to us, agreed with me
To
that
throat tell? No.
the
You don't even
Michael
need it,
Barr
bro.
proposal
Powell,
July
you just have to
2023
understand the content
actually
of the
gold-plated
questions,
bank capital
and you'll know
requirements.
exactly
And
what Powell's
instead
going
of
to do
actually
most of the
promoting,
time. That's why, like, when I
international
come and give all these,
harmonization,
like,
actually
you don't even
made
have to
American
think
banks
he's
less
trying to hide
competitive.
it.
They
Like, he's
conceded
pretty
that to us.
obvious.
So I applaud the
If
Fed
it's a
for not
real
moving
question, he
forward
won't answer it.
on that July 2023
That's it.
proposal that would have made it harder.
If it will move
for
rate
large
cutoffs, he
banks,
won't answer it.
To, among other things,
And if he
facil-
does, the
facilitate
market will
smooth
adjust and we
functioning
react.
of the U.S.
That's it.
Treasury market, including holding treasuries on the balance sheet. Couple questions. One is, should the goal of our bank capital
That's why I said that
should it
question
be
was a good
regulatory
question, but then he didn't answer it.
harmonization, internationally, or should it be American economic competitiveness?
I mean, clearly, the goal is to have a strong banking system that supports American economic
No, a couple
activity
people
and
mentioned
growth.
the
That's
CPI data
ultimate
today.
goal.
That
What
one
you
guy
get
was
from
talking
Basel
slow.
is a
He brought up
global
the CPI
floor
this morning.
so that
I think
the
3 of
other
them did
banks
so far.
can't run on less
And Powell
capital
mentioned it as well,
sort
too.
of have a short-term advantage. That was
So
the
yeah,
whole
that's
point of
firmly in
Basel,
the
was to get
conversation of this.
everybody to the same kind of level so that there wouldn't be the race to the bottom.
And I see that utility, but I think the goal of our regulatory system should be America first, and it should be about American economic growth and competitiveness. But let's talk
Okay,
about
you're staying pinned
the
again.
Treasury
Last time
market issues.
you moved around and then it led to a
Obviously,
random
we're
bounce.
issuing a ton
So
of debt right
I
now.
either
In
think
fact,
we
according to BlackRock,
8
we're
minutes Euro
issuing
close.
$573
Just get ready
billion
for kind of a
Treasury
direction.
bonds every week. To put that in perspective, the entire national debt of Australia is $573 billion. So we're issuing Australia every week in this country, if you want to think of it
That's
that
what I
way.
told you guys a couple
Would
weeks ago.
reducing excessive capital and liquidity requirements
Literally, our
on
bond
US
auctions
banks
are bigger
or
than anything you've ever fucking seen.
intermediating U.S. Treasury market
I don't get
take
we
the
nobody
heat
and nobody knows
off
about
of
it.
US
Most
capital
people
markets
don't,
and
or they don't
increase
care.
Treasury market liquidity and stability.
I strongly think it would help.
Well, I think that's especially an important
punting
comment,
towards Besant.
on in terms of your regulatory approach, because as you know, maturing bonds were being financed at an average of
No, it is
near
wild.
zero during COVID.
You'll have the
and
world
now,
and the media freak
they're
out
about
over
double
less
the
than
cost of the
$15
average
billion
of
of goods,
3.5%.
and then ignore
So
$100
now
billion
is not the
of
time
debt
to make it
issued
more
in that
difficult for
same
banks
week,
to hold treasuries.
with
Let
zero
me just drill down
questions about the
with a little bit more
deficit,
detail on this
about
treasury market structure
USAID,
issue.
about
Do you
fraud,
agree that
about
the
Elon's
supplementary
untrustworthy. It doesn't
leverage
matter.
ratio,
But that
and the
happens, like,
enhanced
legitimately.
supplemental leverage ratio, the ESLR, are problematic as they create a disincentive for banks, especially large banks, broker-dealer affiliates, to serve as intermediators in the primary, secondary, and repo markets for U.S. Treasury securities?
I do.
And so you would commit to reviewing the SLR framework to create
Uranium's
greater
going up, at
capacity
least
for our
CCJ.
banks to provide liquidity in the Treasury
But
market.
again, I think India,
it's
you're going to
time to
get
move on
nuclear
to the
headlines
SLR. And,
by
we
the end of the
proposed
week,
doing
so watch out for that.
Several years ago, we just didn't follow through.
And then again, bonds, biggest moving like 30 minutes.
Well, thank you for that. And finally, yesterday during your
And
appearance in
Expedia
front
and
of
travel doing
Senate
good.
Banking Committee, Senator Warren asked you about the future of consumer protection laws if the CFPB is abolished. Isn't it true, Chairman Powell, that prior to Dodd-Frank, consumer protection laws were implemented by financial institutions' primary prudential regulators?
I'll go over CPI later. Just go look it up.
And so,
if you want my breakdown, you got to wait,
there
brother.
were a decision by the Congress and DOJ or whatever to repeal the CFPB, we could return the consumer protection law enforcement function to other financial regulators.
You could, yes.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green. For
Someone
5
sold a
minutes.
long-term to
Thank you,
pay the
Mr.
credit
Chairman.
card debt. It all
I thank
depends.
the ranking member
I
as
mean, I would
well.
try to tackle the debt in another way,
would
but
like to associate
if you
myself
value
with
that,
the
then yeah,
comments
why
of the
not?
ranking member.
But you got to really just look at the
Mr.
numbers.
Powell, I would like to compliment you for standing up to the president for literally preserving the independence of the Fed. It was one of those pivotal moments in time. It would have been more than
Where he
your
cut
simply
rates
resigning.
a month
It would have
before the
been
election
the president taking control
and
of
then
the Fed
stopped.
with one of his Pluto puppets.
Fucking so courageous.
Mr. Powell,
They just
I'd
stand
like
up
speak to you now
the
about
independence of the
process
Fed.
of collecting
Fuck yeah.
tariffs.
Yeah,
When
now
the
let's
tariff
talk
is
about
collected,
tariffs.
At what point
Fuck
does that
yeah.
actually happen? If we impose a tariff, product is coming into the country, where is that tariff collected?
Great question. I'm not an expert on that. I'm going to say the Customs Bureau collects it, but I stand to be corrected by anyone who.
Powell acting dumb.
I believe you're correct. That's what my research reveals.
I don't know about tariffs.
This. When it is collected, it goes into a coffer.
Besant critical mineral deal will provide
the
Ukraine
general
with
fund.
security shield once
Is
the
this
war is
correct?
over. Watch war stocks and now
It
NEM.
does.
Take a look at minerals
goes
and
into the general
commodity
fund.
companies. Look at even
A tariff is
XLB.
another way of saying
That Ukraine
tax, I
deal
believe.
and Besant, you're getting more
Is that a
info.
fair statement?
It is sometimes characterized as a tax.
So if the president imposes a tariff, which is a tax, and the tax is collected by some entity before it actually, on the product before it gets into the country, then the president is putting tax dollars into a general fund such that they may at some point, and these dollars, by the way, are coming from the consumer, at some point.
No,
they may
only
be
if the
used
corporation passes
to
it on and
cover
the consumer
some
accepts it.
of the
Otherwise, the producer holds the initial
appropriations
cost. It is
of
up to you as a consumer to
this
accept
very
it or
house
not. I suggest you reject
that
it.
the president has enormous control over. So in a sense, what the president can do is aid with the payment of what he would call a tax break, but aid with putting dollars in the pockets of his billionaire buddies that he collects on the tariff that the people in this country ultimately have to cover.
No, why
I
are you
think that
telling the people to
president,
cover it?
While he
You should
seems
tell them to say no to the rich
always
billionaires.
avoid the question of
That's what I believe. Do
how
you
the
guys hear
tariffs
me?
are going to be dispersed. He knows that he can. At
I don't
some
know why
point
we
use
logically
that
jump to
money
you have to
help
accept
pay
unnecessary price
taxes
increase.
that he plans to return to his billionaire buddies. I think that's a very sinister way of doing business, to require the consumer to fund tax breaks.
And
I
remember,
think
let me
this
put it this
president
way.
knows what he's doing.
We have
I think
$3.2
he
trillion of
believes that
imports.
the very wealthy
Less than
need
60
more to
billion
do
have been
more,
announced on
and that
tariffs.
the poor can do more with less.
If I said I would tax you on
I
less
don't
than 1%
agree
of
with
your
it,
income, but I would
and
tax you
I will
more,
do
would
all
you
that
get
I
mad?
can to prevent it. I yield
So
back
remember,
the
we're
balance
at
of
the
my time.
preliminary stage of this
Gentleman
trade
yields back
war.
the balance of his time. The chair recognizes.
So legitimately, I do think the trade war can escalate, and that's what we talked about on last night's watch list. But at the end of the day, a lot of this is just the pregame, and everyone's acting like it's fourth quarter. So yeah, I don't know.
Stating that its work had extended beyond the Fed's statutory mandate. Well, I agree with this decision. I still have concerns with how previous
You own a
Fed policies
factory, and
may
it's
have
nearly
discouraged
impossible
lending
to
to
pass
traditional
along the
energy
cost of
sectors
equipment
like oil and gas,
and
and it
maintenance
should
on the
not be
customers.
the role of
I
the
would
government and the
assume, I
Federal
mean,
Reserve to be in
I
the
mean, it's
business of
possible
picking
if you
winners
have
and
the right
losers.
base
So my
of
question
customers,
is,
but
can you clarify
that's
whether
why
the
I keep
Fed will
saying I
ensure
don't know
that
why everybody
financial
logically
institutions are not pressured to
accepts
make
this
lending
idea
decisions
that
based on political or
consumers are the one who have to pay it. I disagree.
I
Some
confirm
things
that
you
is not
do,
our
like
policy.
food
That
and
would be
necessities, but
inappropriate, and,
there is a limit on everything, let alone there's
absolutely
always an
not something we
alternative
should be doing.
in 2025.
The Basel Committee on Banking Supervision.
Again, if you don't know what Basel
III
is, go look it up
changes
on
to be
Investopedia.
implemented in a
Give you a quick
capital-neutral
little
manner to ensure a level
fundamental
playing
background
field
on it.
for U.S. banks. Following this intent, the previous Federal Reserve Vice Chair for Supervision initiated implementation efforts with capital.
I do think
neutrality in
tariffs can
mind.
increase the price of
However, his
products.
successor
I just believe
politicized
it's
the process, imposing
0.46 in a
harsher
year
requirements
on the
that exceeded
PCE.
BS
Meaning there is
recommendations. And this approach
things
not
that
only
raise
makes the
costs
proposal
and
more
things that
difficult
lower
for banks
costs.
and their customers,
And then
but also
implementation,
weaken
it's
U.S.
just
banks'
not
global
going to be that
competitiveness.
big worst case.
Ultimately, he took
Some
his
items
optimal
will
and went in the
get
wrong
affected
direction.
more than
So,
others.
Mr. Chairman,
But
will
as
the
of
Federal
now,
Reserve commit to
I would not
conducting a
freak
more
out on
thorough
60 billion of
economic
tariffs
impact
on
analysis
3.2
before
trillion dollars of
finalizing
imports.
capital requirements to
Doesn't
ensure
it's
that
not?
they do not
I've
hinder
never freaked
economic
out like
growth.
that. You shouldn't either.
Yes.
Regulatory overreach disproportionately impacts community and regional banks, which do not pose systematic or system risk for yet yet they face many of the same capital and compliance requirements as the largest institutions. So many of these banks serve as lifelines for small businesses, rural communities, and the first-time home buyers. And it's key for the Federal Reserve to protect these institutions and ensure that they are not subject to one-size-fits-all regulations. So, Mr. Chairman, what steps is the Federal Reserve taking to ensure
you want a good plumber,
that
you'll
new
pass the
regulations
cost
do
down.
not force
I
consolidation
understand that,
in the
but at
banking
the same
industry, therefore
time,
make it a little harder
I
for
mean,
smaller institutions to
I'm going to
compete.
go with the cheapest
So
plumber.
like everybody else, we see that
especially if they're
consolidation
trying to
that's
tell
happened
me
really
that
over the last 30, 40
because of
years,
tariffs, I have to pay
community
more.
banks
I would
went out of
never use you
business
again.
and just,
like,
fewer
you know what
and
I'm
fewer
saying? I
banks.
don't know.
And
That's how
I
I
know
did
that
it with
may be
anybody
happening
who
due
told me
to
supply chain
technology
bullshit. I
and
never worked with
various
them ever
things,
again.
but we
That's
and also
all.
just people
Anybody
moving
who
to
gave me a
cities,
stupid ass quote
away from
on
rural
something
areas, but we
unreasonable,
don't wanna
I
be- we don't want our
accepted their quote. I
regulation to in
didn't
any
take
way
their
foster
work,
that. So we try
and I just
hard,
know who to work with.
I
But
try as
I
hard as we
agree,
can
there will
to
be
make sure
costs
that
that will
we're
go up,
not
but
letting the
you should go with the
heavier
cheapest
regulation
one.
that we apply to the
You know, you want the best
G-SIBs and
work,
even
but
to the
at the end of the
regionals
day,
slip
I
down
think there
to
will be a
smaller
market for
institutions that are
those
serving
willing
their
to
community and
provide good
generally
work for
doing a
a
good
fair
job at that.
price.
And we try hard to do that. This is tailoring. It's
Don't
very
I
much
use
the
those
basic value
statements?
that we
Yeah,
have,
when I
and
want
it's
to
also
avoid
what we're instructed to
HOAs,
do under the law.
when people try to get me dumb
I won't say
shit
we're
to do and
perfect,
I
but
need
we
a
do keep
delay,
this in
yes,
mind.
I do use that. That's why
I'd
I'm
like to say
saying
thank
anybody
you
who
for being
tells
here.
me
It's good
that,
to
I
see you.
know
And
it's
with that, I yield
bullshit
my time
because
back,
I
Mr.
use it as
Chairman.
bullshit.
Gentleman yields
Look
back
at
the
that.
balance of his time. The chair turns to the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Cleaver, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks to our very
The tariffs, your buddy works in.
capable
Was he worried in 2018?
courageous,
Because
ranking
steel was
member.
already destroyed. Steel got destroyed in
Mr. Chairman,
2018.
thank
That's
you
why
for
Trump did this
being
to
here
revive
today.
it. But yeah, the steel ones are
As
big,
you
but again,
know,
it's
my
$60 billion
words,
of
the
goods.
CFPB has been disemboweled over the last 10 days. or so,
Disemboweled.
which probably people, there may not be much concern here on the Hill in certain quarters, but there are two things that I want to ask you about. Rules over at CFPB must be from time to time updated. Right now, there is no system for updating any of the rules, and one of the
Supply
other
chain wasn't
issues,
BS. In the
is that,
beginning, it wasn't, but again, that's what I'm saying. There's reasonable.
Is there
That's a reasonable
regulatory
answer
gap?
in
Are
reasonable
there
scenarios, just
regulatory
like tariffs.
gaps,
But everybody in these corporations take that
you
one
can
small
see
reasoning
clearly that
and
people
try to
can
apply
feel,
it to everything, and it doesn't work.
because
So
there
I
is
don't
essentially
disagree
no
with you, but
CFPB for the
there's
first time
always a
since
limit.
the end of the Great Recession.
So
what?
I don't think we know where this comes to rest. You may have seen last night that the administration nominated somebody to be the permanent head of the CFPB. So I don't know I'm not sure what the end intention is here. But if you assume that it goes away, then yeah, there would be a gap. There wouldn't be any federal agency that can examine banks above $10 billion.
All I'm saying
whether they're
is
state member banks or
some of you one day
or national banks. That would be
you're
the
going to
case,
go
but
to
I
a
don't-
strip club.
I'm not sure we know how. I'm not sure we know what.
And the
end
girl is
game
going to tell you to pay
In terms
more
of
because of tariffs.
regulatory,
And some of you will and believe it,
gaps
and
that-
the others will understand
that are
exactly what I'm
created
saying.
when
I rest my case.
Agency
Thank you.
Was essentially shut down. Now, I'm assuming
I'm going to go to the bathroom and get
that
me a drink,
There's been
okay?
somebody appointed to complete the murder of the CFPB, and so if I'm correct, that means that there are some there have to be, or either or they've been tricking us all these years that they were not doing any regulations. But that's my political position. I was very proud in my community to get the Hispanic Chamber and the Black Chambers to come together. We got a building, they're functioning, big celebration all across my congressional district in Missouri. And then, about 2 weeks ago, I started getting these phone calls, as I think many of us on both sides of the aisle have received. About 64% of small businesses have invoices unpaid for more than 60 days. And the Fed now, the Fed's real-time payment system allows individuals and small businesses to send and receive money instantly, which is a step in the right direction, Mr. Chairman. What is the status of the FedNow adoption for financial institutions?
So it's coming along, as was the case with ACH back in the day. It takes quite a while. There's investment that has to take place on the part of banks, and so we're working with a lot of small and medium-sized banks to get them comfortable with the requirements of FedNow, so that this can build up over time. It's something that we expected to be slow in terms of uptake, and it has been a bit slow.
Well, is technology adoption a barrier for smaller community banks and mission-based lenders?
Yes, it is, and so we work with there are non-bank service providers that do reach out and do a good job with smaller institutions, and we encourage that. Those institutions can't actually have direct access, but their business is they have the information, and they can go to smaller institutions and show them how to do this, and there's a lot of that going on. So, and we encourage that.
Thank you. Let me just say, I've been here on this committee for 20 years, and I've seen chairmen, Republicans and Democrats, and whether they are Republican or Democrat, they need to be independent. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thanks for joining us today, Chairman Powell. First, I want to reflect on our hearing on February 24th here in this same room, frankly, via Zoom for a lot of people because it was in the height of COVID. And during my 5 minutes, you felt confident that inflation being at 1.4% would stay under control, and it wouldn't be an issue despite the very
6%?
large increase in the supply of money. We talked about M2. In a subsequent meeting,
yeah, AMC's going off
my
of that,
office,
but that's
we
all
discussed
you.
Milton Friedman's quantity theory of money in depth, and you believed that it was no longer relevant, that inflation would not hit consumers. We debated asset prices during the hearing.
Tulsi will
and you
be
claimed
confirmed.
that the Federal Reserve's massive purchases of treasuries did not distort the market. Lastly, during the Biden administration, you were
TSM
actively
could force
calling
into a
for
deal.
more fiscal
I heard that earlier.
stimulus at times.
That was last night.
And at some point,
if it gets
along
more
the way,
traction
more
and they
dollars
reiterate
chasing
it,
fewer
it'll
goods
move.
Seems to
So
have
that's not new,
actually
but that is a
resulted in
rumor
higher
going
prices.
around.
All of these things,
No,
inflated money supply,
Gabbard's getting confirmed,
inflated
but
asset
Ignas,
prices, inflated
it might
consumer
be
prices
circling again. There's a
happened
rumor
on your
about
watch.
Intel and TSM.
In light of the actual
I don't.
outcomes, have your views changed?
Let me put it this way: the Intel rumor, this is how you know it's like a real rumor, because Intel TSM would never work unless the government forced it. So do you get? That's why I just be careful with it, because essentially that's like the problem there, where it's like this could be the J.D. Vance comments from yesterday, but remember, like, Intel's too big. There's no such thing as them working with anybody unless it was Qualcomm, because they don't have overlap. So the only one that would work is Qualcomm, but the only way you could get involved with anybody is if the government forced it. But that's why I'm like, it's rumor. This was around last night. It may circulate again right now, but just keep that in mind. I mean, it may have legs, but clearly there is a barrier, hence why the rumor says government forcing it.
The fall. So again, would you, in light of the facts, would you reassess what you're doing with the central planning?
You're right that long-term rates went up, but they did not go up because of expectations of higher inflation. There's no evidence of that. It's actually different things. It's not about inflation.
Well,
look at markets. Markets are pricing in break-evens. I'll show you the.
So
chart.
the markets don't believe there's increased risk with massive fiscal spending in the market, and they're not demanding a higher premium because there's more risk.
More risk, yes, but not more risk of. It's not mainly about.
And when you
higher
see asset price inflation and rate inflation, doesn't that result in consumer price inflation?
Again, asset inflation is different than consumer price inflation. I've been trying to communicate that. These are really good questions.
Are caused by expectations of higher inflation.
They certainly influence the inflation.
That is largely not true.
And if they don't influence the inflation, why do you guys try to steer inflation by controlling the rates? I mean, the reality is you've got pressure including from the president, to lower rates. Are you going to be able to get lower inflation with lower interest rates?
I think our policy's in a good place. I think inflation has come down.
I don't know. I like
high
that guy.
levels to
I think he's
2.6%
asking very,
last year.
very questions.
My colleagues and I are
Powell is
holding
just a fucking
where we are,
professional
awaiting
dodger, bro.
further evidence of inflation.
A lot of the data
Nah,
you guys
Powell-
are looking at lag. Just
Powell's
like
playing
when you said
dumb,
it
dude.
was 1.4%.
Because
and
Powell is
everything's
answering
fine.
it correctly,
I think a lot of
but
people said,
he
it's
is
not
picking
fine.
up
You
on
gotta
the
go out and talk to
implication
regular people,
accurately.
and, constituents in
Obviously,
Southwest
the
Ohio,
Fed
just
doesn't
like all
control
over
the
the
long
country,
end,
aren't
and
saying
it's
they're
the
fine, and
market.
they might go that the rate
But
of
like, who
increase
gave
has
them the
slowed
fucking
down a bit,
idea, Powell?
But they
Don't
know
be
that
dumb.
the prices aren't going down. They're still getting hit pretty hard. And meanwhile, you guys still continue some of these policies. Like you're paying banks still not to put their capital at risk in the market. Interest on excess reserves going back prior to the 08-09 financial crisis, you didn't even pay banks for reserves. Now you're paying them for an unlimited amount of reserves that they want to hold on.
Amen. I've
on
told
it.
you
To
guys
what
this for
extent
years.
Is that distorting the market by pulling capital out of the market?
None, not at all. You're right, though. People are unhappy about the price level, and that's what we need is several years.
Let me put it
of
another
real
way. The
wages
only people who
moving up
benefit
higher
off
than
this
inflation.
policy
Okay,
is
so
rich
if they're
banks.
having no impact at
Meanwhile,
all, why
a
is the Fed
homeowner
paying the
or you
interest?
guys who want to buy a
What
mortgage
is
get
the
shitted on.
rationale for the policy? Is it monetary policy or is it regulatory policy?
It's how we-
Because as Chairman Barr pointed out, you guys are effectively gold plating the standards, and the U.S. is actually holding way more reserves than we're required to. And part of that is IOER.
That's interest on excess.
what's your question?
Who just mowed?
If it's not
Bro,
distorting
Powell's
the market,
getting frustrated with this guy. He's asking
and
really good
what's
questions.
the purpose for doing it? What if it
He
has
said,
no
"What's your
impact on the
question?"
market? Why are you doing it?
It's
Amen.
the way we control. It's the way we exercise interest rate control in the market.
Well, you just
I
said
didn't say it
Because
doesn't
it has an
fucking
impact.
market.
And so I
Gentlemen,
will have
time
questions
has
for the
expired.
record, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The
Yeah,
chair
Powell didn't
recognizes
like that.
Gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Beatty, for 5 minutes.
That wasn't
Good
even like an
morning,
Elizabeth
Chairman,
Warren,
Powell, and thank
but
you
he
for
started
being
to
here.
get
I
attitude
wanna
with her
thank
like
you
Elizabeth
for your
Warren.
leadership at
You know what I'm
the Fed
saying?
over the last 7 years,
Very
which
interesting.
I've had the pleasure of
That was a
being
good
here
one.
that
That was a
entire
really
time.
good back and
Under
forth.
both Republican and Democratic presidents through an unprecedented pandemic and certainly
It's a good question. Why the fuck are they still doing IOER? And now they're doing it at 4%.
To the historic independence of the Federal Reserve, which is absolutely essential for you to carry out your mandate. Keep prices stable.
He wasn't
and
being
achieve
rude, but there was
maximum
tough. Those are tough questions. I mean,
Over the last few years,
and that's why and
inflation,
Powell
as we
fucked
all
up
have
by saying,
witnessed, has come
you know,
down
Powell
from
just
a
tried to
high
act
of
like the long end doesn't.
9.1% in
It's like, well, we had no, we didn't do that. Yeah, you did. Like some of it was you.
During your tenure under President
IOER is
Biden, we
interest
saw the
on
unemployment
excess
rate
reserves.
drop to a staggering 3.4% in 2023. Its lowest rate that we've seen in some 55 years. And now it sits at around 4.1%, which is still low by historic standards. Although the economy has a way to go, and American families, as we've heard throughout today, are still struggling to pay for expensive groceries and gas, and the list goes on. It is truly remarkable what the Fed has managed to achieve over the last few years. Chairman Powell, while I have sat on this committee, you and I have frequently discussed the importance
Trump has
of
had call with
representation
Putin
at the
on
Federal
Wednesday
Reserve
morning.
and the benefits
CNN
of
reporter.
recruiting the best and the brightest that this country has to offer by broadening the talent pool. The Fed has been a great partner to this committee on this issue, which, as everyone knows, has been very personal to me. However, the White House recently attacked on these very basic concepts are incredibly concerning to me, as many of my Democratic colleagues. So I'm just going to ask you a few questions, and you may answer them for the sake of time, yes or no. Will the Fed continue to follow existing law as passed by Congress that requires all financial institutions, reform, recovery, and enforcement agencies to maintain offices dedicated to recruiting from a broad talent base and
Wow.
fostering an inclusive workforce?
She's asking if he's going to
Yes or
commit
no?
to DEI. Yes.
I am pleased to hear as
Wow.
my ranking
So Trump
member
or Trump or
mentioned
Powell.
Amwi and also talked about implementing it under
AG continues from the
Dodd-Frank
filing
Section
news, that congressman.
342. But I also am pleased to see that the Fed recruits from Ohio schools, and I'm from that great state of Ohio. Institutions like The Ohio State University, or Western Reserve University, Denison University, Kenyon University, and Oberlin. Do you agree that hiring the best and the brightest, whether it's an economist, whether it's an analyst, a lawyer, a researcher, or IT professionals, that this country has to offer means that you don't have to recruit just from Ivy League schools, but you can find these individuals, whether it's an HBCU or it's also a state school? Have you found success in recruiting from those universities?
Yes, we have.
Thank you. Do you agree that these recruitment programs at their core do in fact prioritize merit and skill and simply expand the pool of candidates being considered?
Yes.
Do you agree that the Federal Reserve has directly and concretely benefited from initiatives to attract, hire, and retain a highly skilled and diverse workforce?
I do.
As I mentioned at the top, the United States economy has come a long way since the pandemic and peak inflation, but hardworking families still are struggling. Last night, I was in a store, night before last, eggs here in Washington, D.C., $14.99. So I am concerned about how recent policies from the executive branch would impact the Fed's dual mandate. We're seeing reports of course, from the Department of Government Efficiency's attempt to conduct massive layoffs.
XLO, that's the Abivi company, popping again.
Affect the
Remember, Abivi made a deal with them this morning, and a couple INSEE's up, a couple of biotechs going too.
To achieve maximum employment during these circumstances.
We have 170 million people in the labor force. So these are, they would affect the numbers technically, but it's not clear that it would be material.
Okay. Thank you, and my time is up. I yield back. And thank you again for being here.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Loudermilk, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Chairman Powell. Thank you for being here. Before I ask my questions, I want to spend just a moment on data privacy. I find it very ironic that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle and the ranking member in her remarks take a sudden interest in data privacy, and especially information regarding individuals' transactions, when in the IRA bill, they worked very hard to force banks to report the financial transactions of individuals at $600. However, data privacy is something that I have been very serious about since I've been here. I've been fighting the Securities Exchange Commission with their unconstitutional acquisition of PII from individual investors. We're attempting to reform and modernize the Bank Secrecy Act to limit the amount of information taken from individuals. And, they often turned a blind eye to the abuses by the CFPB. But it's encouraging to know that they're finally interested in some level of data privacy. I bring that up because there's something about data and data security I want to ask you about. The U.S. Department of Justice announced that it was prosecuting a senior Federal Reserve official for economic espionage, and this just came out in the past few days. This economist, who apparently had access to sensitive monetary policy documents, allegedly provided non-public information to representatives of the Chinese Communist Party.
Oh, as a former Fed dude.
What you can share about this case in a public setting, but
good question.
That I'm concerned.
Gold going up now too.
As others, be an understatement. In what you can share with us, if you will, please answer a few of these questions.
Email me, tradingfraternity@gmail.com.
Non-public information would this individual have access to in his role at the Federal Reserve?
Him personally,
bro,
no,
I see eggs available near me for $6.
Facts of the case, and I can't.
You guys know I don't eat eggs, right? I just don't eat, but yeah.
Just
you guys are saying
certain
$20.
Types of information from the role
Every egg's the most expensive are $10.
If information was provided to the CCP,
oh yeah, I guess eggs were like $2, right?
Give them.
Yeah, $8 for a dozen. That's
I
like
tell you what staffers
yeah.
get, which is
but it's not 20. But yeah, that is a lot
in advance of an FOMC meeting. And you know.
But yeah, it's $8
in
though. I'm
modern
not. I
central
don't see
banking, we
$20
try to be
eggs.
as transparent
I
as
see
possible.
one Ralph's
So
$20, but
I
it's
don't
2
want to
dozen.
sound like I'm dismissing this case, which we take very, very seriously, just as you do. But we really, the truth is, what we have that is secret.
Senate
is knowledge of
confirms
what we're
Tulsi
going to
Gabbard,
do in the future.
52 to
And in
48.
modern central banking, the whole idea is to be transparent about what you're going to do. So, nonetheless, we take this case very seriously.
But like, hear me out.
So,
Are you guys
to your
ready?
question.
Yeah, and I appreciate it. And this
Are you
is
guys ready?
Not adversarial at all. I'm really
I know
just
this is
trying
going to be
get
ridiculous. I know. I'm never. This is going to be
possibly the
ridiculous
Chinese
what I'm
could have
about
done,
to
and if they've
suggest.
Done anything with it? Of
But
course,
like,
if you're unaware of the type of information, to
why
access, then you
not
couldn't
just
answer that
stop
question,
eating
but
eggs?
Does the Federal Reserve have an insider threat program designed to
No.
combat this kind of espionage?
Is that if it's like really
So we have
detrimental?
very strict
have you
information
ever
handling
considered
requirements. We
maybe
do background checks
to replace
on
it for
every
a
Federal Reserve
temporary
employee
amount of time?
When we start those before they start working there, we do everything we can on this. But
obviously,
You need eggs to
certain
cook.
things
I mean,
do,
yeah, I'm not
do
really a
happen,
chef,
and
but
people slip through the cracks. Do you
humor
see
me.
that
Is there nothing
does this
else?
open
Is
the
there
door
like?
for,
Is there no
a
other
more
alternative?
strategic analysis of the
Your
Federal
bacon
Reserve
requires
and
them?
how to
I
protect,
feel heavy.
critical economic information.
yeah, I do think that once we see this unfold a little bit and know what the facts
How you
are,
can't
I
use
think
like
we'll
fake egg
absolutely
whites?
look and make sure
That's
that
what my
our
mom did when we were
controls
poor.
and that employees
We
understand.
didn't always have
the
eggs. She
consequences
would
of
just
this.
use the
I
little
think
egg
they
batter
do.
thing.
But
It's like egg from concentrate.
2,000 employees, there's going to be one sometimes that breaks the rules. And I can't comment on this case, but
And understand it's sensitive, but as things move forward, I'd ask if you could at some point share with me and this committee more information so we can work with you to make sure that our nation's policies are kept just to those, more so
I mean,
kept
I
away
don't.
from
I'm telling you, I don't
adversaries
eat
of that.
till 1
Glad to do
p.m.
that.
I don't care about eggs, but then I'm very
Gentleman yields
different.
back. Gentleman from
So that's why I'm
California,
like, I don't
Mr.
know.
Vargas, ranking member
And
on
then I
our
eat
Monetary
meal prep
Policy
with
Task
like
Force,
high
recognized for five
protein,
minutes.
and then
Thank you
it's,
very
it's
much,
all
Mr.
nothing's
Chairman.
eggs. I don't eat eggs at all.
Chairman Powell, thank you. I don't want to insult you in any way, but I hear
you're a
you're a
bit-
deadhead.
Oh yes, there it
hold
is.
on up to that.
Deadhead. There
Well,
he
I
is.
assume that with a few words, oftentimes you would know one of the songs.
They say
of
let's connect with
the
him.
Grateful Dead. So I'm going to give you here a quote to see if you know who said this. The risk of a dispute over the position could be a distraction, to our mission. You know who said that?
No, I don't.
Michael Barr did.
Oh,
And I would be remiss if I didn't say,
did you just try to
mention
trick him?
that what Governor Barr
So
did
that wasn't a song lyric.
recently was very selfless and noble. The rest of that quote, by the way, is, in the current environment, I've determined that I would be more effective in serving the American people from my role as a governor. So I think he himself took the position that it would be a distraction to continue in that role. I personally think he's a person of great distinction that always managed himself in a way that was appropriate, and I appreciate the role that he played. I didn't always agree with him. He was always agreeable and certainly was able to
Bro, High
communicate
Ticker's
with him
running right
our
now.
disagreement. And again, I just want to thank him because I think what he just did is what a lot of people can't do, and that is make a decision that for the betterment of
Again,
the
Bonds have
situation that we're
recovered
for
in
our
that
country,
last little run there,
he
but now
would,
Spy
he would
caught up with
purposely
it.
do something that wasn't necessarily beneficial to him personally. But anyway, I'd be remiss if I didn't thank him. But since I am asking tough questions, I do want to ask you another tough question. See if you know this one. Do you know what the Ponte del Sospiri is?
I do not.
Okay. You might know it in English. It's called the Bridge of Sighs. Are you familiar with the Bridge of Sighs?
Rings a bell. I can't.
Okay. In Venice, the Doge,
Is he talking about
who
Vitalik?
was the leader of Venice, had a palace. And across the palace, he had his prison. And oftentimes, a prisoner would be taken into the palace and interrogated in a very rough way, and then be tortured. And then after he confessed to something he normally didn't do, he would have to walk over the bridge and then into the dungeon and oftentimes die there. However, before he completed the task of crossing the bridge, there are 2 windows there. And he would stop at the windows, and he'd look out over the magnificent city of Venice. And it's the last time, oftentimes, that person would get to see.
Trump says he has call with Putin,
So he
discussed
stopped.
Ukraine, Middle
And that's why
East,
it's called
AI, and
sides,
dollar.
the Ponte del
We had the
Strid.
Putin
The reason I
comments
bring that up
earlier.
is I think a lot
He
of
and Putin
Americans feel
agreed
that
they
way
want to
right now.
stop deaths in Russia
That
and
they're
Ukraine.
crossing this bridge, and maybe it's the last time they've seen
See, if it
beautiful America. that
market
we've had.
might get a boost off of
And they're worried.
Ukraine peace.
They're worried about the
Zelensky said it
usurpation
earlier, but watch, if
of
you actually get
powers.
dollar down
They're worried about
and
the
defense
balance
names
of
going
powers. Now, I
down,
was
it'll
very
it'll
proud of
run.
you when you stood
But if
up
none
and
of those
said,
move, I think it's a dud.
I can't be fired. President can't fire me. I'm staying. Can anyone up here fire you?
Anyone up
Yeah.
there? No single person can.
No single person can, right? I hope you continue with that independence, because I think at this moment is very important. Someone mentioned it earlier, and I think it is very, very important. So, with that out of the way, I did want to talk about the dual mandate, especially the employment issue. For a lot of people in America, their job really is the most important thing for them. Not even their investment, their job. And that's why employment is such an important position, I think, and it's so important to be part of the dual mandate. Are you looking at changing in any way the dual mandate?
So we don't have that authority. That's
Who has the authority to do that?
Congress.
Only Congress?
Yes. Well, Congress would have to pass a bill, which would be signed by the president.
Say that again, sorry?
Congress would need to pass a bill to change the dual mandate that the president
Trump
signs.
said he agreed to have respective teams start negotiations immediately.
At the same time, follow the law that there's a dual mandate. And that's, I think, very, very important to most Americans. And with that, again, I thank you for your service. I thank Michael Barr for service. I know he's going to continue to serve. I know he'll serve honorably like he always has. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. We recognize the gentleman from Middle Tennessee, Mr. Rose, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Hill and Ranking Member Waters, for holding the hearing today, and thank you, Chair Powell. Always good to see you here with us. Chair Powell, you may recall the last time we spoke, I brought up the issue of credit risk transfers, CRTs, and urged you to allocate more resources to ensure that that framework applicants were receiving decisions from the Federal Reserve. I've recently heard back from stakeholders that they are receiving decisions from the Federal Reserve regarding CRT applications. I hope that the Federal Reserve team continues to be focused on cutting down the backlog so that financial institutions can take risk off their balance sheets. Thank you for that. However, I still have concerns that we are not fully optimizing the use of CRTs. In the case of mortgage risk, CRTs have successfully shifted risk from taxpayers to private capital, including capital markets and global reinsurers. While government-sponsored entities have clear regulatory treatment under the Federal
Baba's
Housing Finance
insane.
Agency, financial institutions
Just keep in mind, the next level's like
similar clarity,
119,
particularly under Basel III.
and then like 125 to 127. Yeah, you're already there.
But more is
So
needed
now
to
120
ensure
to
that
121,
financial institutions
and then
can
125, and then if you
effectively
break
manage
there,
risk,
I mean, that's
stay
it, bro.
competitive globally,
It could
and
be a whole
serve
new
their
world for Baba.
customers. Chair
We
Powell,
are
do
up
you
about
believe that there should be
60% on the long
greater
term.
alignment in CRT treatment
That was a
between
great
banks
pickup.
and GSEs?
It's running it for us now, too, though.
That's a great question.
That's
I will
why,
take
again,
your
part of our
feedback back.
outperformance this
honestly, I
year
don't know the answer to
is because of China and
I
then
just
some of the other ones,
wonder,
CF on the
what
low.
steps is or could the Federal Reserve take to
And
clarify
I sent
and
Stream Alert.
harmonize
I closed out
capital
one of
rules to
my
promote
earlier
financial
intraday play.
stability and competitiveness in
CF
this
on the
space?
low. Watch for the peace pop.
Again, I'll
If
take
you
back
need
your-
a little
your
bit more,
feedback,
but
and,
again,
that is our
it seems like
objective,
you're getting more of that, but you need RTX and the other one's dead.
and thoughtful in that work.
Thank you. I appreciate that. In April 2024, Synapse Financial Technologies, a fintech company that
Yeah, Bitcoin
provides
just rocketed.
banking as a service solutions, filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. This event significantly impacted its partnerships with various fintech firms and banks, including Evolve Bank and Trust. To this day, I have constituents in Tennessee's 6th District who are not able
Bro, it
to
was all Euro
access
close. That's
thousands
it.
of
After
dollars
Euro,
of
you
their
went back to
funds,
cash run.
and there has been no
Literally, that's what we talked about, but
communication regarding the
I didn't really
timeline
notice
for
it till looking back.
Chair
We're
Powell,
30
since
minutes
the
past
Federal
Euro,
Reserve Board
and
is a
everything just rocketed from there.
supervisor of the Evolve Bank and Trust, could you provide
Yeah,
any
Bitcoin's going
updates
insane.
on what you're doing
Keep
to
eyes on that.
ensure that my constituents receive their funds and the expected
I think it is the Trump
timeline
Putin news. Like I'm
for them to
saying,
receive their funds.
that could be good. You had Ukraine talk about it, Scott Bessent in Ukraine, all of that. Putin invited Trump to Moscow. Putin and Trump. Now Russia's reporting it.
We're deeply concerned
So
about
LNG is getting clapped. Literally, Russia, TASS is now reporting the news.
bankruptcy proceedings. And
Putin and Trump, Russian news correspondent,
Thank
cites
you, Jim.
Kremlin.
And are there any
Putin invited
specific
Trump to
steps
Moscow.
that my constituents could take to expedite the process or ensure that they receive their rightful balances?
I'll have to come back to you on that. There may be, I don't have anything for you, though, on that today.
Thank you. And Chair Powell, is there anything else that the Federal Reserve Board is considering to prevent situations such as this on a going forward basis?
Well, I think when we see things, it's a lot of pattern recognition. So
Look at the bonds. They're still murdered, but they're moving up. Again, right now, it's war. Here's
Thank
some
you.
war
I
headlines.
think there has been a lack of appreciation for the work that President Trump has done to restore the American workforce.
Okay.
It
I grabbed
is
some
his
really cheap
example
calls.
of calling federal
Not a
employees
recommendation.
back to the office that we are now seeing corporate America
Like,
follow
I've spent, like,
as well.
$10?
How, as the federal government and companies move to end work
I
from
lost
home
30 on the other
policies
play.
and bring employees back to the office, how do you anticipate this shift will impact key economic indicators such as productivity, urban commercial real estate markets, and consumer spending patterns?
That's a really good question. I'm not sure of the answer. I've always felt that I am personally more productive.
Trump
in the
agreed to
office,
meet.
and that's where I work, except on weekends when I work at home.
So now Russia is reporting
But, in
Trump
terms
has
of
agreed to
productivity,
meet.
I think there are different views.
So yeah, I don't know. I think this is good for peace, to be honest.
In the office.
Just remember, we've always talked about
we'll
the
just
day
have to
that
see.
the
I
Russia-Ukraine
also think, though,
war
that,
ends.
on the
There's
other
no
side,
confirmation,
work from home did
but
allow
after
very
Zelensky,
high
it's
levels
a
of
good, very
labor
good
force
sign.
participation
So let's see how the
among,
market
for
takes it.
example,
But you
women.
already,
We
again,
had all-time
it
record
started from here, and we had
So
Zelensky
I
headlines
think
all
there
throughout
are
the day.
benefits from-
That's why I
from
just
work
like
from
be
home. I hope we
cautious.
continue to realize
You know what I'm
that.
saying? Yeah, they've talked. It sounds really good, but that's why I'm keeping it small. I reduced any negative exposure, but you just got to be mindful that this doesn't.
Thank you.
Technically, nothing has changed. You know what I'm saying? All they're saying is, yeah, we're down to meet. We'll do this. We'll do that, but it's not anything intense. But it's a very good first step. Yeah, positive step forward is how I'd sum it up, and then that's it. Call it a day. So I wouldn't swing for the fences. I swung with $10 and then got rid of a put. That's it.
Nothing like that.
You got 20 points to fill the CPI drop.
And so no.
Babas are up 750% now. I sold some of them early. I only have 2 left.
To your systems, your technical systems.
It is. It's a good dialogue in years, but FCC to open probe into Comcast over promotion of DEI.
So far you've not.
Yo, CMSCA.
Have you had any inquiries from other central bankers?
CMC hasn't moved yet.
From around the world about,
Remember the Roblox one, so it's either going to hit or
about whether
we're very early.
The Federal Reserve will be able to continue doing its job if you suffer the same sort of intrusion that Treasury did.
I haven't. No.
So you haven't. They haven't called you up and said, well, "What the heck is going on? Do we have to defend ourselves against unknown software being installed on the system?" So
I haven't had any such.
PPI just has to be high, but then again, we just had a hot CPI drop 1%. Now we're down a quarter.
We've also seen calls to resumption of calls to audit the Fed. All right, which is as you can remember from that gentleman.
Yeah, oil's dumping off those headlines though, so it's good. I mean, oil actually went down.
First off,
that's a really good sign.
Correct.
So again, I'm telling you, I want to
You're
see like
audited
defense
in the
names
sense
go
that
down, but
understands
generally,
that word to mean.
good first step, some little reaction. Now MOS, CF are on the low.
Looks at our books
All
and-
those
and
plays that benefited off of
opinion
exporting
doesn't
materials to and from Russia.
that opinion, that's
Remember,
all
Mosaic, all of
Right,
these
and it's my
companies are getting
recollection
murked.
There've never been any big problems uncovered in
No,
this.
we actually have quite a simple business model, although we have a large balance sheet. We're like a big community bank, only with no credit risk and very simple.
So in the ordinary sense, talk of auditing the Fed is
Fully audited.
NTR. No, this
What
is
was
bad
really
for
meant
NTR and
was
MOS. They
during the
benefited
time
off
when
the
they were
war. Remember we played those
decade ago, I
when the
guess.
Russia war
It was
started?
really
Those
all
names are
about
coming down now.
micromanaging Fed monetary policy.
Because again, this
They
would
didn't want
mean
to audit
better oil
the monetary
deals with
policy,
materials
which
between
doesn't
Ukraine
really
and
make
Russia,
sense
and
since
then
it's a
again,
policy thing.
one global
Do you have any
conflict ending.
indication of whether the
But I don't think we're there
presumption
yet.
calls
Just
to
this was
audit
the
the
first
Fed
good
will be,
development. You know,
audits
simply
or
put,
some new
Trump
effort
and
to
Putin
politically
just said they're down to
micromanage
meet, and Trump has been
monetary
invited to
I
Russia.
have no way of knowing.
And then
Really what
Zelensky
it
said he is
the
open to
GAO is
territory
free to
deals
work on every
to have
area
peace
of
as
the
well
Fed
as minerals.
except monetary policy, and does so. We have GAO reports
Jeez.
all over the place over many years, but they don't audit monetary policy. And what the threat would be if that were to go away, you'd have investigations into decisions on monetary
Okay, there's
policy.
bonds
And,
now.
that would be
Bonds got a long way to go,
because
but
it's
I'm surprised they're actually doing that. Danny here on the high two, DHR.
to be a step.
I
on
didn't
the way
fall.
to
Somebody
eliminating
did.
the Fed.
That is correct. Yeah, the calls to end the Fed came from the same wing of the Republican Party, and I guess still exists. I think we're up to something like 20 Republican sponsors of the end of the Fed bill. Let's see. I was sort of surprised to see that
MT.
the word tariff only occurred twice in your monetary policy report, whereas if you look at financial trade journals, it's mentioned 5 times above the fold. And for those that read hard copies. So, this must be a very hard thing for you to deal with because, as you're aware, Trump's tariffs and other trade policies put us in a manufacturing recession a year before COVID hit. And so this is not a small thing if these resume. But you have to sort of filter out the chaotic noise and the guidance that varies hour by hour or week by week. So how do you actually filter that? You say correctly that, well, let's wait to see what the actual policies are. But then
Yeah, MOS, NTR, all those plays are getting worked.
One day you get, these are the actual
Bill is still
policies.
good, but
How
if
do
you
at
could
some
do
point
a
you have
money
to put
market,
these in
it's
and
so
do
much
macro
easier.
models of
So my money
what
market
happens and
was
how do
there,
you-
and then
how
I
do you do
locked
that
in bonds a
filtering
couple
when
years
there's
ago.
so much
But
random noise on the signal?
ideally,
I think
a
it's
money market is the
straightforward
easiest
now in the
option.
sense
But
that
Bill's
no
not
one
bad.
knows
Chevron to
much
lay
what
off
the exact
20%
policies
of
will be.
staff.
That's still evolving.
Whoa.
And so you can't really.
Yo, Chevron just
take
cut
action.
20% of their
You
staff.
can do analysis of various hypothetical things, and we've been doing a lot of that. But ultimately, it matters what happens. What's tariffed, for how long. Are
Amen.
there
Tell 'em, Powell.
substitutes? There's many questions that will have to be answered. And even then, the question will be how much of that will transfer to the consumer. As you know, that can fall on the exporter, the importer, the retailer, or the consumer.
Or in my case, manufacturers are on both ends of this.
Yeah. So we really just don't.
So if that sort of analysis.
Gentleman's
could be
time has
come to
expired.
Congress, it would be great. So thank you.
The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Intel about 22 again.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You
Thank Mr. Powell.
contract
I
with
appreciate
Chevron,
you
they're
coming,
laying off people, but contracting
addressing,
equal or more.
our
Good
body.
info.
In 2011, Vice Chairman Yellen.
Okay,
made a
we just
statement
ran up a
about
lot there.
the
See, bonds are
concern
moving
about
more
the
than
long-term
SPY.
debt situation,
You're doing again. You
the
hit the
imbalance
top a
that
little
we have
bit. We
in
might chill, but
budget.
I think generally
in the fourth
you're going to
quarter,
get a
she
little
made the
pocket
statement
of
the
this.
federal debt
What's
held
it
by
called?
the public
News.
was, as a percentage
A
of
little
GDP,
pocket of
was
this war piece.
64.75%.
But again, it's not action yet.
Now,
We just
the same
need.
debt to GDP,
It's a good step.
as identified by CBO, was 99% at the end of 24.
CCG again, uranium.
You expressed the same concern that Ms. Yellen had about the severity of where we are with our continued long-term imbalance.
I have done so on many occasions. And essentially that the U.S., we're on an unsustainable path. And the debt level isn't unsustainable, but the path is sustainable. And certainly it's past time for Congress to work on that. But that's what I can say. I can't say more than that.
What do you think the benchmark would be? We're in the middle of the budget situation now, trying to debate, particularly with reconciliation. What would you say is a benchmark that would ease? What level of cuts, in your opinion, would ease your concern?
Bro, look at all of the uraniums now. They're going.
Now,
sell fertilizers, sell other materials, but the other ones are rocketing now. I mean, they're still lower than the other day. We got a free SMR, but yeah, I can't help but notice it. And then gold too.
Running imbalance. What?
Yeah, bro, we're green on AT&T in the long term.
I guess some assurance.
I can't believe it.
House in order.
Yeah, bro.
So I don't have a specific number. It wouldn't be appropriate.
Bro,
but
somehow
will
I am
say
up
this.
13% on
When we looked
AT&T.
at this,
I have no idea why.
Successful plans.
I literally, this was one of our worst plays.
Get back on
I
the
think
right track.
uranium, because that's
They
going to
tend
probably
to
be the deal with Ukraine, India, and Russia now.
progress over a long period of time. And in other words, you've got to get to a place where the economy is growing faster than the debt, and then you need to stay on that path for 20 years. This is not the kind of thing where we can fix it overnight. We
Oil
just need to
falls
make
as
some
Trump and
progress.
Putin
Right
agree for
now,
talks over
we're running
Ukraine.
very large deficits at a time of full employment. So we need to start moving. You're either making progress or you're not. Right now, we're not. So the key thing
I
is
do
to just,
use AT&T, yeah.
is for it to
I mean,
become a
I
big issue
can't talk
and then
about it. I had a
we work
lawsuit
together.
against
The things that
AT&T,
need to be done
so I don't use them
are
as
things
much
that can
anymore,
only
but
be
I
done
did
on a
use them
bipartisan
for a
basis.
lot of my
Only.
life
These are the things
until
that
I
need to
sued
be
the
dealt
shit out
with
of them and won.
cannot be dealt with by
But I
one
can't
political
discuss
party.
the
Believe me
details.
with that.
Thank you.
It's going to be a tall order
It is.
to get
The order
bipartisan.
only grows. It gets taller every year.
Yeah, it does. That's one of our issues we're having now. The level of growth, you think, with what President Trump is doing with giving Americans confidence with the Dose Commission, which is giving Americans hope that we're seeing things that are being spent of the taxpayers' dollars that we never imagined that we couldn't get to. Now he's exposing that. What level of growth do you think, with the confidence growing under Trump, that we will be able to reach this year and the years after? Because the 20 years you're talking about, we've got to have a pretty solid, it can't be, it's got to be, would you say, 1.8, 2% growth of GDP?
For a long time, people thought that U.S. potential growth was a little bit below 2%. I think we've had we've had 5 years of good productivity growth, and we hope that'll continue. If that does continue, then it might be 2 or 2.25. If you're talking about long-term budget assumptions, though, I'd be conservative and say 2%.
You think that's doable?
Whose phone is that?
2%, yes.
On another note, the
10K
stress
in one
test
stock. Would you choose Microsoft or
banks
Apple?
run and that,
I think Apple's a better deal, but
public has been
both of them
given
are really
information
high.
on everything,
I
but
would
how
just
that stress
space
test
the money in
relates to
too.
them.
But there's a
Why
debate
is
about
it
bigger
not
one
further-
time or little by
why
little.
is it, most people don't understand what it is. Why is it not broadcast more, in your opinion?
Why the stress tests?
Correct.
So the theory from the beginning was to not to disclose the whole models and the way that they worked, because in a way that felt like giving the test in advance. This was a brand new initiative that started coming out of the global financial crisis, very successful generally, but over time the argument for not giving away the models, to giving the models out, has, I think, weakened, and also the law has moved. The Supreme Court has moved to reduce the level of deference given to agencies and increased our obligations to be transparent under the Administrative Procedure Act. And so it's time
Gentleman's
we
time has
disclose
expired.
the models.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank the gentleman. Gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Gonzalez, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you,
Hymns
Chairman
on the
Powell,
high.
for joining us this morning.
I responded back to your
the
email.
United Kingdom, European Union, Mexico, Brazil, India, and Japan all allow non-bank payment service providers access to their instant payment services. This allows improved access to liquidity for users by ensuring they can send and receive payments instantly without waiting multiple days to access their money. I believe this is especially important for those who have tighter cash flows, and for those sending payments to loved ones abroad, both which happens quite frequently in South Texas and across the country. With that in mind, does the Federal Reserve plan to allow non-bank payment service providers access to FedNow payment rail?
We don't plan that right now. What we really want to do is to have the consumer not care. The consumer can have an access, but our payment rails go through the banks, and so you have to go through a bank.
Yeah. So there's no plans on changing that?
So I don't see nothing.
Not that I'm aware of.
Getting on the consumer price index, what consumer price index reading would cause you to cut rates? Is it 2% exactly, or is it a trend closer to 2%? How much more movement downward do you need to see in CPI for the Fed to?
I think it's just the peace stuff. Johnson says he believes White House is considering exemptions to reciprocal tariffs, including autos and pharma.
Assuming the labor
there
market
it is.
remains solid and strong, we want to see further progress. We didn't actually make much progress on core PCE inflation last year for reasons that I can explain, but nonetheless, the progress wasn't there. So we want to see a resumption of progress. I'm not going to put a really specific number on it. I mean, the truth is the economy is strong, the labor market's solid, and we have the luxury of being able to wait and let our restrictive policy work to get inflation coming down again, and that's what we're doing.
No, not bearish. I mean, this
Is there any
aligns
concern
with
at the
everything
Fed
I've
that,
told you.
Deporting millions of
What's the
undocumented
headline? Think
workers
about
that
it.
Do a lot of crucial work.
So
in-
it sounds like
in-
good
in the
news,
agriculture
but
industry,
you
in
should have already
construction,
expected that.
In the hospitality business will create upwardly pressure on inflation in this country.
So literally, they're saying exemptions on
you know,
pharma.
we don't
That's
have
our
concerns
number
about
2 critical
policies.
good.
We just
And then
look at
he
the
did
data.
bring up the
You know,
auto, which is just
labor
being nice
supply
to the Euros.
Has actually the new
Ta-da!
labor supply from immigration.
So it's
has
good
actually come
news,
down quite
but
sharply over
generally,
the second half of
you would have
last
expected
year,
that to happen.
and there's every reason
You know
to
what I'm
think that will
saying?
Continue. Demand has also come down, so that the unemployment rate has actually been flat since July. We're going to look at
But
supply
wouldn't
and
taking a
demand.
million workers out of the economy have a direct impact on
It could. We'll just have to see how supply and demand match up. In any case, we don't. You know, we're not here to comment on immigration. We're here to achieve.
Right. No,
maximum
I totally get that. I'm just figuring if you take 1 million people out of the workforce, how do we make that up, and how would that have an upwardly inflationary pressure on
MT on
our
the high.
economy? But moving on, recently the Cleveland Fed's new tenant rent index tumbled to a negative 2.4 year-over-year rate. Does that type of deflation in shelter make you more positive on future interest rate cuts?
So, yes, but the thing is,
More
what
China.
We're really looking at is in the aggregate housing services inflation. I believe that's a measure of
Yeah,
current
Baidu already
rents,
made
so
up its
market
loss
rents
even
that
from
are happening.
yesterday.
Market rents have not
Sam
been showing
side.
much inflation for a long time. Market rents don't make their way into rents until leases turn over, existing leases turn over, and that's been the slow part of the process. We have seen a lot of progress on that, but we're not there yet. We're not back to levels of housing services inflation, which is what I described, but we're getting there. We're making clear progress.
You recently said that employment prospects are solid, and construction employment, which represents 6.1% of all private employment, is falling significantly. Does this concern you?
So we look at the aggregate numbers. There are always industries that are growing and not growing. I think the last few job reports have been significant job creation. You saw the one here a week or so ago, which revised up the last 2 months and strong job creation. In fact, it looks like the job creation may actually have picked up a little bit around the end of the year.
Thank you. And just very briefly, given what we had had a business capex recession, and the last time the economy faced uncertainty with large tariffs, are you monitoring capex developments closer this time around?
Powell making clear
We're
progress
monitoring
on
carefully,
housing.
yes.
Wire picked that up.
Gentleman yields back.
Again, high ticker's almost fully gassed. It's a mix of now tariff exemptions, but I really think
Mr.
the war
Chairman,
stuff.
and
But
thank you very much.
his reaction is small. I don't think those calls
I
are
did
gonna
recently
like.
chair
You
an
need more
oversight
velocity, so
subcommittee,
keep that in
hearing on
mind. I might
debanking.
get out of them.
During our hearing, we revealed evidence that the FDIC directly
Yeah,
pressured
this is the
banks
same
to
price. I'm gonna dip.
debank crypto. What do you think of that situation?
So it's, I think we're all struck at the number of complaints and the breadth of them, and want to understand. We want to take a fresh look at this area. It's not something we're not telling banks that they can't bank certain people from certain institutions, anything like that. Nonetheless, we're hearing these things, and I take at least some of it is real. So we need to understand it and stop it from happening because. And
so again, I want you want closer to the money if you're on
a lot of
short
this
term or
is
get calls with
the
time.
enforcement of
Because I went for those
money
dailies with
laundering
little bit, but
is so tough
even that velocity
that at
pop,
any
it only
sign,
brought them
any
up like
flag
1
at all
penny,
that
but
gets raised,
you
they
can just
cut
tell they're
people
not going to
off.
move.
And they can't explain. So that may be part of it, but I think we need to do some work, get to the bottom of it, and address this.
Thanks,
I
Chairman.
appreciate
There were
your-
hundreds of
your-
letters, by the way, that were pretty clear that
Yeah.
banks should avoid doing business with crypto companies. No such pause letters, as they're referred to, or communications. of this coming from the Fed?
Not that I'm aware of. No, it's not.
Bob is
been our
almost at
policy.
120.
Our banks are doing business with crypto companies, and they're doing crypto inside the bank. Some of them are. We've been a little bit careful with it, but I really don't think we've been telling people they can't do it.
I think a lot of people, including us, would appreciate you doing a careful review of that. The banking industry itself is concerned that there's no vice chair of supervision to provide clarity on the multiple issues.
And then
Basel
bonds.
III, to Reg II and debanking. Do you expect to have an acting vice chair of supervision? When do you expect to have an acting vice chair?
We don't have. We need to have a confirmed vice chair if we're going to have a vice chair. There's no such thing as acting for us.
Okay.
But I don't know. That's up to the administration. I'll tell you what, the way we look at it is we're going to do our jobs, and I think there are a number of things that can be done that'll be very constructive. And if there is a new vice chair for supervision, I will welcome that person and do everything I can to make them successful.
Okay, thank you. Yesterday, you noted that Basel III Endgame could be finalized fairly quickly. Given last year's extensive public comments, will you ensure the rule does not restrict access to capital and fully incorporates industry feedback? And as you stated, you felt that the capital reserves for banks was about right. So I'd imagine you're not looking for anything too drastic there.
No, that's right. Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, great. So the CPI this morning came in a little hotter than expected at 3%. Did this surprise you?
It was, the CPI reading was above almost every forecast, but I would just offer a note of caution on this, 2 notes of caution. One is we don't get excited about 1 or 2 good readings, and we don't get excited about 1 or 2 bad readings. The second thing, though, is we target PCE inflation.
Bro, the high ticker is gassing. I know the market's dancing around. It reminds me of that one time where the low ticker was moving, but the market wouldn't go down.
More data on
but yeah, you're getting a lot of activity. But you're just hugging the high right now.
I think it's always wise, and the people who follow us closely know this. That we'll know actually what the PCE readings are, late tomorrow.
Okay. So in the past, as you well know, you called inflation transitory. Then the Fed signaled 3 rate cuts for 2024, and the market's priced in 6. Now that you're saying that there's no rush to cut rates, do you find this forward guidance stabilizing markets or fueling volatility?
So this is the summary of economic projections, the dot plot. And,
yeah, we're going to get that in March.
Markets like it. It's kind of the only.
It is small caps, but they're still the lagger on the day. They were the worst. NASDAQ just went green.
We don't mean it as forward guidance, but markets do take it. Sometimes they take it too seriously. I think most market participants understand that it's highly conditional and dependent on what actually happens in the economy.
And that's the feedback that you do receive? That
Yes.
they find it
Yeah.
helpful?
And when we talk about getting rid of it, market participants will tell you, please don't do that.
Okay. If DOGE found $1 trillion in wasteful, unnecessary spending, the Department of Government Efficiency, of course, and wouldn't that have a positive effect on inflation?
I think it's kind of slowing down, but dude, it's fully gassed right now. Ever since the little war headline and then that little tariff exemption thing.
So this is if
you've got movement, the velocity's a little lower. It reads all bullish, but even with the CPI and Powell in the background, we're kind of just chilling, bro.
It would. Hard to say exactly how it would affect the economy.
You got a $6 billion budget at the Fed. Would you welcome DOGE to have a look under the hood?
Zillow rental buoys prospects as Outlook
we haven't heard
hits.
from them, and I've got nothing for you on that today.
Thank you, Chairman. I yield back, Chairman.
Gentleman, time has expired. The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chair Powell, always a pleasure to see you again. I want to start, and I don't expect you to comment on the policy here, but there's been a number of actions from the Trump administration of scrubbing or limiting data that the private sector has historically relied on to understand the direct and indirect impacts on the economy, public health data, information about breaking things down by gender, by race, that we need to understand granular shifts in the economy. I realize that you don't rely exclusively on government data, but has there been anything that has happened since the Trump White House was sworn in that has limited
Flutter,
the
that's
access to
the betting.
information you need to fulfill your
They're starting to move there up too.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
If there was, will you commit to sharing it with Congress so that we can fulfill our oversight responsibilities?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. Robin Hood.
When you were here in July, I'd asked you this question.
Oh, Fed Bostic. You had comments earlier,
but
but
your view that the
Powell's talking now.
Federal Reserve, that climate change constitutes an emerging threat to U.S. financial stability.
I guess I would say it this way. I wouldn't say that climate change is currently a threat to U.S. financial stability.
An emerging threat.
I would say that it may emerge over time as such.
Okay, so $250 billion of losses in California. We've now got multiple states where the insurer of last resort is insolvent. Reporting today that California is having to bail it out. I know we have a difference of opinion on NGFS. I don't want to go into that. But is the Fed monitoring what is happening to our financial system?
Joe Terranova buys BABA. CNBC now? All right. Because remember I told you, bro, everybody's been quiet about the rally in China. It's a literal bull market, and no one's really said anything.
The
So
question, though, if the question
watch
is,
if
is it a
mainstream
threat to the
starts to
financial
jump on
stability
board.
of the United States? That's really the question. And we, of course, we're following that very, very carefully.
Okay, so if you're monitoring it, where is the risk that was being backed by the insurance industry moving? Where in the economy does that risk now live?
So insurance companies, as you know, can cancel policies and not issue them, and they can leave states, and they're doing a lot of that. So where do those risks fall? They fall on homeowners and other beneficiaries, and they fall on state governments and to some extent,
MSTR now.
They don't fall on.
Again,
they don't-
Bitcoin
they
was
don't
the
cause
first
large
runner
financial
on any of this
institutions to
stuff,
fail.
and it's
Are
still
you seeing shifts
again,
in
SPY's lagging even
mortgages,
behind the
mortgage
euro.
servicers, their willingness to provide loans to homes as those insurance rates go up?
It is
Or
true.
disappear?
You are totally
Implicitly,
right.
if you can't get
Every time
insurance,
BABA
then
does
they're
this, it is going to be down 30% in a month.
So
That's why, though,
that's
it's like
certainly where
this
this
time
looks
it
like
either
it's headed.
holds or if it does the
because
same thing, we're
There
fucked.
has been reports going back several years now that the more prone your property is to flood risk, to fire risk, the more likely you are as a bank to offload that onto Fannie and Freddie, right? We've seen that data happening. So that then raises the question of, and this is maybe just purely academic and wonky, if you own a set of cash flows and you want to sell them to me, and we both have full information, I'm only going to buy them from you at an accretive value to you to the extent that I have a lower cost of money than you do, right? Sort of like Econ 101, right? So if we own Fannie and Freddie right now because they're in receivership and they are throwing off a string of cash flows to the Treasury, setting aside the nuances of how the CBO scores all these sorts of things, isn't the sale of Fannie and Freddie,
Bro, the
on
pin up
assumption
here
that
is
the buyer and seller
disgusting.
have perfect information,
White House
same
Johnson
information on both
says,
sides of that transaction.
oh, no, that's a reiteration. Same one for the
If
tariff
that's
exemption.
accretive to the American taxpayer, doesn't that implicitly assume that we have to sell to somebody with a lower cost of capital than we do?
That's question. I followed your logic there. Yeah.
Okay, and that would only not be true to the extent, I suppose, either that the buyer violates every rule I had in my M&A career of paying for upside, as they say, or that the buyer lacked information that the seller had, right?
Fair.
Okay. So what I'd like to understand from you is, does that create a conflict of interest for the United States government? Because if we have
Tesla breaking out again.
if we have information about climate change being scrubbed from our data sets, and we have a White House that would like to sell Fannie and Freddie, are we committed to efficient markets that depend on accurate,
MSTR and
transparent
Bitcoin.
information, or are we committed to making a quick buck? In which case, we might want people not to be uninformed. Is the Fed committed to transparent markets, I guess, is the first question. And then the second one, do you feel that conflict?
I think we're getting a little away from,
What a
from
question.
our mandate at the Fed. I mean, the idea of privatization is to get this off the balance sheet.
Your
of the
break even. I mean, if you bought it a while, I bought
Get it
calls
into
yesterday at the
private
low,
capital back
and they're up 40% right now.
Sure, and there would be good reasons for
So
that.
if
but
you had
that-
time
that
and
is
you haven't
coming at the
adjusted them, I
expensive
could see
value
why
to the
they're
American
down probably.
taxpayer. We need
But
to be transparent to that.
if you got them yesterday
We
at
have
the
private
low, they
sector
should
banks.
be up.
We could make all credit could be made cheaper if offered by the central
yield back
government, right?
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Timmons, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to Chair Powell for joining us today. Yesterday, in an exchange with Senator Warren on stress testing, you said that the Fed is having to change their approach, quote, because the ground has shifted very substantially in administrative law, end quote. And while, yes, the ground has certainly shifted since last year, I'm slightly confused because after reading up on the banking industry's lawsuit against the Fed, I do not see a direct connection between their case and the loss of Chevron deference. Their case seems to center on the Fed not complying with the long-established process laid out by the Administrative Procedures Act, and while some at the Fed may not classify stress tests as a rulemaking, when they require banks to alter their capital levels, they have the effect of rulemaking. So, Chair Powell, I'm hoping you can clear this up for me. Is this a matter of adapting to
All right,
a
I got out of the
world,
Tesla.
or
I rolled it
is this
over.
the Fed unlawfully
Ghetto
using stress
rollover. I
tests
took
as a
the
backdoor to increase
$80
capital
profit,
requirements on banks
and then I put it
without
to another
issuing a
call
formal
for $80
rulemaking
bucks.
and having to go through the legally required notice and comment APA process?
Pretty good chance that the next sentence I say would be evidence in the court case that we're having. So I'm not gonna get into just debating what the law is because we're in litigation. I will say it's not just Chevron though. I think it's clear from other cases that expectations under the Administrative Procedure Act are also raised, just generally speaking. And so we felt that like overall that really has changed the playing field.
Okay, well, any changes in capital requirements is very disruptive, and having a more predictable
The Tesla
process
one was
is
from yesterday.
helpful for long-term stability of the U.S. economy. On to the next question. So foreign banks, many of which are smaller than their domestic counterparts, play a larger role in providing financing in the Treasury market. U.S. banks, on the other hand, are less involved than they could be, primarily because regulators have made this activity less profitable for them. Stricter capital requirements, liquidity buffers, and compliance costs stemming from regulations like Dodd-Frank make it more costly for U.S. banks to engage in Treasury market operations, particularly in repo and securities lending. As a result, foreign banks, facing fewer regulatory hurdles, have stepped in to take on this crucial role, providing the liquidity and financing needed. This shift has significantly altered the market landscape, with foreign institutions now holding a larger share of financing operations that were once dominated by U.S. banks. So my question is this: why are we setting up a system where the U.S. Treasury market needs to rely on so much on foreign banks for proper functioning, and do you see that as a national security threat?
I see the trend that I see is that we have very significantly raised the capital costs of supporting market activity, and especially for low-risk activities that are low-risk, low-return. What's happened is the amount of treasuries has grown much greater than the capital that's allocated to intermediate. So that's why you see low intermediation and relative lack of liquidity, and I think it's appropriate to do something about that. And that's something that we'll be looking at, is to reduce the enhanced supplemental leverage ratio to account for that. This is something that we proposed before, which I think
Okay, I'm selling the final K-Web. We got one. It's about to be in the money.
For banks.
I got May ones, but these ones expire on Friday.
On a positive note, I want to discuss the
They're
optimism
up,
among
just
the
under
American
200.
public. Small business optimism
All right, I'm out
experienced
of
the
that.
largest increase in 40 years following President Trump's recent election, with continued positive momentum in the months since. This surge reflects growing confidence in the economy, spurred by expectations of favorable policies and reduced regulatory burdens for small businesses. The index is not only well above its 50-year average, but also reached its highest point in December since late 2018. This shift has caught the attention of many across the economic landscape.
The Tesla worked.
Back
The
home in South
NVIDIA,
Carolina,
I think the
frequently
put
speak
is
to small
still
business
up,
owners
but
who are
that was a
enthusiastic
good
about the
dynamic.
future,
Buy the dip
eager to
on
help their
NVIDIA and then
businesses
short,
thrive under the
or
new
buy short
administration.
NVIDIIA, then buy
My
the dip
question
on
is this: how
Tesla.
do you
But
see this
now wait too,
significant
you
jump
could
in
get out of it with
optimism
profit.
translating into
So
tangible
now I took
outcomes
out
in terms of
Tesla, no
investment,
risk,
hiring, and
got our
overall growth for
$300
small
back,
businesses?
rolled over this $70,
We know that
$80
sentiment
profit.
really
That's
matters.
it.
It's
If
really
you
hard
want to keep
model
playing it or walk
but you do
away
think
a
about
winner.
it when you're thinking about your forecast, you think about optimism and that kind of thing, because that's what supports investment. All the investments that companies make, they have to have on some level optimism that it's worth shelling out this money to do what it is they're doing. So it's a key
KMT,
part of how
Kenna Metal up 3.
And given the potential
Oh,
for
whoa,
increased
big
investment,
pop.
are there specific policy adjustments or
Republican
economic factors that
senators
you're watching
propose
closely to
1,000
ensure that this
tax
optimism leads
on
to
new
sustainable
EV
growth in the long term?
purchases
Best
to
thing we
account
can
for
do
road
is
repair
achieve
costs.
price stability and also full employment.
couple
maximum
minutes ago.
employment, and then create a stable environment where businesses and households can not worry about inflation, and we have steady, sustainable growth.
And as one of the millions of Americans about to get a mortgage, interest rates going down would be helpful. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields
Is this
back.
over, bro?
The gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Okay, you get 2 minutes. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick.
Chairman Powell,
We're just chill. This is
we're at
odd,
an
bro.
inflection point.
I mean, I think there's a lot of good news that just came out, and we got to deal with the CPI. But dude, you just been pinned at this top ever since the tariff and war news.
Good for the economy. Well, Chairman Powell, you actually know something about the economy. The Federal Reserve has a dual mandate, maximizing employment and stabilizing prices. And it is clear to me that Donald Trump and Elon Musk's actions are impeding your work. The threats of tariffs against our allies are not helping the Fed do its job, nor will they help people across our country. The Boston Federal Reserve put out a report last week which estimated tariffs would be inflationary and raise prices. Chair, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the report titled "The Impact of Tariffs on Inflation." Additionally, Donald Trump has threatened mass deportations. He seeks to terrorize immigrant communities and separate families, claiming it will help the economy. I don't think so. And neither does the Peterson Institute for International Economics, who estimated that employment would drop 7%. Chair, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the report titled "Mass Deportations Would Harm the U.S. Economy."
Without objection.
Now, Chairman Powell, I want the Federal Reserve to be successful. So if Elon Musk and his Doge bros were to walk into the Federal Reserve, intimidate staff, access classified data, and take control of the agency, the same way they did USAID and the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, would that help or hurt our economy?
We don't have that happening. I'm not going to speculate.
No speculation.
Well, on your own website, it says, quote, "The Federal Reserve is accountable to the public and the U.S. Congress," unquote. So I would like to see a clear answer on this. Your staff are watching. Wall Street is watching.
I'm
Donald
watching,
and
baby
Elon
girl.
are certainly watching.
Fuck
and we
yeah.
all want to know, what is your view if Doge does to the Federal Reserve what it has already done to other independent agencies?
It's supposed to be independent.
What we're going to do at the
That's
Fed
why he can't get fired?
is keep our heads down and keep working.
Amen.
Wait to see what new policies emerge
Amen.
and try to make a thoughtful, sensible set of policies on our part once we understand the implications of those.
If Elon Musk or anyone from Doge attempts to access the Federal Reserve's private data, will you immediately alert the members of this committee?
Sure.
Thank you.
It's sure.
This is as clear to me as night and day. Donald Trump and Elon Musk are not trying to help working class people.
What?
They're trying to help themselves.
I
They want the
disagree.
Fed to be a tool that helps the rich get richer, banks get bigger, and regulations disappear altogether. But that is not your mandate. The Fed must maintain its independence.
Low regulations
and
is good for people to start
interests
businesses.
Of the public
Less
before
crony capitalism.
Elon Musk. The world's richest
No, I
man
don't
does not care
just can't
about
agree.
the price of eggs. He doesn't have to. when he
Yeah,
has
they care
already
about the
bought
price of your
the
home.
Presidency.
You tell
I
me.
yield back.
Would you want higher egg
Gentlewoman
prices or a
yields
lower
back.
house
The gentlewoman
price?
from California, Ms. Kemp.
Would you want to be able to not spend all your income on
Thank
rent
you, Chairman Hill and
and
Chairman
insurance,
Powell. Thank you
or
for
would you,
joining us
if
today.
your eggs are
and
$10
I want
bucks?
to commend you again for ignoring the outside noise and staying true to Fed's dual mandate.
I'll get back. But
Chairman
again,
Powell,
this
it
is what I brought up
seems-
the other day. Just don't forget, they literally just taxed and they got rid of a major tax loophole for rich people and taxed NFL owners for the first time. So not for the first time, but the first time through that, taking away one of their loopholes. That's why I don't really agree with that sentiment that lady just said.
Boom in productivity is sustainable in the long term? And if so, how does that increase in productivity affect your models to forecast inflation, therefore monetary policy?
Tesla's still going,
We
Pony
have had a
AI.
boom in productivity. It is most welcome. And of course, it would be great if it were sustained. I think if you look at the candidates that try to explain it, some of them are kind of one-time things, and some of them could be more sustained. You mentioned technology and AI. To the extent that's part of it, that could be a sustainable increase in
I don't know. There was
growth and
a
productivity. To the extent
There was a
it more
Republican
about
asking
job
questions, and Powell
reallocation,
kind of got
people
salty.
switching jobs,
But a
coming
lot
out
of it has been
Democrats,
Democrats.
kind of a
But even
one-time
then,
thing.
like,
Also, we had a wave
you
of
know,
startups.
Powell hasn't really
early
said
on,
much. His
early
job
stage
is to do
companies,
nothing today.
Startups. That also tends
Just
to be
to
linked to productivity.
keep you in the
that
same.
Too could just be a one-time increase in productivity. Literally, no one has the record of being able to successfully
Ireland
forecast
said that they
productivity,
negotiated with U.S. There's a
very
window
long.
for negotiation
Again,
ahead of March
it's
12th
it's gonna
deadline.
depend on many things, and it's as long as we have this increased productivity, it's most welcome and important.
Thank you.
And Disney on the high.
Over the past decade, we've seen Fed intervene with more regular frequency to maintain the orderly functioning of the U.S. Treasury market much more than decades before. It seemed like the private sector was able to manage this without too much Fed intervention pre-financial crisis, and a long-standing and growing bipartisan consensus that the
Bond
SLR
auction in 20
and
minutes,
other
yeah.
regulations may be causing this.
Or no,
If
no,
so,
hour 20, I think. I think
what
it should
do you
be at
think
11.
the solution is to reduce the need for frequent Fed intervention?
So I do think we need to work on Treasury market structure, and part of that answer can be, and I think will be, reducing the calibration.
Australian president will speak to
supplemental leverage
politicians to
ratio, as you
determine
mentioned.
way
That's something
after
that I have
coalition talks
long
failed.
supported, and for the reason
I don't know if
that,
that's related to the tariffs.
The quantity of treasuries
Yeah, LNG is
has
getting
grown
worked right
really
now.
significantly, and the capital allocated to intermediating trades in treasuries has not, in fact, has shrunk. So we need a liquid treasury market, and this is one of the things that we can and should do is to reduce the calibration of that measure.
Thank you. I want to go back to March 2023 in response to the fallout of Silicon Valley Bank. It is my understanding that the Fed is analyzing ways to create a more efficient process for financial institutions to access the discount window. One issue that has come up is that it can take extended periods of time to assess and determine the lendable value of collateral, potentially denying the institution's ability to access liquidity quickly. Is the Fed looking at ways to streamline the process to assess and
Kennametal,
determine
I saw that
the
run
value
up
of
the other
collateral at
right there,
discount
but
window?
I can't find anything.
We are
2.5
looking at,
though. It's
so
right
there are
below
sort
the
of,
threshold.
Impediments to
And then
the
Boeing on the
efficiency
high
of the
spy.
discount window.
Finally, I
And
mean,
those are
it's
things
still
we
in
can
this
work
little
on and
weird
we're working
pin
hard
range,
on.
but it
There's
is
also
coming
the
down.
question of stigma, though, that banks are reluctant to use it because of the so-called stigma of using it, and that is a very hard problem to solve. We're also working on that one.
Regarding the fast review of the discount window operations, can you give us an update on what problems the Fed was able to identify, what solutions you're pursuing,
QMCO
and
again, we've
what
seen that a
the
couple times.
estimated timeline is for any action?
So the study is ongoing right now. The work's ongoing, but essentially, you touched on some of this. It's inefficient. It's slow, and we need to have collateral, processes that are very quick and very efficient because they need to be quick and efficient.
Okay, coming down a little bit more.
So that's part of it. Just general modernization, investing in technology, modernizing the discount window. That's part of it. The harder part is really turning it into something that banks are comfortable using because they feel it's not stigmatized. And we're working on that too.
The opening the discount window 24/7 could really help the banks in California, especially the state that I represent, the Southern California that I represent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gentlewoman yields back.
This has to
The
be over
gentleman from
soon.
New York, Mr. Torres, is recognized.
Jeez,
for
I guess the House has more than
Thank you,
Senate,
Mr. Chair. President Donald Trump has been asserting among the most aggressive and expansive claims of presidential power that we've seen in our nation's history. He's taken the unitary executive theory to new extremes. He's claiming to have the authority to defund whatever agency he wishes, to abolish whatever agency he wishes, and to fire whomever he wishes, even if it means violating an act of Congress. Mr. Chairman, suppose for a moment the president were to ignore
Why do
the
y'all keep
congressional
forgetting
statute
where
that
all of this
establishes
authority
the
came
independence
from?
of the Federal Reserve.
We'll talk
What
about it,
economic
Clyde.
consequences would result
wild
from the Fed losing its independence?
I think research over many, many years in many, many jurisdictions shows that some degree of independence is very important in keeping inflation under control. And the connection is obvious. If politicians are going to want to be reelected and things like that. They're not going to be focused on the longer term. We have the mandate to remain separate from all of that, to stay out of all of that, so that we can just focus on, not on election cycles or helping or hurting any political party or politician, but just on serving the public as a whole. That is essential, and it's uniform, I think, across all advanced economy central banks.
Much like the Bureau of Fiscal Service, the Federal Reserve has highly sensitive payment systems. President Trump and Secretary Bessent granted Elon Musk and his team of outsiders access to the central payment system of the federal government, a system that is often described as America's checkbook. Would you, as the Federal Reserve Chair, ever grant a team of outsiders access to the Fed's central payment system without sufficient vetting and sufficient security clearance?
Well, no, but let's remember, we're the Treasury's fiscal agent. Everything we do is under their
high
direction.
ticker's still going. Again, those material plays, and like the ones that benefit off the piece are going, and then fertilizer's still down.
To the recipients, and so we control access to that very, very carefully.
Right, the Treasury issues the payments, and then you process them.
They order us to pay someone, and we just pay. We don't question payments. We just make the payments, and we control access to those payment systems very carefully.
And what would be the danger of lightly granting access to the Fed's payment system to outsiders without sufficient vetting? Like, what could go wrong?
Well, the reason why we're so careful about it is just, for one thing, the possibility of mistakes and someone coming in and changing the code and things like that. So we have very careful access. Another one is just you open it up to more cyber risk and things like that. So, I mean, I think all, really important computer programming is subject to very, very careful access restrictions, and we're no exception.
Right, so you believe, as I do, that granting an insufficiently vetted team of outsiders access to the payment systems of the Treasury or the Fed would radically raise the risk of a cyber breach at the hands of foreign adversaries like China and Russia?
So we're talking hypothetically here. I can tell you that is not something that's happened relative to, we can speak to the systems.
Okay, SPY working up, Tesla's still going. Again, we did our get a rollover.
And that has not happened.
I think those are working.
In those systems.
I represent one of the poorest congressional districts in America. I have cash-strapped constituents who pay exorbitant fees simply to transfer their own money.
Special envoy for hostage affairs, 3
abroad.
detainees released from
Access to
Belarus.
FedWire could play a role in radically reducing
And then
the cost of
Germany says they're,
remittances
hold
and
on, I got
payments
some other
for
headlines.
the lowest income Americans.
Germany saying very important, Europe is united and prepared for negotiations. There could be no decision about Ukraine without Ukraine. Essentially, all the Europe is, if Zelensky says he's down, I think all of the European countries fall in line. And then you got Bostic comments, but you're right back. This is the same range, though, since we got all these headlines.
I think, faster retail payments and particularly cross-border payments are a subject of a lot of work in the international sphere, and I think we all understand it's important to lower the costs and the risks of those.
The commercial real estate, do you feel that continues to be a ticking time bomb within the financial system? What's your sense of?
I wouldn't say that. So we've been saying, and I think it's still true, that this is a problem that's been with us and it's going to be with us for a while. If I can say something modestly constructive, it doesn't seem to be getting worse.
Okay.
So there are a lot of embedded losses, and they're just going to need to be realized. So we're working with financial institutions to make sure they have a plan and understand their losses and can manage them.
Right. I see my time has expired. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Donalds, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chair Powell, it's good seeing you again. I want to start with just a broad-based conversation. I know the Fed has been making adjustments to the Fed funds rate over the last several months, and what we've noticed is there's not been a lot of, although there's been movement on short-term rates, there really has been minimal impact on, in my view, intermediate to long-term rates. Can you expound on why you think this phenomena is starting to exist with respect to Fed rate monetary policy versus the general borrowing rates for businesses and consumers?
Right. So you're right, of course. We've lowered the federal funds rate, and as sometimes happens, longer rates have gone up. They've gone up and come down and gone back up. They moved around, but they're higher. And the reason is that we don't control long-term rates. They react to
Is there any, again, that German headline,
including
it's all this war stuff has been good, and then tariff exemption possibility, but we still haven't heard from reciprocals. And then again, just like the war stuff, nothing confirmed, but it's a very good sign.
Pricing that the risk of that is there. And that could be a reaction to new policies or not. But ultimately, though, the increase in longer-term rates is really mostly not about Fed policy or our job of maintaining price stability. It's about other things, the term premium in particular. Be happy to meet with you, and go through this in a lot of detail, more than you can do here.
No, I would love to do that. One of the concerns I have, as well as a lot of my colleagues up here on the Hill, is there is but so much that the Fed can do with respect to rate policy, and I fully acknowledge that. Wanted to get your views on that, but I think it's also the desire and this conversation happening right now, obviously with with Doge and Elon Musk, and the desires for efficiencies, but then also stability in federal spending and even bending the cost curve. Fiscal policy from Capitol Hill, do you think that would yield positive results in medium and long-term rates, borrowing rates, not just for the federal government, but for the American consumer?
When you say fiscal policy, you mean fiscal policy that would reduce deficits over time?
Yes, fiscal policy that will reduce deficits, fiscal restraint, I would say fiscal common sense over the intermediate and long term for the United States.
Yes, well, so I think part of what market participants think about when they buy our treasuries is how much more
oil popping
get on a sustainable path.
French foreign minister, there will be no just peace for Ukraine without Europeans in negotiations. So now France is getting in the way, but Germany, France, a couple of others are now talking about this, but oil is starting to rocket.
And I appreciate that testimony.
That one, keep your eye on that.
While we do talk about, obviously, tax policy in another committee, regulatory policy throughout the entire federal government, I think it's important for the American people to know that Washington does have to be fiscally responsible. And if we are not, and I say all of Washington, if we are not, then the risk premium, so to speak, for borrowings in the marketplace are going to increase, not because of the American consumer, not because of the strength of the American engine, but simply because the amount
of peace. I think it's all the peace rally. They just burn the time for a little bit.
Premium for every new dollar that we borrow, because simply people want to be paid back. And it's just something where, Chairman, you don't have to comment on that. It's something I think is important for the American people to understand. That is the major issue, if you will, over the next 20 years, 10 to 20 years for the federal government, that we have to get our fiscal house in order.
I was just telling you, the German comment was good. I was just saying, if Ukraine agrees, everybody will fall in line. But now your boy France is being, what you talking about?
Look like people who are in the upper middle class, who are now forming businesses, building some real wealth for themselves and for their family. All of that is at risk if the United States government does not take its fiscal health as serious as any other family and any other business would do. Real quick, Chairman, you said yesterday that as long as you're chairman, the U.S. will never have a central bank digital currency. Is the Federal Reserve or any of its member banks currently conducting any studies on CBDCs, either for retail or wholesale purposes?
I mean, we're not doing any work that is designed to lead to a retail CBDC. That's not happening. When we don't support one, we don't have legal authority to do one. So no, the notion of a wholesale CBDC is really not one that we think about or accept. We have, take Fedwire. Fedwire is a real-time, digital process of trillions of dollars every day between banks. Is that a CBDC? Some people would say that's...
Gentleman's time has expired.
So, thank you, Chairman.
Thank
I yield back. Thank you, Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Chairman Powell, thank you so much for being here today. It's always a pleasure visiting with you. I'm going to talk about a topic that both Congressman Gonzalez and
there's no way this isn't over.
Representative Preston brought up, which is something that's, I think, does impact our federal economy, but I know certainly does impact my district in Texas. I'm really concerned about President Trump's mass deportations efforts and their impact on your dual mandate. I believe the last time you were in front of this committee, I asked you about the impact immigration had on monetary policy, given last year's Congressional Budget Office estimates. As a reminder, the report estimated that the labor force in 2033 will be larger by 5.2 million people, largely due to the immigration surge. Since then, there have been more reports and research about the impact the immigration has on our economy, both in maximizing employment and stability in our prices. For example, immigrants are fulfilling lower paying and
it's working. There you go. You got another one. Trump hostage envoy.
They earn more money.
Iran has
taxes,
Americans.
Invest back
That's
in
all
our
I see.
economy through everyday goods and services, and help create even more jobs. A study done by the National Academies of Science, Engineering, and Medicine found that foreign-born workers, or as some people say, immigrants, pay $237,000 more in taxes over their lifetime than they receive in benefits. Let me say it again, $237,000 more. So these mass deportations will have a massive impact on both our economy and workforce, leading to a drop in production and spending. We're already seeing some of that in my district. Chairman Powell, I recognize that the Federal Reserve does not weigh in on policy, and so before you say that in your response, I already know that. However, immigrants' impact on our economy does impact both the unemployment.
At least somebody
and
acknowledged
price,
it.
Prices, as
I know I'm asking you a bunch of
Gonzalez
shit you're
detailed
not
in
going to
terms of some of the
answer,
work that they
but
do.
hey.
Does the Federal Reserve account for immigrants in its interest rate decisions?
Excuse me?
Indirectly, yes. So we're looking at the labor market, and part of what drives growth in the labor market is population growth, and part of what drives population growth is immigration. So sure, it can matter, and sometimes it matters a lot.
Right. And do you look at the consumer price index in terms of the immigrants as consumers? And if they're afraid to go out because they may get deported, they're buying less? That's what I'm hearing from businesses in my district.
I think things like that would show up in the aggregate data, but we don't single out any particular group for that.
Okay. So can you quickly list some of your Federal Reserve responsibilities, and do you have capacity to assume the role of being our consumer watchdog?
Still going, bond auction in 4 minutes. That will either add to this or end it, assuming we don't get another headline.
Financial Protection Bureau.
So before Dodd-Frank, the OCC, the FDIC, and the Fed all conducted consumer exams and enforcement for the banks that they regulate and supervise. So for us, it's state member banks, and for the FDIC, state non-member banks, for the OCC, national banks. Dodd-Frank took all banks over $10 billion in assets away just for purposes of consumer examinations and enforcement, gave them to the CFPB. Statutorily, you could give that back to us or not, but it's certainly possible to restate the old order, but that would have to be something.
No, I realize you've also said that your team will be there to get the job done. You've got your nose to the grind.
We sent a bunch of people over to CFPB. We would need those people back. We don't have the people now who could take that over. They moved many people from the Fed and the OCC and the FDIC.
Apple to bring TV Plus to Android phones to boost subscribers.
All right. So
Apple TV on your Android
like
now.
You're
Everything's came back up, though. Again,
serious,
NASDAQ, believe it or not, the only thing green.
We may have to convince the president to make that reallocation of resources. So thank you for that. And Mr. Chairman, now I'd like to ask for unanimous consent to submit for the record 3 articles. One, the Brookings, the labor market impact on deportations, and the other, the Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas, migration to Texas, fills critical gaps in workforce, and the second one on unprecedented immigration surge boosts job growth.
Without objection.
And I yield back with 2 seconds.
Nice.
No one yields back. Last member to question the chairman today will be the gentleman from New York, the vice chairman of the
let me go to the bathroom real quick.
Markets, Mr. Garbarino,
attending.
and you're now recognized for 5
All right, I think it's all about to be about the war
Chairman,
headlines, if
Chairman Powell,
anything.
It's good to see you again.
And then that
After the last open market committee meeting, you said that the labor market conditions remain solid, unemployment has stabilized, and conditions in the labor market are balanced. This comes on the heels of a jobs report this past Friday that indicated the economy added 140,000 jobs during the month of January. Yet, when you peel back this data and look at recent employment data for the smallest of small businesses, the mom and pop shops, so firms without, not with 100 employees like those included in the jobs report, you see that small businesses are actually consistently losing jobs. In fact, the latest Intuit QuickBooks Small Business Index showed that employment for U.S. small businesses with 1 to 9 employees decreased by 42,000 jobs compared to January. Last month, in my home state of New York, small business employment decreased by 0.33% and revenue decreased by 0.62%, which is a decrease of $350 per small business on average. Do you believe that we are seeing the same economic and business trends between companies with fewer than 10 employees and larger companies?
I guess not. No, I mean, I think it's always the case that there are differences between sectors and size companies and all that. And, you know, we're really left with looking at the aggregate numbers.
Do you take into account the current macroeconomic trends of the smallest of the small businesses when setting policies?
We do.
You do?
Yeah. I mean, well, for one thing, we read the same data you do. The Reserve Bank presidents come in, talk about their districts at length, and they talk about, if you read the Beige Book, they're going to talk about small businesses, nonprofits, everything. So we look at everything, but at the end of the day, you know, there's only one national unemployment rate, but there are many, many subtle changes in the data that we monitor too.
We all know small businesses drive the economy, and I know there's a company in my district, Brinkman Hardware, 40 years ago, they started with less than 10 employees. Now they have over 200. So they are able to grow, and they do great work. But I think just making sure monetary policy really does focus on helping small businesses grow is key to making sure the economy continues to grow. I'd like to move on to a topic that we've discussed on a few different occasions, Basel III Endgame. It is well known that I had some serious concerns with the initial proposal. One of those concerns that we haven't discussed is how the proposal would have impacted the securitization framework. At the time of the proposal, there was no narrative explanation, data, quantitative analysis, or financial modeling rationale for why the P factor was doubled. While I understand that Mr. Barr promised we'd see an economic analysis to support the proposed change, I believe that was never released. So, Chairman Powell, I'm wondering, in your opinion, have you seen any market pressures or changes that would have necessitated such an increase in the P factor?
I can't point to anything. I will say that, you know, we're going to look at all of that again when we get together again with the other agencies and try to move this forward.
Okay, well, the proposed doubling of the P factor would significantly increase the amount of capital required for securitization exposures, making securitization more expensive for banks to participate in and raising the cost of limiting the availability of credit for households and businesses. I appreciate that you will look at that, but given how this proposed change may negatively impact a bank's ability to act as market makers in the securitization markets, when looking at this again, like you just said you would, can you commit to review this substantial increase given its outsized impact?
Sure.
Sure.
I appreciate that, Chairman.
Please end.
And I just want to expand on one other topic that my colleague Representative Lucas brought up earlier. Over the past decade, we've seen the Fed intervene with more regular frequency to maintain orderly functioning of the U.S. Treasury market,
versus
much more so than decades before.
4.623.
Seems like the private sector was
honestly,
able to manage this
a little bit higher,
too much
but
Fed intervention pre-financial
we just
crisis.
had a blowout CPI
You
kind
think
of.
regulation like
honestly, I think it's really small,
ratio,
but yeah,
some
you
of
are
your colleagues
reacting.
have commented on is causing this.
4.632 versus
solution is
4.623
to reduce the need for frequent Fed intervention?
I think part of the answer is going to be to reduce the calibration of the supplemental leverage ratio.
President Trump had a
there are number
lengthy
of
phone
things that
call
probably
with
need to happen
Vladimir
with Treasury
Putin. That's
market
coming out
structure,
again.
but That's one of them.
Bonds
That's
dying
one
off
of the
that.
solutions, but do you think there's other things, and you'll all work on that?
I do, yeah.
Okay, I appreciate that, Chairman. Thank you very much for being here today, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I want to thank Chairman Powell for being with us today. Thank you for your testimony. Without all objections, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions for the witness to the chair. The questions will be forwarded to the witness for his prompt response. Chairman Powell, please respond no later than March 31st, 2025. This hearing is adjourned.
Thank God. Well, Chattadonia. Finally. So, Day number 2 of a Jerome Powell dud. I don't know if you guys like serious. I mean, I say finally because unfortunately, I told you someone was like, I could tell when Powell has a tell. And it's just like, man, the tell is that if it's a good question that will move the needle, he won't answer it. If it has nothing to do with the market, he will talk his little heart out and he'll find a way. But other than that, yeah, that was pretty. Oh, wait, I think we do have the press briefing. Oh, you guys are lucky. I was about to end it on y'all. I'm about to go tan, and get but press briefing is starting soon. So assuming if she doesn't take forever to begin it, we'll sit here and watch it. But really, I mean, take note, whatever's going to happen at the press briefing, it'll probably be related to the, what's it called? The peace talks. Because like I'm telling you, that's been the thing here. Right here, this was all Vladimir Putin meeting with Trump. And then here, bro, throughout the morning, all we heard was Ukraine willing to do the deal, and then Germany and France has now gotten to the conversation. So, yeah, it's really there. Fed Goolsby, if we got multiple months like this, then the job is not done. Goolsby, I don't know. Goolsby's Mr. Golden Path. Interesting. But, yeah, other than that, I mean, you have not heard reciprocal tariffs yet. That's a big deal. But we've been waiting for that since literally last week, and we have not gotten it. And then now, again, inflation was hot this morning. I mean, some people are arguing it was just eggs, which I think is funny. But generally, 5 months in a row now of headline going up. That's not a pretty sign. That doesn't help any of these narratives. But, yeah, what is this? Canadian firm defers spending as tariff threat looms, weighing on broader economy. Discover flushing now, too. DFS, 3% down. Check MasterCard and anyone else. I mean, you just had the bond auction, but what's going on there? What is it? What's Capital One? Isn't it C? I can't believe it. I'm blanking on it. Capital One. What is it? What's the ticker for Capital One? It's something stupid. COF. Yeah. I think so. Look at that. Discover down 3 and then Capital One. Yeah. COF. I was like, why? Why am I blanking? Pop. But both of those, again, Discover down 4 now. There might be something. And then Ukrainian President Zelensky, I had a meaningful call with Trump. So again, now in the last hour and a half, Trump has spoken to both Vladimir Putin and Vladimir Zelensky. Zelensky says we talked about opportunities to achieve peace. Discover now expects transaction to be completed in May. That was 45 minutes ago. Something's making it move now. Some merger news. And then Tesla's still going. Maybe we should have held that one. Again, the ghetto rollover, I wanted to make sure we took green and then lowered our risk. I mean, yeah, those did go up. Market trends. Welcome, baby. Yeah, Tesla's still going. Again, SPY, even though you got a Zelensky comment, not really doing much. We are waiting on Caroline Levitt. So there will be a press briefing, assuming, I mean, it was supposed to be 7 minutes ago. And then Pony AI, that one's still on the high as well, too. I don't know if the deal fell. They're saying the transaction got delayed, but it was moving like something happened. But Discover down 4 still. And then KMB, high ticker and low ticker balancing out. Prior, it was very active. Bitcoin sell off a little bit. Bitcoin is still holding. I mean, technically, Bitcoin and like the euro, they recovered the morning levels. And then, again, the SPY, they're above there. Yeah, it is members only, chat. Oh, wait, I think we hit the likes. I should probably free you guys. Actually, no, we don't have 2,500, but I think I only wanted 2,000. So, yeah, I could free you guys if you would like. I mean, try to be polite. Otherwise, I'll just have to put you guys back in there. You know what I'm saying? Because you'll notice, like, literally, like, if you think about it, just this is what I want you guys to notice. Have I gone on any aggressive or weird rant that wasn't related to what was being talked about? Yes or no? Do you see what I'm saying? So I didn't get in anybody's grill on nothing. We've been 4 hours. I didn't have a problem with nobody. Do you see what I'm saying? You didn't get one rant. I've only given you the market. I've chimed in. I only clap back when you tell me to shut up. And yeah, so I will open it up. But at the end of the day, just if you guys want to lead the conversation into me ripping you, we can do that. But like for the benefit of everybody, just it's easier to just, let's work and be here for the right reason. And yeah, that's it. So that being said, free them. Free them. Free the chads. Hey, you still have to be subscribed though. So good morning. My bad. Yeah, I should have let you guys in a little bit ago. Freedom. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with DF. GitLab started popping. Discover's still down. It's only 3% for now. I'm free. Well, welcome, baby. It's good. Oh, I know. We work hard on it. And you guys are good, too. That's what I'm saying, man. Just, let's keep it serious. Let's focus on the right way. I mean, we did spend most of the day. There was no weird little sidebars. So if you like it that way, I mean, yeah, you let me know. I don't like it when you say justice for the poor, so I'm banning you. It has nothing to do with poor. It has everything to do with respect and being focused. So again, do you see what I'm saying? I have not had any weird conversation like this on members only. I don't have to correct anybody. Do you get what I'm saying? So I'm going to ban him, but yeah. That's what I'm trying to, I don't know, man. I don't know. That's why I think y'all get into real estate and make the most of your time. Okay, well, we got the live video. I think the Trump, we really just pumped from the morning, but I think that Trump war news helped out a little bit. Thank you, bro. You just joined, man. I appreciate it. You didn't have to, so that means a lot. And I don't have to do a lot of things either, so that's where we come together with mutual respect. Amen. I thought the inflation numbers were really bad. I thought you were to have more of a reaction. Again, people did make a claim that, like, if you go look at the breakdown on food in the headline, like, it literally you can blame eggs. But at the end of the day, it just doesn't help any of those narratives.
Kelly has just started again. Somebody's walking back there.
Hell, man, that's good, bro. I hope so. I hope you guys got the long term, man. That's the real key. And I hope realistically, too, just know it's not about an immediate reward or return, but, multiple years and you work, bro, you'll get everything you want out of it. So I hope none of you are, excited about the long term and think it'll produce a harvest before it's ready. But just know that, again, if you have a couple minutes or a couple years, it could turn into something. Do you guys want to see? Would you guys like to see one of my Twitter posts from last night? I think a lot of you guys liked it. I got to see if I could find it, though. Oh, someone has to like it again. Okay, yeah. Do you want to see it? So here it is. They were saying that Gen Z is now having their work ethic questioned. Hates. Most boomers don't know what it's like to work 40 hours a week and still not be able to afford a house. Right? So this is my response. My response is don't be a stupid fuck and ignore access to credit. Boomers bought their houses for a ball of yarn and a jelly bean. Any ball of yarn today can get a mortgage. Utilities made up 30% of their income or more back then. It was toughish for every era. This isn't unique. Work any shitty job for 5 years and save 10%, you can get a house. Not exciting, but it's possible. I would also be very surprised if your income did not go up after 5 years if you actually have the discipline to save and make a goal of getting a house. Anyone telling you financial shit is impossible hates you. And if that is too offensive for you, if you click this button, it will explain the tweet. You see, it'll reference the historical context of housing affordability, suggesting that past generations like boomers had easier access to affordable housing due to lower cost, using a humorous comparison of buying a house with a ball of yarn and a jelly bean. It challenges the narrative that getting a mortgage is currently unattainable by suggesting discipline and saving from any job of several years could lead to homeownership, counting the perspective that financial goals like buying a house are impossible for young generations. The mention of utilities consuming a significant portion of income in the past aligns with current economic discussions on cost of living and inflation, implying that financial struggles are not unique to Gen Z, but a recurring challenge across generations. So, yeah, that's just in case. No, he did. I know because I read it. Somebody said it, and they said, wow, the AI, but because it did. I mean, if the stupid fuck and ball of yarn and why I'm bringing up utilities, if you really can't find out what I'm saying, I mean, the answer, I don't say shit for no reason, you know, so it's there. Amen. It doesn't get better. No, it doesn't. It will always, every generation has challenges like this. I would argue that every generation, it felt unaffordable, and there's always people in that generation who believe it, and then the people who say, fuck all that, and then get whatever they want. Yes or no? It's very simple. Spoken like a privileged person, I would almost guarantee that you were more privileged in this life than I was. Your parents probably didn't immigrate here. They probably speak English. They probably helped you with your homework. I have just worked way harder than you. That's all. You're lazy. It's not privilege. It's just simply I don't believe people when they tell me I can't do anything. And even though my parents barely spoke English and came here with $20, I really believe that the world was ours. And, you know, we made good on that. I got all of that wrong. I don't get it then. Then why would you tell somebody if I got that wrong and then you're insinuating we're in the same position, why would you call me privileged?
It's great to see all of you.
So one of us is wrong then, right? But why? I don't get it.
I have a couple of updates for you.
Either way, I don't have time for you, though. You're banned now.
This morning,
we have to listen.
The president spoke to President Putin.
I wish you the best of luck, though.
They spoke
Keep
at
accomplishing
length,
your goals.
And the president released a statement following that conversation in great detail. I can also confirm that the president just recently got off the phone with President Zelensky of Ukraine. His truth is as follows. I just spoke to President Zelensky of Ukraine. The conversation went
they're starting with
well.
that.
He, like President Putin, wants to make peace. We discussed a variety of topics having to do with the war, but mostly the meeting that is being set up on Friday in Munich, where Vice President J.D. Vance and Secretary of State Marco Rubio will lead the delegation. I am hopeful that the results of that meeting will be positive. It is time to stop this ridiculous war where there has been massive and totally unnecessary death and destruction. God bless the people of Russia and Ukraine. I myself just spoke to the president about these calls, and he told me to tell all of you they were very good calls, they were very positive, and the administration is wholeheartedly committed to a peace deal to end.
Is it 10 a.m.?
All
right, you guys could call her hot. That's fine.
More on that later. I'm sure you'll have more questions.
Anything before 10 a.m., I won't ban you.
The president has
if you call any of these women or any guys and you're like, wow, and you just thinking about that before 10 a.m., I'm banning your ass. That's stupid.
An overwhelming
past 10, you're lucky.
of Americans
I'm not even going to judge you on what you find attractive or not. I'll just, whatever, but at least it's 10 a.m.
The poll also revealed that Americans see President Trump as a tough, energetic, focused, and effective leader fighting hard to improve their lives and
long term with 100 per week. Now it's 50,000. Bro, someone sent me one of those the other day. I saw another long term, $1,000 and a 30 grand since 2020.
And tough leadership of President Trump. Mark
Good work, bro.
An American teacher detained by Russia, was returned to American soil and met with the president here at the White House last night. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and the rest of President Trump's incredible national security team helped to negotiate the exchange that secured Mark Fogel's release. This event shows a good faith effort from Russia, and it's a sign, as I just said, that we are moving in the right direction to end this
Putin
brutal
told
war.
Trump long-term settlement of
Malfine
Ukraine
Fogel,
possible
Mark's
via peace talks.
95-year-old mother was understandably very worried that she would never see her son again after his arrest in 2021. Mrs. Fogel was actually slated to join President Trump on stage at the July 13th Butler, Pennsylvania rally to speak out for Mark. And then the infamous assassination attempt against President Trump took place. But that day, before the rally, President Trump promised Mark's mother that when he returned to the White House, he would bring her son home. God saved President Trump's life on that day in Butler, Pennsylvania, and now Mark Fogel is back home safely with his family as a result. God
Bro,
is good.
reverse repos are dying.
The president also
67
continues to
billion,
bring
the
back
lowest.
Common sense to our government.
That's the lowest
This week,
repo in
he
like
signed
1,300
an
days.
EO to end the procurement and forced use of paper straws. Taxpayer dollars were wasted on these non-functional and massively unpopular products for no other reason than it made radical activists feel good about themselves. And on trade, President Trump continues to take bold action to protect America's critical steel and aluminum industries, much like he did in his first term. And the president signed proclamations to close existing loopholes and exemptions to restore a true 25% tariff on steel and elevate the tariff on aluminum to 25% as well. This administration believes these tariffs will protect our national security and put American workers first. And in the Oval Office yesterday with Elon Musk, President Trump took further action to make our federal government more efficient and effective. He signed an EO implementing the DOGE Workforce Optimization Initiative. Now agency heads will coordinate and consult with DOGE to significantly shrink the size of the federal workforce and limit hiring to essential positions only. The unaccountable bureaucracy will finally be reined in. On another important matter this morning, Senate
unaccountable
Republicans
bureaucracy.
continued to confirm President Trump's exceptionally qualified nominees. Most recently,
I don't know,
Director
the
of
reverse
National
repo
Intelligence
thing, I
Tulsi
don't like
Gabbard,
it.
who will be joining us later at the
I mean,
White House for
eventually,
her
and then you have the gold stuff going on at the same
imperative
time,
that the
but
remainder of the president's
at the
cabinet
very
nominees
least,
are
maybe we
confirmed
watch
as
something
quickly
different.
as possible. On another important matter this week, illegal alien criminals continue to be arrested and sent home as part of the
My
ongoing
voice
mass
changed a lot. Yeah, I know.
deportation
I've been
effort
making
of the Trump
videos for a long
administration.
time.
Just
And
this
then the
week,
vocal
2
fry
planes with
after yelling the
190
long term for
Venezuelan
like
illegal
half a
aliens
decade.
arrived in the Venezuelan
It adds
capital
up.
from Fort Bliss, Texas. Here are some of the criminal illegal aliens who were arrested in the country this past week. ICE Atlanta arrested a citizen of Nigeria who had been convicted of money laundering. ICE San Antonio arrested a citizen of Mexico who had been convicted of assault. ICE Denver arrested a citizen of Mexico who had been convicted of aggravated assault. And ICE Houston arrested a citizen of Mexico who had been convicted of aggravated assault. Now, before I take questions, I would like to address an extremely dishonest narrative that we've seen emerging over the past few days.
Tariffs?
Many outlets in this room have been fear-mongering the American people into believing there is a constitutional crisis taking place here at the White House. I've been hearing those words a lot lately. But in fact, the real constitutional crisis is taking place within our judicial branch, where district court judges in liberal districts across the country are abusing their power to unilaterally block President Trump's basic executive authority. We believe these judges are acting as judicial activists rather than honest arbiters of the law. And they have issued at least 12 injunctions against this administration in the past 14 days, often without citing any evidence or grounds for their lawsuits. This is part of a larger concerted effort by Democrat activists and nothing more than the continuation of the weaponization of justice against President Trump. Quick news flash to these liberal judges who are supporting their obstructionist efforts. 77 million Americans voted to elect this
Hood's
president.
still going.
And each injunction is an abuse of the rule of law and an attempt to thwart the will of the people. As the president clearly stated in the Oval Office yesterday, we will comply with the law in the courts, but we will also continue to seek every legal remedy to ultimately overturn these radical injunctions and ensure President Trump's policies can be enacted. So here in our new media seat today, we have Chris Pavlovsky, an entrepreneur who has a strong passion for protecting freedom of speech.
I think I seen that dude on
Chris
Twitter.
started the video sharing platform Rumble in 2013.
Oh, no. Yeah, that's Rumble.
With a mission of protecting a free
Sorry, wait a minute. I know that name. I've seen him on Twitter.
Governments around the globe. The platform has always been a
I feel
place
like
for
I just
independent
offended him.
creators to share their authentic
My bad.
opinions, and that they have always included President Trump, in contrast to the way he was censored by other platforms in years past. Since its founding, Rumble has grown exponentially, recently marking 67 million monthly active users. It's a lot of users.
Yeah, Rumble should
If you're
pop
watching
20
right
cents
now
on
and
that.
interested in sitting in this seat, you can apply, whitehouse.gov/new media. With that, I will take your questions. And Chris, why don't you kick us off on this very busy news day?
Carolyn, thank you very much to you and President Trump. It's an honor to be sitting here in the new media seat for the White House press briefing and to be able to demonstrate why freedom of expression is so important. Rumble was the victim of censorship at the hands of multiple foreign governments. It's clear there are still many countries who oppose free speech and even target American companies. Can you describe what the administration will do to protect U.S. interests and values worldwide?
Sure. Well, thanks for
That's
the very
Rumble's
important
CEO
question.
speaking.
And I think that free speech and ending censorship, both here at home and also abroad, is an important part of President Trump's agenda. I think first, President Trump has led by example on this front as the leader of the free world, the president of the United States, with his show of access and transparency on a daily basis. The president takes questions from all of you almost every single day and really reveals what he's thinking and feeling, and I think that serves as a great example to the rest of the world. As for tangible actions that the president has signed, he did sign an executive order, I believe on day one, certainly within the first week of this administration, to restore free speech and stop government-sponsored censorship here at home. And the EO made it very clear that federal employees are not
I
allowed
just
to
flipped the
engage
fucking
in any
Rumbles. It was just
activity
too
that
fast.
would infringe upon
I
the
knew it
American
was going to do
people's
that.
right of free
There were some
expression.
cheap
So I
ones.
think the president
They
has
just
led,
popped up
quite
100.
strongly
I was
on
in and
this.
out before I could
would
even
just
fucking
add,
do anything. Yeah.
This is part of the reason we have a new media seat.
I mean, I didn't have to say a word. I made 100%.
We're going to need to expand this room because so many people are interested, and we're very excited about that. It's a privilege to cover this White House, but we want all voices to be heard. So thanks for being us with here, Chris, and I hope you enjoy the briefing. Sure. Jordan.
Thanks, Caroline. Data out this morning showed that consumer prices were up across a variety of goods, and just before that report, though, President Trump called for lower interest rates. The Fed said it's holding rates steady to try and tamp down further inflation. So how would lowering rates
You could smell me making a play. No, you can't.
Sure. Well,
Be
first
careful.
of all, on the
Dangerous
inflation point,
game
we did
for the
receive those
mind.
numbers, and they were worse than expected, which tells us that the Biden administration indeed left us with a mess to deal with. It's far worse than I think anybody anticipated because, unfortunately, the previous administration was not transparent in where the economy truly was. We know people at
Palantir.
those very podiums told
Oh, yo,
the
this
people
could be
that
the AMA.
inflation was transitory and that it would go away. That was not the case. And now the last report of the Biden administration, as revealed
Remember, there's
today,
a AMA
shows
coming
that
on.
inflation is still about 4.5% higher over the past 3 months. This is an indictment on the Biden administration's mismanagement of the inflation crisis and their lack of transparency in addressing it. As for tackling inflation and interest rates, the president has made his position on this very clear. He wants interest rates to be lower, he wants inflation to be lower, and he believes that the whole of government economic approach that this administration is taking will result in lower inflation. I have said that from this podium many times. The president had record low interest rates and inflation rates in his first term. He believes that the economy can handle it and withstand it. And we're doing a lot to tackle the inflation effort on this front. It's a whole of government economic approach, and I've talked about what we're doing to tackle inflation quite a few times from this podium.
What update us on reciprocal tariffs? That's going to come before Prime Minister Modi's visit tomorrow.
I do believe it will come before the Prime Minister's visit tomorrow, and I will let the President discuss the details on the reciprocal tariff front. But this is something he believes strongly in, and it's very simple logic as to why the President wants to impose reciprocal tariffs. It's the golden rule, which we all learned when we were growing up in school. Treat others the way you want to be treated, and far too many nations around this world have been ripping off the United States of America for far too long, and that's why the President believes this will be a great policy that will benefit American workers and improve our national security. JJ.
On Doge and the fraud claims, Elon Musk in the Oval yesterday gave us some information.
Intel another high?
If there's some proof, evidence, is the White House willing to share evidence of those fraud claims, or can Elon Musk come to the briefing room and share material evidence of what he's talking about?
Sure, I would love for Elon Musk to come to the briefing room. That's why we
Yeah,
had
bro,
him go to the Oval Office
2213.
yesterday, where I think he provided great answers. He was speaking in layman's terms, speaking common sense to all of you in the media, but also to Americans at home. But I would say especially to all of you in the
Trump
media. 'Cause
spoke
I
with
think it's a
Zelensky
real
on
fallacy,
Friday.
That there's this
Munich to be
alleged
led by
lack of
Vice President and
transparency when it
Security
comes to
State
Doge.
Rubio. That was
President Trump and Elon Musk
headline
have
right
been
there, but
incredibly transparent on
I don't
what
think the
Doge
market's
is
reacting.
doing. There is an X account with the Doge handle. They are tweeting out what they are doing on a daily basis. They have a website where they are posting the receipts of the contracts that they are reviewing and the payments that they have stopped from going out the door. The secretaries of our departments have stopped from going out the door. And I would also say that before it was Elon Musk making our government efficient and accountable, it was some unnamed bureaucrat that none of you knew. Elon Musk is the richest man in the world. He's also now one of the most highly scrutinized men in the world alongside President Trump because of what he's doing and the access that he is allowing. So there's great transparency. As for the actual receipts, we are happy to provide them, and I actually brought some today because all of you know I love to bring the receipts. We have contracts upon contracts that we can send and provide this information to you. Let me be very clear. We are not trying to hide anything. We have been incredibly transparent, and we will continue to be. These are screenshots of contracts that Doge found across our government. This is a DEI contract, $36,000 for U.S. citizenship and immigration services. That is against the president's policies and his America First agenda. This is a $3.4 million contract, a Council for Inclusive Innovation at the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office, Department of Commerce, another DEI contract that Doge identified. I can continue to go through these. Oh, I love this one, $57,000 for climate change in Sri Lanka. What is this doing to continue the interests of the American people? Absolutely nothing. These are the line items across the federal government that Doge is identifying daily. They're moving very fast. There's a lot of paper that we can show you, but we're happy to do it. This administration has been more than transparent about what Doge is doing. And here's one of their tweets that they posted about the mine.
Send solar
I
to Sri
believe
Lanka?
This is in Pennsylvania, where the federal employee retirement system is being
I'm
processed.
down with the condoms
Did
to
anybody know
Tibet
this was
or
even
something,
happening
but
in our country before Elon Musk talked about it in the Oval Office yesterday? A lot
weird.
of Americans didn't. So we are providing
Reciprocal tariffs
transparency
to
and
be
accessibility
announced
on a daily
before
basis when it
India's
comes to
visit
Doge.
on
And I
Thursday.
also have a Doge
Hey, yo.
daily report if anybody would like it.
So, I don't
on
know.
all
That's
of
the first
things
word
that
right
they
now.
are identifying
Let's
and
see.
finding. We're happy to provide this information to you. We're talking about it every single day.
Are all those
But yeah, they're saying terrorists before
Are
Modi.
they waste, or are they just contrary to the president's policies?
I would argue that all of these things are fraudulent, they are wasteful, and they are an abuse of the American taxpayers.
I mean, I think it'll move a
This
little
is
bit, but I
not
don't
what
know
the
if it's going to
government should
have
be
like
spending
major
money on.
follow through.
It's contrary
If that makes
to
any
the president's
sense.
priorities and agenda. And again, we can continue to provide you the receipts for all of the fraud, waste, and abuse. And if anybody in here wants to argue that the federal government is not fraudulent in
For
some
India, most
capacity,
likely. They're the
be my
biggest
guest,
one with
because I think the American
reciprocals.
people watching at home would beg to differ. Mary.
Hey, more on the judges. Does the White House believe the courts have the authority to issue these nationwide injunctions?
We believe that the injunctions that have been issued by these judges have no basis in the law and have no grounds, and we will, again, as the president said very clearly yesterday, comply with these orders, but it is the administration's position that we will also ultimately be vindicated, and the president's executive actions that he took were completely within the law, they were constitutional, and we look forward to the day where he can continue to implement his agenda. And I would just add, it's our view that this is the continuation of the weaponization of justice that we have seen against President Trump. He fought it for 2 years on the campaign trail. It won't stop him now. Brian.
Yes. I want to go back to Doge just for a second. Earlier, the subcommittee headed by Chairman Marjorie Taylor Greene, her and her staff discovered $2.7 trillion in improper payments to Medicare.
Zillow's
Medicaid,
still going. I think it's down like 5.
To people who should not have gotten it. Some of this room might have missed that press conference. Can you elaborate on what the president is thinking at this point?
Well, again, that's another example. There's a very long list of the fraud, waste, and abuse that Doge is identifying on a daily basis. Elon Musk also talked about yesterday about Social Security payments that are going out the door for people who are no longer with us. Unfortunately, I would say that is certainly fraud. There's also a lot of contracts they've identified that, just as a hypothetical example, are $1 million, but only 500,000 went out the door. So where's the rest of that cash? And so that's the thing. Those are the things that DOGE is working on every single day. And I would just remind everybody in this room, this is what President Trump campaigned on doing. He's delivering on a promise that 77 million people elected him to do. James.
Thank you very much, Caroline. 2 foreign policy questions, if I may.
Sure.
First, the statement that was released after this morning's phone calls identified Mr. Witkoff as the special envoy who will be part of the delegation that undertakes to resolve the Russia-Ukraine war. I had thought that that individual was General Kellogg, and so can you clear that up?
Sure, I'd be happy to. As you mentioned, the president, in his truth, following the phone call with Vladimir Putin, said that he has asked Secretary of State Rubio, the director of the CIA, John Ratcliffe, our national security advisor here at the White House, Michael Watts, and Steve Witkoff to lead the negotiations. As for General Keith Kellogg, he remains a critical part of this team in this effort. He's played a tremendous role in getting the negotiations to this point, and he's very much still part of the Trump administration.
The other subject is Iran. I took note of President Trump's comments in his Super Bowl interview with our colleague Brett Baer to the effect that he wants to do a deal with Iran. However, that interview appeared after the supreme leader of Iran, the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, had already ruled out any additional negotiations with the United States. So kind of a 2-part question. A, what gives the president any confidence that Iran will come to the table? And B, more fundamentally, why is the president interested in doing a deal with Iran instead of doing everything he can, perhaps short of U.S. military intervention, to try and hasten the end of what many of his own supporters regard as an evil regime?
Well, the president has made it very clear that he will never allow Iran to have nuclear capabilities. That is a red line that he has drawn, and he will not allow that to happen. But you asked why President Trump wants to make a deal. I would remind you, he's the master of the art of the deal. He is America's deal maker in chief. He leads from a position of securing peace through strength. And I think time and time again already, in just 4 weeks, we have seen the president being able to negotiate successful deals with our partners, our adversaries all around this world. You know, the release of Mark Fogel just last night is something that I think speaks to the president's deal-making ability. This is something that the Biden administration allegedly tried to do for 3.5 years. I think you all should go back and ask some
oil
of
was
those Biden
moving. I haven't
administration
checked it yet.
officials
This is
what
live,
they even
yeah.
tried to do and
So
why
none of
weren't
this
they
is
successful, because for
anything she
3.5
says will
years,
hit the
Mark
wire
Fogel
if it's
sat
new.
in a Russian prison, and it took President Trump 3 weeks to get him back on American soil. There's nobody better at making deals than Donald Trump. Phil Wegman.
Thank you. 2 foreign policy questions. Ukrainian President Zelensky has said after the war that he wants NATO membership or nuclear weapons. We heard Defense Secretary Hegseth say that NATO membership was unrealistic. What's the president's view on the other option, on a nuclear Ukraine?
I have not talked to President Trump about Ukraine's NATO membership or their nuclear capabilities. I would leave it to him to discuss. But I will tell you again that Secretary Rubio and also the Vice President, J.D. Vance, will be meeting directly with President Zelensky in Munich on Friday, and I'm sure they will provide a readout of that conversation and that discussion.
And then the second question, given that this administration has called on Europe to take more responsibility for their own defense, I'm wondering, will the EU or any other European nation other than Ukraine be involved in these peace talks?
I don't have any European nations who are involved currently to read out for you. Certainly, the president has employed a very strong team or deployed a very strong team to continue these negotiations. And the fact that he was on the phone with both President Putin and President Zelensky today shows that he's very much involved in this effort as well.
And then just a follow-up, I guess.
Sure.
Should we expect the president to negotiate in person with Zelensky and Putin?
I don't have anything to read out on that for you today. Maggie, good to see you.
Thanks for the question. You talked about the transparency with Doge and Elon Musk's press availability yesterday. There is a conflict of interest law in place that says that people who have personal interests can't interact with government entities that could touch on those. Has President Trump signed a waiver for Elon Musk? Does such a thing exist? If it does, will you guys release it in
Such
the
a thing
interest of
exists.
transparency that he's committed to?
I have not seen the law that you are referring to. What I can tell you is that Elon Musk, as I've confirmed before, is a special government employee. He is filing the proper financial disclosure, and he is complying with all applicable federal laws. As you also heard, Elon
Bro, we have
address this
questioned
directly yesterday
Elon
in the alleged
more
conflict of interest.
than
He said
how
everything he's
Nancy
doing
Pelosi is
very
better
public,
trader
and if
than
you
all of
receive
us.
a conflict of interest,
You know what I'm
welcome,
saying?
To bring that up, and as the president said, if he feels
Like,
Elon
literally,
is engaging in something
we
that's
have
conflict of
asked
interest,
more
he
about
will not
like
to do that.
overlap. Now we
Elon also
asking like
said
conflict
yesterday
of
that
interest.
before he moves
You know,
forward with
conflict of
anything,
interest
he
is a
consults
very
with the president of the
okay.
United
Yeah,
States.
I agree,
we're very
but
confident
how the
with
fuck is Nancy better than me?
guardrails that have been
I've done no for real, bro.
Caitlin.
No, like how is she? She's better than all of us. Your favorite trader on YouTube, anywhere in the world, there is a 99% probability that she is better than them. Just straight objective performance. What? How? Who? Conflict of.
Not that I'm aware of. That doesn't mean they don't exist. But I was just talking with the president in our national security team. I wasn't made aware of any conditions, but if they exist, I'm happy to provide those.
And on the president himself, you know, he styles himself as this master negotiator. He is now deploying these negotiations, saying that they start immediately. We did hear from the Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, though, today saying that NATO membership is not realistic for Ukraine, and neither is returning to pre-2014 borders. Aren't they giving away bargaining chips before these negotiations have even started?
Again, I haven't talked to the president about Ukraine's NATO membership, and he appointed several individuals to negotiate on his behalf. He's directly involved in these negotiations as well, and I'm sure if you ask him that question in the near future, when you're able to, he'll give you an answer. I just don't want to get ahead of him on it.
And final thing for you, which White House official made the decision to bar the AP reporter from the Oval Office and the diplomatic reception room last night?
Well, first of all, let me just set the record straight. It is a privilege to cover this White House. It's a privilege to be the White House press secretary. And nobody has the right to go into the Oval Office and ask the President of the United States questions. That's an invitation that is given.
Wow.
And there are hundreds of outlets on this campus. Many of you in this room who don't have the privilege of being part of that pool every single day and getting to ask the President questions. We reserve the right to decide who gets to go into the Oval Office, and you all have credentials to be here, including the Associated Press, who is in this briefing room today.
But isn't it retaliatory in nature is the argument, because the reason that the AP was barred, which they said was because they're not using the phrase Gulf of America, they're using Gulf of Mexico in line with their standards. And so the question here is this setting a precedent that this White House will retaliate against reporters who don't use the language that you guys believe reporters should use? And how does that align with the First Amendment commitment that you were just talking about?
I was very upfront in my briefing on day one that if we feel that there are lies being pushed by outlets in this room, we are going to hold those lies accountable. And it is a fact that the body of water off the coast of Louisiana is called the Gulf of America. And I'm not sure why news outlets don't want to call it that, but that is what it is. The Secretary of Interior has made that the official designation in the Geographical Identification Name Server. And Apple has recognized that, Google has recognized that, pretty much every other outlet in this room has recognized that body of water as the Gulf of America, and it's very important to this administration that we get that right, not just for people here at home, but also for the rest of the world. Sure.
Thank you, Caroline. The prisoner exchange with Russia coming at the same time as the president is now announcing negotiations to end the war in Ukraine. The timing of that is hard to ignore. Was Ukraine discussed as part of this prisoner swap?
I was not involved in those discussions, so I can't comment on whether that came up or not. What I can say is that this was a very good deal for the United States of America and for the rest of the world. As you know, we have confirmed that the Russian who will be returning home very soon, Alexander Vinnik, was a non-violent crypto criminal, and as part of this exchange, he has forfeited more than $100 million that he obtained in that illegal crime. And in exchange, of course, we got Mark Fogel, who is a middle school teacher who kissed the American soil, but kissed the ground last night when he returned to the United States of America. It was a great deal and a great day for our country, and I think everybody, regardless of political
Powell has
affiliation,
already
agrees with
spoke.
that.
And was Russia made aware ahead of time of the parameters that the administration and Secretary Hegseth was going to be announcing today?
The NATO perimeters? Yes. I'm not sure. You'd have to ask Secretary Hegseth in the Defense Department on that, since he announced them. Jackie.
Thank you, Caroline. Just to be clear, so when we're listening for a shift in position on U.S. policy, should we only listen to the president and maybe not the Secretary of Defense? Because what he outlined today would represent a shift in U.S. policy.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I speak for the President of the United States behind this podium, and I will let him discuss that.
Can you tell us any more about the next hostage releases? I understand another
Yeah.
American's coming out today.
Sure, I'm glad you asked. It speaks to President Trump's deal-making ability, and we can confirm the safe release of one American and 2 individuals from Belarus, one of whom worked for Radio Liberty. Out of respect for the privacy of these individuals, their request, we have no further details to announce on their identities, but we can confirm that one American was released today, and it's a remarkable victory on the heels of Mark Fogel returning to America last night.
Anything on who the U.S. might be releasing in exchange?
I don't have details on that at this moment. I don't have details on that at this moment. I do know that these 3 individuals have been released and are on their way home to their respective countries. Ouija.
Caroline, thank you so much. Can you explain how President Trump envisions?
Can I
the
tell you
war
the
with
Intel
Russia
TSM rumor?
coming to an
No.
end? Does he
If you
expect
know about it, then you fucking know about it. What are you talking about?
Again, these negotiations are ongoing. I will allow the president to divulge any red lines that he may set, but I think as deals in the past have come to fruition, the president has proven one of the things that makes him a very effective negotiator is not revealing what he's anticipating from both sides, but he is at the forefront of
Okay,
these
you're going down.
negotiations
Remember,
in
the
addition to
latest
the very
tariff
qualified
headline was
individuals who he's tasked,
reciprocal tariffs on
speaking
India
to President
before
Putin and
Modi
President
talks on Thursday, tomorrow.
A meeting with the President of the United States offers any foreign leader credibility. Was it part of the prisoner swap with Fogel that President Trump agreed to meet with Putin?
Again, I was already asked this question. I said I was not made aware of that, but we can certainly get you an answer on that. I'll check in with the NSC. Sure, Monica.
Thanks, Caroline. It's clear that this administration is dedicated to both truth and transparency. We know that with Doge, but we also know that because this administration recently announced it's going to declassify the assassinations of Martin Luther King Jr., JFK, and RFK. I'm wondering, is it likely that we're going to see more information regarding the assassination attempts on the president's life while he was on the campaign trail?
In regards to the assassination of the individuals you mentioned, President Trump signed that executive order directing the respective agencies to do it. I know that that process continues and is ongoing. He's committed to transparency in the declassification of these very important files that I think many Americans are not only interested in learning about, but also have the right to know about. As for the 2 heinous assassination attempts on the president's life, he's spoken to this publicly. I've spoken to him about it privately, and as he said publicly to all of you, he feels he has a right to know about further information about the individuals who tried to kill him, tried to take his life. And so, if and when we get that information, I'll leave it up to the president to decide whether or not he would like to reveal it. But I believe in the effort of transparency that we've seen consistently from this president. He certainly will.
EU members determined to protect European steel against possible market destabilization.
FEMA sent to New York City migrant hotels. Secretary Kristi Noem just put out a statement saying that she clawed back the full payment that FEMA activists unilaterally gave to NYC migrant hotels. She wrote, "Mark my words, there will not be a single penny spent that goes against the interest and safety of the American people." What does the response of the Trump administration send to any federal bureaucrats that are thinking about obstructing the president's agenda?
They will be held accountable. The president is signing executive orders.
Yeah,
daily,
Uber,
and he
even
expects
Airbnb.
all officials across
Is
the
Airbnb
administration,
earnings today?
regardless if they are a political appointee or if they are a career bureaucrat, to adhere to the will of the American people and the 77 million Americans who re-elected President Trump. He is here for a reason, and he is focused every day on implementing his administration's goals and sending $59 million to a migrant hotel to house illegal immigrants when there are still people in North Carolina and California who have not received FEMA funding is not something that this administration is going to tolerate. Deanna.
Thank you so much, Caroline. One on New York and one on Russia, please. On New York City Comptroller Brad Lander is accusing Doge of clawing back $80 million that was intended for New York City FEMA funding. Wondering if you've heard about that figure, if that figure is accurate, and why that money was taken back.
I have not heard about that figure. Doge is moving very quickly, but I can get the receipts and gladly send them to you. I know that story is likely of great interest to the New York Post.
And then one
John.
on Russia, please.
Sure.
Is President Trump waiting for a kind of signal or an action from Putin to go to Russia? And just would he be willing to go to Ukraine in the future?
I don't have any
Oh.
decisions to make on the president's potential visit to Russia
That'll be
or
big.
any in-person meeting at this
Dude,
time.
Intel, back-to-back 8 days, like 8%, 6% is wild.
On domestic policy, following up on the president's call that he had with President Putin, does the president view Russia, does he view President Putin as an ally, as a partner, as a competitor, or as an adversary?
I believe this nation views Putin and Russia as a great competitor in the region, at times an adversary, but as the president has said as well, he enjoys having good diplomatic relationships with leaders around the world, finding that common ground, also calling them out when they are wrong, and leading from a position of peace through strength. That's the president's greatest strength, and we've seen that again, time and time again.
And then, as you pointed out in your statement regarding the confirmation of Tulsi Gabbard, there was one Republican who voted against the nomination of Tulsi Gabbard. It was Senator Mitch McConnell. Similarly, how does the administration view Senator McConnell? Can he be a partner in the president's legislative agenda? Are you disappointed that he voted against not only Tulsi Gabbard, but also Pete Hegseth to be the defense secretary?
I think we're greatly disappointed in any Republican who chooses willfully to vote against the president's exceptionally qualified cabinet nominees and picks to lead his America First administration. Not a single Democrat swayed from voting against President Biden's nominees, and we know how many of them turned out. They turned out to be atrocious at their jobs, leaving America much worse than they were when they took the oath of office. And so I've said it repeatedly from this podium. I addressed it at the beginning of my remarks. We expect all Republicans to vote, to stay tough and strong, vote for President Trump's nominees so we can get to work and continue to work very hard to implement this president's agenda. Sure.
Thank you, Caroline. On South Korea is currently in a chaotic situation. How does the President Trump react to the current chaotic situation in South Korea?
Am I scheming right now? I mean, didn't I just tell you guys how dangerous it is to, like, guess what's in someone's head?
Sure. I haven't spoken to the president about the ongoing situation in South Korea. I would defer you to his previous statements, and I can also see if I can.
If you think the India shit's gonna turn to something, you act on it. I mean, oil's moving, currencies are kind of there, but
are on this.
that's it. I mean, this is gonna. It's either gonna be a dud like the other days, or it's gonna be the other one where you already know the news, and then it's just gonna hit when everybody decides to pile in.
I asked that question because, the Democrats have been hurling insults at Elon Musk, hurling attacks, calling him President Musk. Most recently, Jamie Raskin, the congressman, took it a step further, calling for Musk's impeachment, saying that he somehow usurped the power of the presidency. What's your response?
It's utterly ridiculous. Elon Musk addressed this in the Oval Office yesterday. The president addressed it as well. Elon Musk is serving at the pleasure of the president, just like everybody else on this team. He takes directives directly from the president of the United States. And I think some of the comments that you referred to are nothing more than a failed attempt from the media and from Democrats to try to sow division in this White House. We saw them do it in the first term. We're not going to let them do it in the second term. This is a unified team who is working at the pleasure of the president to do what's right for the American people. I have one more quick housekeeping note before I leave you all today. The president wanted me to share with all of you that he had a wonderful meeting with King Abdullah of Jordan yesterday. They discussed many things, including the Gaza Strip and its future at great length. The king
I
would
know
much
there's a
prefer
chat
that
out there. They're like,
Palestinians stay
Michael
in
Jordan
place
plays for
with the
Saudi
additional
Arabia?
land to be used for new development,
What?
which would greatly create jobs at levels never seen before. But the president feels it would be much better and more majestic if these Palestinians could be moved to safer areas. I would just add to that the president remains wholeheartedly committed to seeing peace in the Middle East, and our Arab partners in the region have been tasked with coming up with a peace plan to present to the president. That is ongoing. King
Habibi,
Abdullah
peace
mentioned that
plan,
yesterday. He also
nobody
committed
come to our border.
accepting
Nobody.
2,000 sick children from the Gaza Strip, which the
No,
president
how about
called
we
a
make a
beautiful
good
gesture.
plan
So the administration
that
continues to
involve
work with our
us
Arab
out of
partners
it,
in the
Habibi?
region.
How
We
about
stand
that?
closely with our ally
How
Israel,
about
and the
we
president
commit
has
to make a
presented this
plan
big, new, bold idea
where
to secure
you
peace in the
do
Middle
it
East.
all, but
He's
you
not going
leave
to
us
waver
out
from
of
that.
it,
We look
Habibi.
forward to seeing
That will
that
be
goal
a
of this
good
administration
plan.
achieved as well. Thank you very much,
Thank you.
everybody, and we'll see you very soon. Have a
God
great
bless
day.
America.
Thank you.
Well, chatted. All right, that's like I said earlier. peace in headlines and war has kind of taken over today. Otherwise, it's the hot CPI. We have reciprocal tariffs ahead of Modi meeting, which is tomorrow. But like I'm saying, it's like at this point, you know everything. It's either market's going to pile into a move by the end of the day, or you really start trying to guess what's going to be a result of India and all of that. You did get a couple moves in currencies and oil, so you got to keep that in mind. Does Theo Vaughn have a long term? I hope he does. You know, but you'll realize, bro, a lot of people don't have long terms. I'm telling you. This is why, bro. One day you guys will thank me. Some of you will understand everything that I feel, and you will understand my mission in life one day. But, dude, not everybody has a long term. Do you guys know that? You know, some of you are going to end up richer than your favorite rapper or your favorite actor. You know that? Just because you got a fucking long term. Excuse my language. But I'm being dead serious. I don't think you realize, just like Richest Man in Babylon, you can make a lot of money. You guys know that, but it doesn't mean you're going to keep it all. You know what I'm saying? Like, it really doesn't. I'm telling you, like, you could go make a ton of money in this life. And there's people, you've heard the stories all the time. They make a lot of money, and then they do that. Stop cursing. It's not Christian-like. I'm not a Christian, Patrick. That's what some of you, I don't want to be a Christian. I don't want to be judgmental like you guys. I don't want to be walking around on the internet acting like I'm better than people. So I'm not, I charge to talk about stuff. You know what I'm saying? That should make it very, very clear. I don't align. I love Jesus Christ. He's a dope dude. That's a guy I get behind. He's the only one I like. Everyone, I don't, but that's it. It's not blasphemy, no. But I love Jesus, and I believe he died on the cross for my sins. But all of you who think otherwise, that's all on you. You know, you guys are going to have to figure that out. But, yeah, I'm not here to represent myself in that way. I'm here to teach you how to get a long term. I could teach you how to save money. And honestly, if you really believe that my language is a sin, for real, you must understand your lack of discipline with finances and not taking care of what the Lord has given you. That's just as grave a sin. Do you understand that? Squandering your money and squandering your opportunity, being given, not, again, I think literally he said, you wicked servant. So please make sure too, if that stands out very well and you could call me out on that, please make sure that you judge yourself accordingly with all aspects of life, okay? Because I do think it is very, very important. But it's my fault for having this discussion right now. I know it does sound like we're having philo, so let me move the channel, okay? I will move on over. So I love you all. God bless you. But as you see, we're kind of getting into a discussion here. So we'll get into it all, and then we'll go from there. So I appreciate your guys' time. Philo will be members only because at that point, it's not really Jesus-like. You got to pay to listen to what we're going to. So, but that way, too, it doesn't distract anybody who only wants stocks. So you got to be a member to watch it. We're going to move over there, and I appreciate you. So you'll see it, but otherwise I'll be on a little bit, like probably power hour. It shouldn't take more than an hour. We have a big reading, but yeah, well, it's still going to be a lot. So I'm already behind. All right, we will see you guys there. But thank you again, and I will see you right around 1 or 12, excuse me. And then we should get updates too. If anything, follow my Twitter. I'll post any updates if we have anything of that nature, okay? All right, word.